is some of the highest in the United States, then that can have an impact on houses. And that, by the way, gets to a quick reminder on personal safety. You'd never forget the fact that, when you're out there, some of these neighborhoods can be tough wherever you are. And you got to always take care of yourself. I've got to do an inspection in a pretty rough neighborhood on Monday morning. And good news is for a church. So again, that's a commercial inspection, but it's the area had literally 2 shootings just down the block from the church last week. So little reminder. Anyway, personal safety is one of the broader topics in your business model, to say the least. But as real estate salespeople and brokers, if you're in that end as well, you're going to always be ready to do whatever has to be done. In the end, neighborhoods are full of good people, and sometimes the good people make bad mistakes. But the bigger issue, of course, as we go through today, is plumbing. Like I said, plumbing has 2 problems. One, it can be very old, and 2, it can really deteriorate. Plumbing equipment can deteriorate at an incredibly rapid rate if certain things happen. For instance, in upstate New York, radon, as an example, is a big factor. I was hiking in Manhattan yesterday, and I saw a gemstone store. Gems are very popular, or gemstones are very popular right now. And this was an amazing, beautiful circular piece. It was called aragonite, and it was actually a steel pipe from a radon spa in Czechoslovakia. The problem is that 18-inch pipe was reduced to about 4 inches in diameter because mineral deposits on the inside of the pipe over the 100+ years had deposited. Actually, they had become stunningly beautiful. And in fact, they were being sold as an art piece, but really what they were was clogged plumbing. And I thought I should have taken a picture of that. I thought that was really amazing. But of course, as we look at buildings, we can't see inside the pipes. We have to infer. We have to use our best judgment. I'll try to teach you some of those tricks today that you would look around at a home inspection. But you also have to use things like age, your eyes, material type. Those are all factors that help you to execute, good inspection, to find out what's valuable and what's not. Again, I want to take a quick break and apologize to everybody. This morning, I've been sick for a couple of days, and not too sick. I went on a 10-mile hike yesterday, so I'm okay. But this morning, my lungs were a little clogged. I don't want to. I've already had COVID, so I don't think it's that, but I don't want to take a chance. So, and most importantly, I didn't want to get any of you sick. So, John and I worked to do a remote class. Now, the state usually doesn't allow the remote classes, but quite honestly, they don't have a choice now because, again, A, I've done it a lot, and B, I didn't want to get you sick, which is, of course, our first priority. So let's start to get cranking a little bit. Where's my mouse? There we go. This is me very quickly. If any of you are new, if not, well, you've heard this spiel before, but basically I am a consultant and an architect and a broker. I'm writing a whole bunch of proposals for brokers now because they're trying to close deals and they need problems solved, violations, open applications. In this case, the one I'm doing now is a building in Bushwick. It was ordered to be demolished in 2007, but the owner fixed it up and did a nice job. But we got to get that order to demolish removed. And scary part, though, is I might have issued the order to demolish, because you can see here is with my design around the world. I was also a deputy commissioner for the building department. New York City Building Department is a unique organization, lots of different challenges, from sheds to garages to houses to 300-year-old buildings to skyscrapers. And in design, I've done both. I've renovated 400-year-old houses, and I've also helped design skyscrapers. So that's where I come at it. Class introductions. Let's say hi to everybody. Ruben, tell me who you are. Give me your name, your neighborhood, and a real estate fact about where you live. and I would add, why do you want to take the class? You there, Ruben? Yeah. Jerry, how about you? Melissa? You've got a very small class today.
Hi.
Hi, Jerry.
Oh, it's me, Melissa.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi. I live in Queens Village,
Okay.
and one real estate fact, that we do not have the subway here in Queens Village.
That's interesting because I missed an email from John, so I left my house in Rego Park, what took the subway all the way to Queens Plaza, then realized I was okay to teach it at home, and I ran back from the subway. So maybe it's better to be not underground once in a while.
Oh yeah.
And well, obviously the difference is the city zones so that areas that are not near subways, of course, are lower density. So you probably won't see many apartment buildings. In fact, you probably won't see very many legal multifamilies. Much of Queens Village is actually zoned to be single family only. Now, unfortunately, many of them are illegally converted to 2 and 3 families, and that's always a challenge. My my old friend who became the commissioner of the department, he actually lives in Queens Village, and he had to be very delicate in reporting his neighbor because the neighbor had a really, really unsafe basement. And in fact, I just saw a video yesterday of people living in an illegal cellar apartment, and NYPD could barely rescue them because they had the windows down in the cellars when it was supposed to be a 1 family house, and they I don't know if they got the people out or not. But I say that as a reminder that as we move out away from the subways, the housing in theory gets smaller, and that actually becomes your realm. Usually 1 to 4 family houses, which are what you're inspecting as a home inspector, they are usually not too close to the subways, with exceptions. Of course, when the subways were built in the 1920s, I've got a great picture from 1930 where the Jackson Heights subway station, Jackson Avenue subway station, in 1930, when they built the subway, it was potato farms. Again, literally, they were potato. I mean, this to their credit, they were very forward looking. They were literally building subways in the middle of potato farms, knowing that Queens would eventually expand. Pretty insightful. And again, Queens Village actually has some 19th century and even 18th century houses tucked in areas that you would never expect. And those are some of the interesting things you might see out there. Anyway, I talk too much. How about you? What else would you say about that area?
What else would I say?
Yeah. Typical, how would you describe a typical house?
A typical house here. Yeah, I would probably say they're like 1 family. A lot of them though do rent like as if they were 2 family houses, but yeah, most of them are 1 family houses. Not
Yeah.
too many. There's a few buildings, not too many. Jamaica Avenue, the buildings, like the commercial area is starting to look a little bit less occupied.
Yes, actually, I'm advising on a property on Archer Avenue right now, but that obviously is by the main trains. That's a little different from you. But the city's really trying to recreate Jamaica as a city again, and that's having a knock-on plus effect for areas like Middle Village. Although the current economic state has hurt the Jamaica increases, there's a lot of new jobs being built out there, almost as a separate city. So you could, I know some people actually do live in Middle Village and they work in Jamaica, so they don't even go to the city every day. And of course, a lot of you people you're with are where are they working? They're working at the airports too, right?
Yeah. A lot of people work near the airports, but most of the people here actually work. I mean, most of the people that I know work in Manhattan.
Yeah,
So they
work.
have to take well, they have to take the Long Island Railroad.
That's true.
And it can get expensive. And they always have talk of, I think, um, maybe making it cheaper for the residents of this area of Queens so that they can take the Long Island Railroad, or they always talk about some kind of program on expanding the subway, but it never happens.
Actually, the governor is soon to lose his job, perhaps. He had just announced an increase for the air train to attach the air train to LaGuardia, and I imagine that might have a positive effect as well. Anyway, so we're going through the economics of it. Let me jump on a little bit. Thank you, Melissa. Jerry or Ruben, you have anything to throw in there?
Well, I'm sort of new at this, so like,
So first of all, speak a little louder if you can.
well, I'm new at this, so I'm auditing your class to see
Okay.
where I fit. field, but as far as real estate in my area, I mean, I'm surrounded by pretty much everything here.
Where are you now? What neighborhood?
I'm in Elmhurst, New York.
Okay, Elmhurst. Sure, Elmhurst is going to the moon right now.
Yeah.
A lot of heavy. I was advising on a couple warehouses that are being built out there, and each one of those creates, hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs, or at least thousands of robots soon. Who knows?
Yeah. Right.
Well, of course, Elmhurst. Actually, I just went under Elmhurst. I apologize. Where you are, I'm thinking more of Maspeth, not Elmhurst. Elmhurst is actually the
Corona Avenue side.
uh, I'm in Rego Park, so I'm right near you.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I was thinking about Maspeth when I mentioned factories, but again, great example of areas where you have not only 16th century, excuse me, not only 18th century, but you have 17th century buildings in your neighborhood. There's the church on Grand Avenue is actually from the late 17th century. 1690s, I think. And that's a little reminder to you that, again, you can very easily come across old buildings. I was just looking at a map of the Newtown area in 1830s. And in fact, like I said, some of your buildings can be very, very old in that area. But the whole area, the whole Corona area, the North Queens area has a lot of older houses, really near the trains, of course. The trains were where the value was. So again, you're kind of a neighbor too. So the housing stock you'll see is literally 4 centuries of building. In fact, I think the town or the village of not Elmhurst. Elmhurst is a 19th century name. The town of Newtown is actually literally a 17th century Dutch town. So some of those buildings really are quite old. So things to think about as we kind of have to be a little bit of a historian on these buildings, whether you're a broker or an architect or a salesperson or a home inspector. You've got to try to understand what you're looking at. So let's get to work. If the laptop wants to work. Of course, why a home inspector?
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Hey, it's Ruben.
Hey, Ruben, you want to do a quick shot as to what you're up to?
Yeah, sure. I'm over here in Elmont. I just bought a house out here in Elmont.
Okay.
Not too far from the racetrack, about an hour. So they got a lot of construction going on all around here.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the challenge of the racetrack is gonna, it's a question of whether that casino is going to continue to draw jobs or create jobs and draw tourists. Obviously, it was designed for the hope of endless amounts of tourists flying into JFK, coming to the airport and gambling their lives away.
Oh, no, I'm by the racetrack, Belmont racetrack out in Long Island.
Right, which is, I'm sorry, I'm referring to the Aqueduct racetrack.
Yeah.
You're correct. Yes, Belmont. Actually, I was working on that with my old job. We did a number of the company I was with. Some of the civil engineers were working on that. It's a multi-billion-dollar project, and there's a big debate as to whether it's going to be an economic anchor or not. And hopefully, it is.
Hopefully, it is.
The racetrack is. I was just looking at a map of the 1860s of Brooklyn, of all the racetracks they had. Brooklyn was loaded with horse racing tracks down by Coney Island, and there were actually dozens of tracks around the city. There was one in Woodhaven, believe it or not. Again, why did they do it? Because hey, that was the only sport they had. What was life like before television? Well, go to a horse race, you find out. And of course, the guys always like to gamble. So there you go. So there we go. Let's keep moving on. Why a home inspector? This is an interesting question. What is the role of the home inspector? I'm going in. First of all, who am I working for? I'm working for whoever hires me, but 99% of the time, I'm working for a potential buyer. And I'm going to pound this into your head because you are walking around a house that the person that hired you doesn't own it. So you got to turn the level of respect for the house up to 11, which is especially important when you think about how you've got to do some limited looking at the house. So we're going to talk about that. Again, the New York State Department of State is going to be issuing you a license. And why do they issue licenses? The licenses are, which sounds dumb, but they issue licenses to any profession that needs to be regulated to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens, or occupants or visitors or whomever. Of course, the law sees everybody the same as long as you're honorable and not committing a crime. Fair and informed competition is the goal. Your goal is to try to help that potential buyer, to find out problems before they get out of control. Why do you do that? Because obviously, if a building has hidden problems, then that new buyer might get wiped out. They might have spent their whole all their money on the down payment, only to find out that they are stuck with a lemon. That's an interesting challenge. And here's another important thing: home inspectors inspect 1 to 4 family homes. They do not inspect commercial buildings officially, but that's okay. The home inspector license is for 1 to 4 family. And again, that purpose is to protect residential buyers. More than 4 family, a residential building is not a residential, it's commercial. And can you do commercial inspection? Well, surprise, surprise, yes, you can. In fact, commercial has the same rights. And basically, anybody can do a commercial inspection. There are standards that are followed. There's a new standard called the ASTM 1984, and that's the standard for commercial inspection. And it's pretty much the same as the home inspection, just writ large. Commercial buildings obviously have a few different things to inspect. What else do we want to think about? Let's move on. The class itself, of course, we've gone through several of the other modules already. Almost done. I know you guys had the little delay, and sorry about the delay and gap between sections 2 and 3. Section 3, we're going to focus on, and almost had to have another gap today, but I think it was probably better that I stay home to teach this class. Again, plumbing is our primary goal, page 169 to 186 in the book, and that's only 17 pages. Now, how am I going to make 17 pages into 8 hours? Answer is there's a lot to be covered. The book is only the small amount of it. And most importantly, again, plumbing is a big factor in every house. Sometimes you can see it, sometimes you can't. But as I've always said, there's 3 things that destroy a building: water, water, and water. Water from above, where it rained; water from below, where the water comes through the foundation and destroys the foundation; and then water from inside, where a pipe bursts or drips or leaks or whatever. And those are all factors that can really tear apart a building. Buildings, it's an old adage that I call a certificate of occupancy of a building a birthday or a birth certificate, because in fact, the building, really, if it's not maintained, and really it can go downhill fast. And so things like the plumbing maintenance and observation are particularly important. Usually today, a lot of people are looking at some of the dogs, the lemon properties that are out there that are, in pretty bad shape. Plumbing is usually one of the first problems they'll encounter. And in fact, a good, some of the better flippers I know, even though they don't make as much money on it, one of the first things they do is they replace a lot of the plumbing. Good news is New York City's water is pretty good. So things like calcium buildup aren't as bad, but other parts of the state, you can have a lot of buildup in the pipes, and this will really cause damage. In fact, our relatively soft water is good. The harder water with a lot more minerals in it is just really going to take its toll on buildings. And in fact, one of the first things I tell anybody with any building at all these days, first thing you want to install is a good water filtration system. And why? It's because the water, if you don't stop the pollution at the very beginning as it comes into the building, then it's going to completely pollute your pipes all the way through. So again, basic outline, the quick learning objectives, the scope of the inspection for plumbing systems, water supply, sanitary waste. So supply and exhaust, shall we say, waste, disposal. Those sound simple, but there's actually lots of new systems coming in today. And as water comes in, it gets recycled. As water gets out, some of the heat from energy from it gets recycled. And further up, upstate, you'll find a lot of more creative people doing a lot of things with houses that are making them, people, the idea of being off the grid is not just a, radical hippie thing anymore. It's actually a very cool, and actually it's a very upscale thing to do. So spending a little time in the technology of some of these things today is pretty good. Solar heating by water, but also, I could go on and on, but basically the people are looking at a world where the electric grid could go down at any time. What happened in Texas in February was pretty bad, but actually very few people realize we've been very lucky in New York. We haven't had a blackout this year, because we actually took 35% of our power. We turned off a nuclear power plant at Indian Point that shut off a large amount of the power for the region. Luckily, we haven't had any peaks, so let's hope for the best. So thinking about the plumbing system as you walk around a house, checking each bathroom fixture, loose pipes, all those things is what we're going to focus on today. Now, what do we do? Are you a plumber? Well, you might be. I've had a couple plumbers in the classes. But your job, even if you were a plumber, forget about it. When you're doing a home inspection, you are observe and report. Did I say repair? No. Did I say fix? No. You are not there to, make repairs. Now, that said, honestly, if you see a problem that you're documenting in your report, and turn off a valve that's on, it shouldn't be, maybe that's not a bad thing. But you're not walking around with with epoxy tape and fixing up all the holes as they go around, because in fact you'd be helping to hide it, and that is exactly what the buyer doesn't want. Conversely, I just did an inspection this week where all the water in the building was turned off. It was winterized, so all the valves were shut down, and I was trying to explain to the client that this is actually a good thing, that it's actually a movie theater up in Mount Kisco. The current owner mothballed it essentially when Sandy hit, or excuse me, when COVID hit, and to make sure he didn't have any broken pipes in the wintertime or anything, he actually disconnected the plumbing, which is actually something you might see. And it's actually a good thing. Let's take a little bit more looking at this. Again, what are we looking at? Readily accessible components, systems, and conditions. Okay. Interior, don't worry, I get to more pictures later. I'm sorry for the text. I do want to pound through the text one pass, and I'm going to go to the pictures, then we're going to go one pass back at this stuff. Interior water supply. Okay. How does the water come into your house? Very importantly. And how does it distribute around the house? Okay. Do we have signs of leaks, pinhole leaks, loose pipes, badly anchored pipes? These are things that can happen. Drain, waste, and vent systems. Well, I like to say this one's the easiest one to figure out. If you got a problem with your drain system, what are you going to do? You're going to smell it. And I've been into a couple of places that were terrible. In fact, the inspection I've got to do Tuesday morning with a bunch of city inspectors as well. In that case, there's a leak somewhere in the building, and the whole building smells like mold. So that's not good, especially the people who live there. Again, water heating equipment, vents and pipes. You're gonna what type of water heating equipment? You got the typical water heater. In the past, a big 50-gallon tank was the norm for a house. Today, you're looking at a lot of new systems that are where your water heater might also be your hot water system for heating in the house. You'll have them combined in a system. That is becoming much, much more popular, much more efficient. And also, older houses can have things like steam and stuff. So water heating equipment can be quite interesting, either hot water or steam or electric or whatever. You're going to be inspecting the fuel storage and fuel distribution systems. This has gotten to be a bigger issue over the years. In the New York City area, it was very, very common. 100 years ago, people didn't rely on the electric system for anything other than their lights. If you told people 100 years ago that you'd be heating your houses and doing all this stuff with electricity, they'd think you were wacko. except for some of the scientists and the high-end guys that we have an electric future. Well, that electric future is here. In fact, in New York City, for instance, they are trying to pass a law that says no new natural gas hookups. Nobody, they don't want anybody to have natural gas hookups anymore, that you have to use electric stoves. I got some real problems with that, but the Greens believe that that we're going to destroy the world if we cook a hamburger with a gas stove. So again, they run right now. They control the politics. If you disagree with them, you will be destroyed, not merely told to disagree. So by destroying all their enemies, they are really creating an interesting environmental perspective. And most of all, they're, of course, brainwashing our children to convince us that we've got to go green. The next big blackout, we'll figure out that that's probably not the best thing. But until then, gas heating systems, fuel storage systems, and distribution systems could be important. Sadly, I had a client on Park Avenue, 116th Street, where they had a gas leak, and the building, you could see the video on YouTube, it was an incredible explosion. So gas is a pretty big deal. Fuel storage, again, that comes to things like oil. Older style oils are not allowed anymore. The newer oils are, again, you're required, at least in the New York City area, to use only clean burning number 2 fuel oil. Number 4 and number 6 are not allowed. And of course, the challenge with the fuel oil is the tanks. The tanks very often are will rot and corrode, and that corrosion becomes incredibly, incredibly expensive. So that's one of the things you're going to keep an eye out for. In-ground fuel tanks are really considered to be an environmental hazard these days, and they are almost always need to be replaced. And back to waste lines, of course, drainage pumps, sump pumps, ejector pumps, and related plumbing. This is the water rain drainage stuff. And we talked about that on the exterior of the building, wanting to make sure that water gets away from the building. But once it's in the building, there are lots of mechanical systems that are operable to do this. I personally I like designing buildings that don't need mechanical systems to drain, because someday the power will fail. And when that fails, the building pumps and stuff don't work. And of course, you're going to be looking for active leaks. It's not uncommon to come across a house that you smell it before you see it down in the basement. And of course, that smell is a water, that's relatively maybe a crack in the foundation that's letting water in and building up mold. Again, inspect components, fixtures. As we go around the house, we look at, you're going to check the fixtures, turn on the water. That's not too hard. Now the water may be off. If the water's off, are you going to turn it back on? No. Can you ask the owner to turn it back on? Yes, if you happen to be walking with the owner. Are you going to turn it back on? No. It might be off just to keep from freezing, but it might be off because there's leaks somewhere. So you don't touch the water. Again, you're going to look at the domestic hot water systems. As I said, that hot water heater, the pipes running around the house. Again, hot water heaters can integrate between the hot water for your sink, and very often there'll be specialized boosters in areas like kitchens, but also that sink water, which is potable, right? Potable sink water, often will intermingle, excuse me, it can't intermingle, at least going towards you, with water that's going through the heats. And we'll look at how these 2 different water supplies are heated from the same source these days sometimes, but with that heated source, they are still, again, the concept of potability is absolutely paramount in looking at plumbing. Is the water going to be contaminated? It's whether it be air brakes or backflow preventers, preventing the water from getting contaminated is absolutely critical. Again, we will, where you can, if the water is running, you can check the water at random locations for functional flow. Which that's a funny way of saying turn the water on and make sure there's water coming. You might want to fill up a bathtub if you have water coming, and see if don't be surprised if you turn it on and there's a lot of rust the first time. But again, that may be simply a function of the pipes being out for a while. The fact that they're rusting, of course, is that there's galvanized or steel pipes somewhere, and that is actually a big part of the problem, because as we'll see later, those steel pipes can corrode pretty badly. By the way, at any time, feel free to jump in if anybody's got a question. I don't really use the chat line for questions, but definitely shoot your ideas. Okay. Now, again, this is the boring stuff. Now let's go to the things what you don't do. Now, when you're doing inspection, as I said, you're observing and reporting. Okay. Now, do not operate any main, branch, or fixer valve except faucets or to determine water temperature. Again, you might open a valve to get a temperature reading or a pressure reading. Again, if possible, have the owner do that, because if it breaks, it's not uncommon that you'll play with a valve that hasn't been played with in a while, and the stem will snap off, and that is not good. Again, number 3, observe and report on any plumbing component that is not readily accessible. It's very important for maintenance purposes that when things are built and things are installed, that they be put in a way that you're able to get around it 18 to 36 inches clear around the plumbing, so that it can be observed, maintained, and repaired. Sometimes people will they'll build the house around the unit, and you got to rip the house out to fix the unit. Number 4, observe and report exterior plumbing components or any underground drainage system. Now, this is important. As we talked about exterior drainage, the drains in New York City, the drains coming off your roof are actually supposed to go and connect to the city sewer. There is to the storm sewer, not the waste sewer. The challenge of that is if it's not connected properly, or it's been filled up with roto-rooter mode, that water will not go into the sewer, and it'll wash back and potentially do damage to your foundation. We're just talking to a client on Friday about how the water damage from a broken leaks coming off a roof actually destroyed his client's foundation, and his building had to be demolished. And sadly, I had to do that several times. I had to order that several times in Brooklyn because of water damage like that. Home inspectors not required to. Again, potability. Are you required to test the water? This is a tricky question. This is a chemical test, right? This is above your pay grade. I would suggest you bring things like sensor strips, lead testers. But conversely, this is also something you can do as an added service. Hi, I can't say whether your water is good or not, but if you pay me an extra $50, I'll take a sample of it and I'll send it off to a lab, and we'll get our feedback of all the mineral and stuff. And so that's an additional service you might want to do. You're not required to observe and report on water conditioning and equipment, including softeners and filters. Now, like I said, I love seeing them. To me, they're invaluable in a house, but the conditioners and stuff are they're not part of your inspection. Again, they are a specialized inspection. The simple reason, again, because they're enclosed, they have totally, every one of them is different. One thing you have to look at them to look for instance, bad connections or leakage in and out of systems, or perhaps really bad stainage or deterioration. But other than that, you're not there to certify that the water conditioning system is good. I was recently, I went to a Burger King a couple weeks ago in Rego Park, and you could see the water filter on the back wall of the building. And the water filter supposedly supposed to be white. The water filter instead was incredibly nasty black brown. And I basically used that as an excuse to decide not to eat at that restaurant, because they clearly didn't understand that they should, keep their software. Again, in this case, the filter case is clear, so I literally could see right through it to it. And knowing that that was their water, I wasn't sure I wanted to try their food. Number 9, observe and report on private water supplies. Now, it is very common upstate and in rural areas that you will have water wells. You do not have them in New York City. They're illegal in Manhattan since 1885, and most of the rest of the city, they were phased out over the years. There are a few places that still have them, but generally, the city has provided potable water, the city water, to most of the 5 boroughs. There are, again, a couple places that don't have it, but wells are extremely regulated, and the reason why is they can be contaminated. Well contamination is, in fact, water, one of the first, in very early January of 2020, I knew COVID was going to be bad because I was reading reports from Hong Kong where people were getting sick on the second floor of an apartment building when there was a person previously sick on the 13th floor, which meant there was the city of Hong Kong came out and said, look, this stuff's traveling in the pipes. So in fact, that was a reminder of the importance of potability and absolutely keeping the water system uncompromised. In fact, yeah, I could get really ugly about some of the times when that doesn't happen. In fact, New York City's death rate from water-borne disease in the 19th century was 3 to 5% of the city per year. Breathtaking numbers. I don't know if you're taking the M12 class tomorrow night, you'll hear some more about this. Again, observe and report gas supply systems, materials, installation, and leakage. Evaluate the condition and operation of wells. Okay. Now remember, let's go through this again. This is what you're not required to do. You are not required to operate anything. You're not required to report on any system that's shut down. As I said, the water's been shut down. Fine. I can't inspect it. I'll look at the plumbing, but I can't inspect the quality. I'm not required to inspect anything that's hidden and out of the way or in a locked room or something. I'm not required to look at exterior. Again, we talk about those drains. I would, as part of the exterior stuff, I keep an eye out for things. And obviously you can't dig up the drainage system, but you're not here to bring a snake in and find out whether there is a roto-rooter event down in the sewage. That's for a professional to do. You're not, and this is important, you're not required to observe and report on fire sprinkler systems. If there's a fire sprinkler system and I see a damaged head, I will, I'll put a note saying, fire head, sprinkler head damage. Please have a licensed fire suppression contractor come take a look at it. Sprinklers are going to become more and more important. They're required in new building codes in almost all buildings. And as a result, you're definitely going to see them more. They are a separate system. They come off the same main sometimes. Very often in newer buildings, they actually have their own tap on the main. So they're actually a totally different independent system in most cases. In older buildings in New York City, it's common to have just the stairway sprinkler or just the basement or cellar sprinkler. Those subgrade spaces usually require to have it. And they also are ones that tend to be damaged a lot. And conversely, with fire sprinklers, you want to look at the possibility of sprinkler damage from if the sprinkler went off. Okay. Again, you're not required to check the potability. You're not required to look at the water softeners. You do not care about freestanding or built-in appliances. Kitchen, you can choose to turn on the gas as not required in a basic inspection. But the owners do that. They can figure out whether the refrigerator is working. The reason why you don't want to comment on it is if you comment on it, they may treat it as a warranty. Oh yeah, it's got a $5,000. Of course, you never say price either. It's a big built-in refrigerator, and what you would say is, I was unable to inspect behind for any water damage. You would not say anything like, oh yeah, the pump sounds great. It sounds like it's nice and cold. That's not part of your report, because that will put you into liability in case that thing dies a week afterwards. Again, I mentioned the word liability a lot because, in fact, home inspection is very much about risk mitigation, just like really everything these days. And as you're walking around, you want to provide the minimum standard required by the state and the city. But beyond that, if you want to add more, you try to get paid more. I mean, that said, don't ever forget your competitors are adding a little more, and they, you have to find that balance. But so you have to have confidence in anything you write, and also everything you write, ask the question: if I make a comment about that stove, am I warranting it? And those are things to challenge. And another thing, everybody say hi to John. Again, we think about observe and report the gas system. Hi, John. How are you? Again, we think about the gas and leakage. You are obviously leakage. If you smell it, you got a problem, and at that point, you're immediately leaving the house. I mean, that's an immediate issue. But again, the gas supply system you can't certify because, again, these things fail from the inside. If you see a gas line that's perhaps improperly tapped or improperly sealed, that might be an issue, obviously. But conversely, you might inspect the house where the gas is off, and that could be a factor. Let's get through the text a little bit. A couple more things. Again, we went through these. You're not going to do the oil and gas supply materials. Don't worry about this. You evaluate the conditions. Also, you can't certify the condition of things like in the outside cesspools and stuff. You're not there to certify the water wells and things like that. Those are separate systems. Okay. Other things you don't do. You do not report on fixtures where they're connected. If it's connected to something, don't disconnect it to test it. No touchy. Okay. A lot of a good report is going to have a very minimum touch. If you're smart, really, you're just doing your eyes only. 14, you're not going to check the fuel tank. Well, excuse me, you are going to record it, the location. Let me phrase that. You're not required to record the tank if it's not, again, really adjacent to the structure. You not record to cover saunas, hot tubs, and jetted tubs. Again, this is a great certification. People want to know if that stuff is working. Again, you can fill a tub, turn it on. That's reasonable, but you're not there to certify that spa is in good shape, because that, again, a specialist person. Same thing with solar water heating systems. Of course, we know solar panels, which is photovoltaic. Solar water was popular for decades. Both passive, I had a professor that had 1,000 linear feet of copper pipe on the outside of his house. And on certain days of the year, obviously he had a nice hot shower. In fact, most of the water was put into a super well insulated tank. So he was able to provide about 90% of his water heating every year from that. Again, what shall you describe? This is actually kind of a repeat here. They describe the water supply, drain, waste vent materials. Let's kind of move on. This is a little bit of a repeat. The next section, which will be next week, we're going to talk about heating systems, air conditioners, water heaters, kitchens, etc. Okay, and there's a lot to this. I mean, to give you an idea, kitchens and baths sounds pretty boring. About 15 years ago, I actually had to go out to I was working for a hotel company, and I had to go out to Las Vegas for a kitchen and bath convention. Does that sound boring or what? I was actually shocked. It was 3 million square feet of things for kitchens and baths. So again, that's a big business. And as you know, the kitchens and bathrooms are also the highest touch things that any broker will tell you that the most important things to fix before you sell a house. Again, with the heating, we talk about do's and don'ts. We'll get this tomorrow or next week. This red is just the federal outline. I'll send you all these things. Quick reminder, let's talk about the law of agency and what we actually have to do quickly. I'll come back to this later. We'll get this on the back end. Let's get to some actual plumbing. Again, what is the home inspector's duty? Well, we talked about the definition already. The responsibilities of the home inspector. Are you there to fix the place? No, it's not yours. It's not your client's. Your client may fix it in the future. What you are trying to do is identify potential problems. Why? Well, two things. One, it's a potential cost for the person, but two, here's the kicker. It's a negotiating point for the buyer. So if you see $50,000 worth of damage, well, you might say that, have your report. Again, you're not doing cost estimates, but you could list a bunch of stuff. And then the buyer's broker can say, look, or the buyer can say, look at all these problems I have with my home inspection list. We have two options. One, you can fix them and take 3 months, or two, you can maybe give me a $50,000 price deduction. Now, as all of you know, that does not work in today's market, right? Today's market is the house is for sale. There's 27 bidders. That, potentially could change. Interest rates go up and down. Right now, they're way back down again. So things did slow down last month because interest rates spiked. And I am 99% sure the next month they're going to start going back up again, as two things happen. One, eventually the rent freeze in New York State is still extended till August 31st. So there's a lot of people that are not selling their houses then. What I'm being told, that although it may take years to evict a lot of these people, a lot of people who haven't been paid, very often they'll destroy a place as they leave. And that is something you might come across. Okay. Again, we talked about exclusions, the guesses. Guesses is a nasty word. The guess means I'm pretending that I know what I'm talking about on this. So therefore I'm taking a potential warranty liability to the buyer. And that's bad. Hold on for 1 second, everybody. Okay, back to the fun, everybody. As I said, thinking about how you're going through a house, you're trying to observe everything you can. Let's not forget, you're not being paid $10,000. If I do a building inspection of a commercial building, $5,000 is not an unreasonable thing because you have a different set of knowledge that you're bringing to the table. And you might work up to that. Much of residential is still in commercial, and you might find that as an expansion of your business in the future. Again, exclusions, guesses. Guesses are a dangerous word, aren't they? And what is your risk? Quick reminder, as I said about density, where are the 1 to 4 family houses? And this is a density map of Nassau County. So as we can see, Elmont has a lot of higher density. Queens Village is there with not quite as much density. But obviously, as we get more towards the city and more towards the subways, density gets very high. So you might, in terms of the 1 to 4 family houses, make sure you have a car or some way of getting around. Can you do this, by subway and bus? Yeah, you can. You don't necessarily need a car. But again, there's a professionalism factor. Your truck is your marketing tool, or your car is your marketing tool. And most importantly, it carries potentially a lot of gear. While it's nice to say you can do a home inspection with an ice pick and a clipboard, in fact, a good home inspector, or the people you're competing against, may be bringing $25,000 worth of gear out to the field. to do that inspection. I do want to talk about this important thought of who is inspecting your house. The home inspector, of course, is giving a private opinion. And I'm wrong, actually. I'm saying it's valuation. It's not valuation. It's an evaluation. A home inspector does not put money value on their report. If you want to do so, you probably should break it up separately because it makes you liable. And most importantly, if you're not following the standards that you agree to set, your insurance may not be valid. Ooh, we don't like that. So think about, again, that minimum standard. Now, that said, as a home inspector, you have to maintain insurance for that, which is not that expensive. But you may want to get a second policy for E&O for that's errors and omissions for if you do commercial inspection. And conversely, don't do a commercial inspection and expect to have your home inspector insurance protect you. So private valuation versus a government inspector, a public inspector. Now, the government inspector, a city inspector, has a different agenda. It actually varies with every different city you're in. Every town has different requirements. In New York City, for instance, it is possible that you can build almost completely build a building and inspectors will never set foot on the site. Whereas there are other parts like out on Long Island, a building inspector, when you're building a new building, they'll have to show up at least in many cases 5 different times to check the framing, check the foundation. The city has to sign off on it before you move forward. All of this makes building more expensive. And some would say it's a direct function of the housing crisis, but that's the way it is. Now, the appraiser, of course, some of you may be planning or are appraisers already. The appraisal license is another very valuable license. And what they do, they are the ones that are attaching a financial value to a property. They usually do the whole property and not specific repair prices, but they are out there parallel to the home inspector. And very often they'll use the home inspector's report, assuming the home inspector is probably better at the construction end of it. And the appraiser will then come in, take that construction report, look at the comps in the area and the financial aspects, and then put a value on it. Now, both the home inspector and the appraiser will have a report that becomes very valuable for the bankers and the investors. Banker, the home inspector actually works for the buyer, okay? But the appraiser, in a way, really works for the buyer's bank, because the buyer's bank wants to know that the property is worth the amount of money they're going to lend on it. So always think about that interrelation between the broker, the salesperson, the buyer, the seller, the lawyers, the appraisers, all these people, title search companies, all these different people are involved in a transaction. Of course, I always love to put this perception shot up as a reminder that properties do evolve, and more importantly, how people perceive a property changes quite a bit. As we see here, what you think is a simple house, well, of course, the buyer thinks it's, garbage, whatever. And the appraiser, because he's trying to push the price down, the appraiser, he's trying to figure out all the problems with it to try to come up with a valuation. The bank, well, in a way, they don't care, but they want to keep their perspective. Excuse me. Of course, the home inspector, they think the building's falling apart. And, so the seller, in a way, the seller hates a home inspector. And in fact, in today's market, home inspections are being waived. They're basically saying you can walk through a tour, but I'm not going to make an extra time for you to do a home inspector because I got 20 other bids. So, I mean, getting a home inspection report is actually at the discretion of the seller. The buyer can do it, but the seller may not let him in. It sounds crazy, but it's definitely, that's the kind of market we're in right now. And of course, the tax assessor always thinks you're a palace. Now, as I said earlier, each building has a certificate of occupancy in most cases. Older buildings in New York City sometimes didn't have one. Queens Village is a good example. New York City started issuing C of Os in 1916. a lot of areas, residential areas, and really the CFOs disappeared into the sands of time, or maybe the building was before 1916 and they just never got a CFO, and that's okay. If it's a grandfathered existing building, that would be fine. Again, what does it do? It shows the legal use of a building. Why is this important to you as a home inspector? Well, one of the most important things is what are you inspecting? And is it a 1 to 4 family house? Because if it's not a 1 to 4 family house, technically you're not able to inspect it. It's other than that, it's commercial. For instance, this one on the right, the C of O, I'm not sure if you can see it, but it says first floor 2 apartments, second floor 2, third floor 1. Now, I inspected it, and it was actually, it was set up as a 3 family, but legally it was a 5 family. Now, I'm an architect, so I can do either one, but the point is that these 5 units is an example of a property where you would have to put a disclaimer and say, look, it's configured as 5, but legally it's not a home inspection. Okay, so therefore you're waiving, the buyer has to waive all potential liability to the seller. Or excuse me, the seller has to waive all liability to you, to use the home inspector, because you're not going to be responsible because of it's the reconfiguration. And what I just described, a 5 family configured as a 3 family, that can be legal. A 3 family configured as a 5 family, that is always illegal. Now, again, you're not the police, you're not the building inspectors. If you're in New York City, if they catch a unit that's illegally divided, they're going to hit the owner for about $30,000 to $50,000 in fines. Yes, that's correct. But the building guys can only do it if they're allowed in. You, as the property inspector for the potential buyer, you're not there to say, oh, it's illegal, whatever. You'll just be very delicate and say, building certificate of occupancy is for a 2-family house, and building is configured as a 3-family house, and you'll inspect it as it is, but you'll put a note to be clear that it's, again, your research said it's a 2-family house, but that buyer or that seller may have some other research and a different piece of document, which happens all the time, that says, no, it's really a legal 3-family. So I like to joke, I heard once that there is actually a property in Queens somewhere that's actually legal, but I doubt it. Again, everybody double triples up their houses, and again, that can be a problem, and most importantly, it can be a safety problem for egress. Now, again, that's mostly the building department's bailiwick, but it is a very real thing. Hold on for a second, I got to mute. Hi, everybody again. What I just described, though, with that certificate of occupancy is actually a very important step, which is your client goes on your website and they schedule an appointment, and you agree an appointment to be there at 10 o'clock Monday morning. Well, in the interim, you've got to do a little reporting. I have to do this for several properties tonight. Where you got to go on, maybe look at some of the websites. Obviously, we know the Google Maps and Street View have become very, very valuable. Zillow and StreetEasy often will have floor plans. So you actually get a layout of the property before you even go there. And that's, because remember, somebody's trying to sell it. So it's very common that a property you're going to do a home inspection for, that there is going to be might be a floor plan around. Actually, that plus understanding the number of units and things like that. These are all, sorry, I think I just drank bleach. Ugh. That was nasty. So as we continue, we think about, doing a little research. Again, this aerial image is house I was looking at years ago. It was odd because it really stuck out as a very different house in the neighborhood. Green roof. so, Street View showed it as an old wooden house, and I recognize this is a style from the 1910s, 1920s. And, a little further investigation, I actually saw it on the aerial maps. New York City actually has aerial maps online from 1951 and 1924. So you can actually get some pretty good images. And this house actually, I ended up renting it for a couple of years. It was actually, I believe it was an officer's quarters, because if anybody knows King's Plaza in Brooklyn, King's Plaza was actually a U.S. military base, and before it was the mall. And in fact, the pictures from 1924 show you submarines and stuff, and minesweepers all lined up on Flatbush Avenue, ready to go out and beat the British fleet, because they were actually worried in the 1930s the British fleet would attack us. How ironic. So again, any sources you can to get information on the property beforehand, or on your website, where you're probably going to have a website where they're going to log in and request an inspection and pay you before you go. That's nice. And maybe add some additional services, but hopefully they can put in the basic information for you. Name, address, age, block and lot, how long have you owned it? These are all quickly researchable in New York City, but around the New York State, these data varies. As you can see here, I can look very quickly on this picture. I can see that there's 3 wires coming in. That 3-wire system usually tells me that it's a 220 volt electrical circuit, which in fact it was. But what you might not see here is this house is only about 10 feet above sea level. So on really wet days, the whole foundation gets really, really wet. And in fact, this area gets so wet, there's no concrete foundation. Instead of concrete on the basement, there's actually wood planks, so the water can come up and come back down. I always loved it because on rainy days, there'd be thousands of snails that would come above ground. Kind of gross, but very real. Again, these are clues to you as you walk around. Anyway, let's not worry about this. Let's talk about all the things that can go wrong. Again, the scope of inspection, the plumbing system generally, the water supply, where's the water coming in? Really, you're going to trace the water from the street. You're going to look where it's coming in, or from the well, and you're going to go find that master switch or master supply valve and all the branches on it, and follow its condition all the way into the house. Of course, well, this is kind of a broad statement. A couple of these slides are out of order. The big concept of Chapter 8, though, is the basic knowledge the inspector needs to understand and inspect plumbing and HVAC systems. One of the things I always challenge is how do we rationally inspect a property? I just did a property recently. It was a movie theater, right? Big movie theaters, big huge rooms. But I used the same method as I always do, which is I came in the front door, and then I worked left to right. I followed a counterclockwise or a clockwise motion, and I went around the house. Now, for instance, this house here that we see, how would you, if you're really lucky, you've got this floor plan before you even go. That's a pretty useful thing, right? Well, if you're not lucky, then you gotta fake it. If you're good with CAD, you might be able to draw the floor plan as you go. You're not really required to measure the rooms, but if you can block it out, it might help you. So one of the reasons, by the way, for having a diagram of the house is to make sure you never miss a room. Oops, I forgot to check that little bathroom back in the side. Well, I thought that was a closet. No, it was actually a master bath. It was a bathroom, and missing that bathroom that had a leak, that cost a lot of thousands of dollars. So again, here we might enter, go clockwise around, check. There's a lot of plumbing fixtures here. You can, again, at the entry door, of course, this floor, for me, for plumbing, it's often best to start at the basement. And for obvious reasons, there's another argument to start at the second floor at the master bath, because the master bath is one of the most used. But for the sake of today, we're going to talk about, again, going downstairs at the basement, starting at that very early water and or fuel supply, natural gas, etc. And you're going to take that, then you're going to walk clockwise around the building. Oop, there's a tiny little toilet there. Looks like a shower too. No, that's an elevator actually. And then you're going to make sure you don't miss rooms. But hey, look at this. To get to the water heaters, you actually had to go into a crawl space and crawl around. So again, interesting. Are these water heaters accessible? You always ask the question, if you had to replace it, can they replace this water heater easily? I replaced a water heater recently. It's a pain in the ass. So again, we think about the methodology clockwise here. So then we check the water heater, we check the pipes. And of course, in the basement, it's the highest chance that we're going to see exposed pipes. And those exposed pipes will help us to understand A, maintenance, B, potential corrosion and potential damage. So we've done the basement. We checked the service coming in. We said, oh, what kind of service is it? Well, it's lead. That's not good. Well, no, it's copper. Okay, we like that. Or PVC, or PVB, or polyvinyl. So anyway, the point is that the service coming in, I was actually quite shocked recently because I actually saw New York City was redoing a major sewer line out in Queens, on Queens Boulevard a couple months ago. And rather than use big steel pipes, they were actually using super heavy duty vinyl pipes. It was quite surprising. Sorry, peach is good on my throat. So again, we've done upstairs. Now we go first floor. First floor, we're going to have primarily accessory rooms, accessory bathrooms. In this case, we have a not a kitchen, but what's called a what's the word? A wet bar. So we got a little wet bar kitchen here, right? So these are, and then we go around, we see the other bathrooms. And each one of these is a water source. What am I going to do? I'm going to go into each bathroom. I'm going to flush the toilet. That should work, unless the water's turned off. I'm going to turn on the water, make sure the pressure is decent, and just kind of go around. Again, I don't have to spend, 2 days at each fixture, in and out. Bathroom, you check, make sure the toilet's solid, that it's not leaking, that it's flushing properly, and then you move on. And then upstairs, the main room, bathroom. The main room here on the second floor, it has a, again, this is where the big kitchen is. So you're going to keep an eye out underneath the sink for where the water attachments are there. I'd also remind you, again, the refrigerator often has water. We'll look at those later. And so the key thing is be methodical, clockwise or counterclockwise around. I think I mentioned this before, but a military guy said that it's actually best, as he was a student, and he said the Marines actually teach you, because your brain normally goes left to right, clockwise. The Marines teach you to always sweep a room right to left. And the right to left sweep is because it counteracts your natural tendency to go left to right. So you're kind of scanning the building much more. So again, whatever your method, be consistent with every inspection you do, okay? I usually go from the roof. I start with the roof because I've done the perimeter extension inspection. If it's a flat roof, I'll start there because it's going to tell me a lot about what kind of water damage I might have. And then I go down to the water heaters and I start from the mechanical systems up. Visibility. Now, this is always a challenge. Can you see behind the walls? Well, no, you can't. Yes, there are devices that let you see behind walls, but they're not reliable, A. And B, you usually don't have enough information, even with a scanner, to be able to tell whether there's water leakage or pipe damage or anything. So if you can't see it, you can't report on it. And most importantly, if you can't see it, you can't be held liable for it. Okay. If you bring out a wall scanner, then they're going to say, hey, you should have scanned my wall over here. That's right. And because that's where the water leak was. Well, I didn't know where the water leak was. And it doesn't appear to be leaking the day I was there because, my pictures show that it didn't happen. I mentioned before, I think I showed you in the previous classes, this is probably one of the best things you're ever going to buy. This is a 360-degree camera. Now, there's lots of different kinds of them. This is about a $300 one. Then this is a $50 one. I actually like the $50 one better because it actually is really, really convenient. And this cheap little thing takes a 360-degree shot. What that means is it's when you're walking around, you look straight ahead. Okay. But 90% of the time when you get back, if you haven't finished the report out in the field, when you get back to your office and you start going through, you say, oh man, I forgot that what was in that room. You can go through these 360 pictures and really save stuff. I actually, in that theater inspection I just did, I probably pulled a dozen pictures for the report out of the 360 cameras in areas that I forgot to shoot. And I luckily when I got back, I still had the picture. So again, visibility is a key thing. If you can't see it, you can't inspect it. But on the other hand, you know, you got to try. Looking underneath the sink, you know, look, basics of following plumbing are important. As we've talked about, their primary inspection standards. It is New York State has a specific written standard. You may choose to follow. You might want to get a membership in one of these agencies, one of these not agencies, excuse me, one of these associations. Association is a members dues paying company that tries to do things that add value for the members. ASHI, American Society of Home Inspectors, AHIT, American Home Inspector, whatever, and InterNACHI. The point is, all these are three primary agencies that are setting standards. And in fact, in the book, in appendixes A, B, and C, you will see that same do-don't list. That do-don't list is absolutely critical because that's the guideline for each of those standards. And what you want to do is say, look, I complied. You may get called into court. Hey, you missed this. You didn't see that the water damage was there. Well, you'll then pull out the report in front of the judge and say, Judge, this is where we are, and I complied with the InterNACHI standards and the New York State standards, and therefore I did this. I did not see this problem at the house, and therefore, and that particular problem is not covered by the inspection standards. Therefore, I'm not responsible. A hot tub, for instance, turns on and bursts a pipe and breaks and $10,000 worth of damage. Well, you put in your notes that, hi, I don't certify hot tubs. And while I filled it with a little water, we did not run it for any extensive period of time. And at the time of observation, my pictures show there was no water leak. As I said, home inspector insurance. I believe I thought it was 150, but now I think it's 250 minimum insurance for home inspectors. I'd strongly suggest not even 500,000. I would strongly suggest trying to buy a policy for $1 million. And the reason why is high-end homes, okay, very expensive homes, will not let you set foot in their house, particularly small condos. Like I did a 4-unit condo once, and they would not let me set foot in on the property for inspection unless I showed them and had them listed as a additional insured for their insurance. And why did they do that? Because I'm looking around the building. If I die while I'm looking around the building, then they would be liable. It's crazy, but that's the way the law works. So a home inspection, again, 150 per occurrence, 500 aggregate is what is required. Again, I got to double check that. And seriously suggest increasing this to $1 million, at least $1 million for liability reasons. Now we talk about tools of the trade of inspection. This is one of the great challenges. How much do you bring out on site? Do you bring very little, or do you bring all kinds of toys? There's a good argument that you could do the inspection with just your clipboard and an ice pick, maybe a very basic probing device. That said, there are measurements that are helpful to a potential buyer. So things like a probe thermometer. Oh, I would, excuse me. I think I showed this last time. The probe thermometer, in particular, and we'll see some thermal images later. Thermal cameras are really useful for finding out things that perhaps are running hot where you thought they're off, but the heat signature tells me there might be a a circuit on, or you might have thermal differentiation on the outside of the building where there might be water leaks inside the walls that you might not visually see because the paint is still hiding it. Ladders, again, it's a question. Do you have to be on roofs? No. Should you go on roofs where possible? Yes. Should you at least try to get to the edge of the roof? Yes. If you're doing, again, suburban houses, having a couple ladders is really necessary. A straight 12 or maybe a 25 footer is not a bad thing, depending on your confidence in your ability to use the ladder. And also, again, very often attics don't have a pull down. So you want to have a 6-foot ladder also, or maybe 8 feet, depending on the height. Tape measure, knife, respirator, we've all gotten, I used to talk about in class about N95 masks 3 years ago, and people were like, what's that? And I was explaining to him there's good masks that are good for dust filtration, et cetera. And of course, now we all know what they are. But respirators have two purposes. One, for instance, I'm going into an environment on Tuesday that is very, very high mold. I was there for an hour last time and my lungs were starting to hurt. In fact, that might be why my lungs aren't feeling good today. The respirators are also particularly important in crawl spaces and stuff. Moisture meters, there are times when you can check into the walls. Other things, levels, safety glasses. Now, these are a lot of toys. Do you know how to use these toys? Fine. If you're not, don't waste your money. Okay. Obviously, thermal guns, that's useless. This one is, everybody has a electronic tape. That's absolutely critical. You got to have that. Where's mine? Well, I guess mine's in my box. Oh, actually, I put the kit together today. Oops, did I have it? What I have out in the field is I have a fanny pack. I know everybody hates fanny packs, but fanny packs are smart, particularly when you're doing a long distance inspection. Let's see what I got in here. I got thermal camera, regular flashlight. I also have something, when you're walking around with somebody, it's good to explain to people. So a laser pointer is not a bad thing, right? So laser pointer is useful, but also something you also might not expect. I don't know if you can see it here. This is my weak one, but I have a much more powerful ultraviolet light. You would be amazed at what ultraviolet can tell you about a property these days. Again, safety glasses, right? There's a lot of things. You don't have to walk around the whole day with a safety glass in somebody's house. But when you're doing things like the electrical systems or the mechanical systems, this is professional, but it's also smart, okay? Especially if you're good enough to touch the panels, this is good to have, must have. What else? This is a cute little device. This is a forehead camera, or, goes on top of your, goes on your forehead. So it provides a light attached, so you don't, hands-free light. That's the weak one. I have a much more powerful one. We talked about the electric sensors, the importance of, this is a GFCI voltage tester. I can't plug it in right now, but that is important for plumbing. One of the things you might want is a magnet, a simple little magnet. And why do you care? Well, you may not be sure what the material is for the pipe. Lead, sometimes people can't tell lead and steel apart. So clearly knowing that it's magnetic, that's a good way to tell whether you're dealing with lead pipe. Is lead magnetic? No, it's not. Is lead a potential health hazard? Yes, it is. Also, quick testers. This is just a point and click. If it gets too close to an electric outlet, let's see if my phone can make it squeal. Oh, this is only detecting AC. So I guess I would have to have a power line here. Now I'm overthinking this. Point is that a basic set of sensors, particularly in the electrical chapter, are important to have. So this is some of my goodie bag that I just had out in the field the other day. Of course, my most important thing that I have for my goodie bag is my measuring tape, or the laser measure, and the 360 cameras. 360 cameras are, again, to me, the ultimate defense. And I say that because, as I said, there are, when you are looking at a house, people, they may potentially sue you. So you want to think about that. Okay, what's next? So we talked about the kit we might have. Again, mine is a pretty decent, good size fanny pack, right? Not very exciting, but I don't know. I think it was just like a leftover from a trip 10 years or something, but it's a good tool. It's a good way for getting around. And the key thing is you're just going to lose stuff as you walk around. So be careful. Plumbing risers. Again, we talk about the basics of a plumbing. This is a great diagram. And what it does is it shows you, it's a good, hold on. Zoom in on this a little bit. We think about how the water flows through the system, the very basics of the water supply coming in. What does it want to hit? It wants to hit a meter. And from the meter, it's going to probably pass through some filters. And then older houses are going to have the standard hot water heater. And those hot water heaters will power things like the fixtures, but also the dishwashers and stuff. And all these are potential problems. And then, of course, as I said, water comes in, the waste goes out. And that waste going out is needs to be managed, because if the waste flows back in, you got problems. We'll talk about this more later. Again, we look at the basic plumbing systems. As what do we think? We think about the kitchen, the bath, the service downstairs, the water heater, and then potentially the heating systems. We'll talk about that next week. But the idea very simply is somewhere in the house, they're heating the water up to be used. In this case, the managing of that waste line is very important. Understanding, excuse me, sorry about that. Understanding, where the water comes in and the water goes out. And when the water goes out, we always think about this most important thing, which is that balancing effect of water going out and waste going out, and the importance of when the water fills in the pipe, that the air is able to escape or come in to replace the water that left and went down the drain. Because if the water, as we know, if you put a finger on top of a straw, if you keep your finger on top of that straw, the water's not going to leave the straw. And that's actually, that siphoning effect is so important in design. You, as a 1 to 4 family house in New York City, you might be inspecting, obviously, a single family house, but or a single floor house, but it may be 4 or 5 or 6 stories. And the taller we go, the more impact that's going to have. As we started with the water, we start with that water coming in, we understand, we want to take a minute to understand where the water is going to go afterwards as well. This is a good diagram that's venting, that's, again, managing the air, but you think about all the different ways the water is going to come into the system. Of course, the waste lines, the sanitary line, is going to go one way, but sanitary line is down here at the bottom, and it's the lowest. But there's another one, the rainwater. Again, to date, this is one of the reasons why a lot of new buildings have to do a lot to retain rainwater on a site. I was just watching a thing last night where a city in China just got like 80 centimeters of rain. And again, an area that wasn't expecting it, they got pretty pounded. There was another video on YouTube of flash flooding in Arizona. Now that sounds like a contradiction in terms, but the reality is when water hits and it overruns the system, 2 things can happen. One, you can have damage to the building and erosion on the surface if the water isn't drained away from the house. And 2, you can have cross-contamination of waste and septic lines. in New York City, every time there's more than about an inch of rain, New York City will have run an announcement saying, well, Kitty Beach and Orchard Beach and all these different beaches are closed. And of course, the reason why they're closed is because the sanitary waste line has overflowed into the rainwater lines. Now, forgetting the city systems for a minute, let's take a look out in the suburbs. Sorry about that. In the suburbs, we have, in the book, we have what's basically explained as a typical 1970s house. Looks like the Brady Bunch or something, split foyer. And this 1970s house has, it's on a couple acres of land, so it has its own well. The well is at least 100 feet away from the septic system where the water is going to be filtering back into the ground. And this is green before green was cool. A very little amount of energy, electrical, powers the well, and the well gets water into the house. It's pumped up, and then the water slowly settles through the septic tank, through the distribution box, through the absorption trenches, and percolates back down underground. And that is actually really green because you get your water for a house with a very low impact on the environment. Very low electrical impact, and it's only a low impact if the septic system is built properly. If it's not, then it can actually cause really bad leaking and damage. Now, if you know New York City, you've probably never seen a septic system. This is actually this is a septic system under construction. The idea very simply is that the water will naturally flow from the house down into the septic system. And this is a perforated pipe. The water, the liquids will, actually the heavy solids should have been filtered out before it gets here. And then the liquids from the water runoff will come into this pipe and slowly percolate through a nice bed of gravel. And that's a good drainage. And then through that bed of gravel, it will go down into the ground and be absorbed. And then maybe a year from now, you'll pump it back up. But the idea of that water, the septic system draining out into a yard is being underground, because this is all going to get filled back over with 3 feet of soil. And again, the water's got to get in the pipe, percolate through the nice rocks that won't erode, and then you're done. Older systems you might find in a city. I found this recently. At first, I didn't realize what it was, and then I said, "Oh, stupid! It's a dry well." Well, anyway, there's lots of reasons. There are many types of things. If a property is too small to have, let's say, an absorption field like we saw, it may just have a cesspool. The cesspool is just basically an underground cavern where the sewage water is going to go in and drain down and then percolate out into the ground. Of course, it's made with stones because the water can percolate through the stones, and the stones don't need concrete or cement to hold them together. They can actually be done with gravity, so the water filters through. And the idea, again, this is a modern one where it's actually a poured concrete one. These are called dry wells, and same concept. The water pours into this dry well, and it slowly goes out to the soil and the gravel and slowly gets absorbed. In fact, the dry wells are required today in new houses in New York City, because the idea is that every house has to manage as much of the rain as possible. It used to be, hey, it rains, the rain falls down, it falls in the street, it goes to the river. That actually doesn't work anymore. Now they're saying, forget it, we want to make sure you hold that water for at least a day so the rest of the city has time to absorb. Oh, I already talked about standards of practice. Again, one of the things we want to think about the standards of practice. Do we inspect everything? No. Yeah, I made that clear earlier. What don't you inspect? Well, you don't inspect pools. And why? Hey, looks a nice place to swim. Well, because a pool is a lot more than the surface. Now, you can do the sidewalks around it to make sure there's no tripping hazards. That's fine. But the pool itself, do you want to certify the pool? You'd be an idiot unless you know what you're doing. The pools have a lot of mechanical systems hidden away things like a heater or filters and stuff, and all the pumps and motors. And if you say everything's working, and then next thing, a year later, they need a new pump, they're going to come after you. As you can see there. So other things, again, checking the sidewalk, cracked sidewalk, that's a problem. I can cover that, but not the mechanical systems. On the right side, another thing not to inspect, that is a yard sprinkler system. This is on timers and stuff, and this is a special system. That's not part of you. You can note that it's there, but you would put a note saying, have a specialist come take a look at it. And we said solar panels. Why not solar panels? Because solar panels are really there for electricians. And most importantly, solar panels are becoming a nightmare. A lot of houses are catching on fire because of solar panels. In fact, fires have become such a problem with solar panels that Walmart actually put 250 buildings, they put solar panels on the roof. But by Tesla, put the solar panels on. But the solar panels were not installed. Well, I'll leave that to the judges. It's actually in court right now. But for whatever reason, the solar panels were catching fire, and to the point where about a dozen Walmarts had pretty major fires. So Walmart actually turned off all its solar panels. It turned off the feed into the building, and with that, they are suing. I think they're still suing Tesla for $1 billion. So again, these are complex systems. A lot of things that go wrong with them. These are for specialists, and you'll just put a note. Yard sprinkler system. I can't certify that. I can do a basic checklist, maybe charge you more for that, but that's not part of the inspection. Solar panels, again, unless you're a licensed electrician, I wouldn't be touching this. Okay. Now there are solar water panels we'll see later, and those are quite useful. Okay, I found this good little list of common plumbing problems. But it's also a good time to take about a 5-minute break. So everybody mic on and tell me how you're doing so far. How we've done the first 5 minutes or the first hour. I know I started late. I apologize. Anybody want to tell me how you're doing? Ruben?
Yep, doing pretty good.
Okay. So
a lot of new information.
Okay, well, we've only started, so we'll go through it in more detail the rest of the class today. So I'm going to take 5 minutes, and you are too, and we'll get back to work. John, do you have anything to say? Oh, John just dropped out. So just a couple of small class today, so let's just keep moving. I'm going to, again, 5 minutes, I'm going on mute now.
Here, wait.
Okay, everybody, as we're going through, we talk about perhaps there's so many different things you can see and say out there. Pictures usually are going to do most of it. So I just want to go through a couple of common things as you look at a house. Remember, the importance of plumbing in particular is that let the gravity do the work. You want to be able to have the flow. Hold on for a second. Again, the flow of the water wants to go downhill. And what you don't want to see is plumbing where the water goes uphill. So this is technically it says here's some of the code insertions this one group put together. This is several of the national codes. New York City follows the international plumbing codes generally. What you want to see is smaller pipes, 1/4 inch per foot, larger pipes, what is it, eighth of an inch? It does say 16th of an inch per foot. The bottom line is the water has to move. And the smaller ones have to slope more because they can get corrosion stuff built up. That's some of the things you never want to see it going uphill. Other types of problems, what's wrong with this drain? Now there's lots of variations on this, but the biggest challenge is the S trap. We want to have water, so the water is going to stay in here and create a gap. Okay, that's going to adequately keep the pressure from building up. Here you can see here, this S trap has no vent. So where's the water going to? When the water goes down here, this air has to get displaced. So somewhere along the way, the air has to be pushed out. Here you can see here, the water is going to come down here. The trap is usually there. The water's in the trap all the time. And as water goes up and down in the main drain, it's going to get balanced by the vent stack. Without a vent stack here, the water could push back up and back into the fixture. So that's, again, big problem with unvented traps. Number 3, flat venting. This is pretty basic. The idea is that when you're doing the venting of the property, you want to make sure that the vents are going up so they'll have natural airflow. Quick comments, horizontal vent below the rim. This is another very simple example. This is often solved by air valves, but you always ask the question, if the water flushes, is it going to go to the right place? In this case, what you really want to try to avoid is like a slanted, a flat area here, because again, water and air don't like moving at right angles. Okay, you want to slope down a little bit. So when the water goes up and over, it typically drips down and out of the house. You don't want anything, so it's going to go back into the house. Typical clean outs. Now, this is another thing. You may not see the clean outs. You may see, as you're walking around, you may see access panels for clean outs. It's reasonable to open up those access panels to look at the clean outs, but don't you ever open a clean out. What you do want to see, particularly if a property smells, you want to make sure the clean outs are in a position that they are going to be able to do the job. Again, simple things. Depending on how the bends go, anytime a long length run, you want to have a clean out in the process. And of course, the main clean out of the house is there. Other aspects of plumbing, we talked about this with foundations, is you might have an inaccessible clean out. Now this one is this one's under a house. We're not going to see this too much in New York City. You will see them in upstate where there are seasonal houses, but the thing is, the clean out has to be accessible. And again, you're not getting that wrench out anyway. You're not touching this thing, but the plumber may in the future. And if there's a disaster or an emergency and the plumber can't get to the clean out, that's a big problem. Air gaps. This one's actually quite important. And I saw a kitchen recently that did this. It's really, really important that if that sink floods, the water is not going to siphon back into the fresh water. Remember, the water is potable up until that point, and after that point, it's wastewater. So if you ever got a hose or a faucet that goes really low down, they actually are a risk. Space around toilets and basins, a quick reminder. This is residential with 30 inches clear around toilets. Commercial, it's actually 36 most of the time. But again, these are some of the basic aspects of clearance around toilets. You'll see some pretty stupid stuff in my pictures. Number 9, we think about the hot water heater. Now, the funny part today is hot water heaters not going to be used much anymore. These are going to, in many ways, they're going to be going out and being replaced by new devices, but they're in most houses today. And of course, in an emergency, of course, when a hot water heater gets overpressured, the water is going to escape. The pressure relief valve is going to activate, and it's going to take the water down and take it out somewhere. Now, it may just spill onto the floor, which if there's a floor drain, that's okay. Or it may, in this case, have a long lead where it's going out into the house. Now, what's the problem? The problem is this is outside of the house now. It's winter time and you got 2 feet of snow. And what happens is that snow, let's say, or maybe flooded water could potentially siphon back in, or it could block the drainage when drainage needs to happen. And 10, inadequate combustion air, we'll talk about more later, but understanding, how does that boiler, how does any combustion device get air? Now, there's some really, really neat new devices that use so little combustion. They really burn fuel so efficiently that they use a lot less heat. But we do want to think about where's the air coming in. And so that's going to be something we're going to look at today. Heating systems we'll cover in the next chapter. But as we see, the heating systems have a lot of piping. Now, what is that pipe? Is that hot water, or is that is it a heating? Is that a heating system or a potable water system? Actually, in this case, it's you see the potable water tank over here, and it's going around, versus this system here, which is a copper pipe system for heating water. You can tell by that red check valve. So actually, you're looking at 2 different types of pipes here, and I want you to start kind of being a little bit of an investigator as you look at pipe systems. This whole pipe system here, that's actually for heating, not for plumbing water. Again, one of the things I like to do is put in these images of complex basements, which you're going to see all the time, and you ask yourself, what is this? What is this? Well, this is actually a very nice boiler system here, right? That is heating. Oh, you can see the natural gas coming in. That's the heat supply. Black pipe's natural gas. We get the copper pipe going out, and it looks like that's the spine to the heating system for the house. But what they don't show you here is actually there's a coil inside of here that, although it never touches the heating water, that coil inside has water that's going over to this water tank. Sometimes the water tank doesn't have any combustion because it's actually sharing the boiler. Quick reminder, well, we'll talk about these. Again, heat steam systems, steam versus, again, what we saw here is we saw gas coming in and a hot water system going out. We know it's hot water, mostly because it's copper, and because copper, to make copper thick enough for a steam system, it gets very expensive. We'll come back to this later. AC systems we're going to look at, and again, they have their own pipes. They have, in some cases, air conditioning systems can be inside of a house or outside of a house, and they, again, this is again a totally independent system of refrigerant flowing through these 2 lines, and it's not water. Water heaters. We'll go through, of course, getting water heated is kind of tough. In this case, you might have the simplest solution, which is a number of tanks put together. And for this is a large building, let's say one tank per apartment. What I don't like here, by the way, is that these are combustion tanks, they're natural gas tanks. And all of these are combusting into one plenum. And that's really, really scary. Because if let's say this one's off and this one's on, the fume is actually going to go up here into the plenum and then back down and backdraft into an alternate one. This is a pretty good diagram. I hope let me make it a little larger. The diagram is a typical water heater. Okay, what are you doing for inspection? You're looking at the water heater and saying, is it corroded? Is it, are the safety devices in place? Does it have proper fuel? Is the gas burner putting out good good quality gas? Are we getting blue gas down here instead of red and blue? Let's talk about what a water heater does. We'll do this several times. We talk about a hot water heater. Water comes into the house, it gets filtered. I'm really big on filtering, and the water heater is one of the biggest reasons why you should filter your water, because the water coming in, if it has lots of minerals still in it, the minerals will go in and either corrode or build up in the tank, and it'll quickly shorten the life of a tank. New York City is pretty good on that because, again, the water's in pretty good shape, pretty soft, and because of that, water heaters do last a pretty good time. I've found people with 20-year-old water heaters that were doing fine. But in other areas like upstate where you have hard mineral content, the hot water heater will, the pipes will filled up with junk. The anode, there's a sacrificial anode somewhere along the way. It will get dissolved. And but the idea is the water comes into the bottom, goes all the way down through to the bottom, spreads out, and it gets near the heater. The heater heats up the water. Now, the heater is heating the bottom of the pan, but of course, the fumes of the heater are going up through the center. Of course, that's air only, right? That's combustion air, and then it's combustioning outside the house. Another view on water heaters. Again, gas and oil are, two of the materials, gas, oil, electric, are different methods of doing tankless or doing heaters. A tankless water heater is actually not a fuel type. It is a design type. Tankless water heaters usually are powered by gas or electricity, and they have an advantage. They don't have a tank. Because they don't have a tank, they can be more efficient. I mean, when you leave a house in the morning, you might be gone for 15 hours. You want the hot water to be running for 15 hours? That's not very efficient. Solar hot water heater. Again, we'll talk about that a little later. That's just not really part of your inspection. Really, you just look for leaks. It's pipes that run in many different ways around a building. So here's another diagram of instead of a gas hot water heater, this is a electric gas water heater. Some of the key elements and parts. What do we have? Of course, the cold water comes into the tank. In this case, comes all the way down the bottom. And because hot water rises, so the cold air at the bottom passes over these electric heating elements, and then rises up. And it bubbles up to the top of the hottest, and at there's a thermostat here that's okay. I'm up to 120 degrees. Click, turn it off. 110 degrees. So that switch turns off the heat when it gets to the point where you need it. Another thing I mentioned on the last one, but here's a good picture of it. We obviously have hot and cold water in. We also have a thing down in the pipe called the sacrificial anode. And the sacrificial anode is a piece of metal that just really dissolves and falls apart. But what it does is it absorbs the negative ions that are in the water so that they don't rot the tank. So the anode actually, again, you probably won't have to touch this. If you do feel comfortable with it and you're able to, you could, in theory, pick this up, but most of the time, this is a job for a plumber, okay? Again, in this case, 2 big electric panels, that's probably 40 amps of service to heat the water. That's gonna be the future, although we probably won't do tanks. One of the advantages of the hot water system, of course, is when a system like this is much less expensive than a just-in-time or tankless water heater. But again, its problem is that it keeps water hot when you don't need it. But just like a thermos jug, the insulation on a typical tank is built in, and very often people will put another layer of insulation on the outside as well. Now, as we talked about, the water comes in cold, it rises up. As it rises up, the water level gets higher and higher, and the water goes up to the thermostat. So the warmest water hits the thermostat, and you know that you've got 120 degrees, and the thermocouple then turns off the electricity coming in. Now, from that, as I said, if it gets too hot, it keeps going. Let's say this thermostat breaks. Then this thing keeps heating and heating and heating and heating. You got a bomb in your basement. So again, as I said, to prevent that, the TPR, the temperature pressure relief valve, is there to flip the switch and let the water, in this case, just flow down to the floor. And that's better than having the thing blow up, basically. Another thing you see here is the drain valve. At the bottom of most water heaters, there's a drain valve these days. And the reason why is, as I said, there's a lot of corrosion that goes on in these tanks. This should be drained a little bit, like once a month, but nobody ever does it. I was amazed once when I opened a drain valve, and it probably ran 5 gallons of almost solid rust. And that's because the tank was 20 years old. And in fact, the rust was just building up and building up on the ground, on the bottom of the tank. We'll see that in a minute. Again, as we said, other types of water heaters, this is a wall-mounted tankless water heater. Now today, these are not only used as water heaters, they're also used as boilers. With the new, more efficient buildings, in fact, you actually need much less energy to heat and cool them. So you do want to, if you see these, keep an eye out for them when you're doing your inspection. It's actually a sign that 2 things. One, the plumbing's been replaced recently. 2, the person owning the house is one of 2 things. 1, he's really cheap, or 2, he's really trying to stay ahead of the curve. Again, this is going to be required in the large part of stuff. This one won't be allowed soon because it's actually a gas burner. And again, New York City is crazy about gas. So they're mind-blowingly, even though we have 500 years of gas nearby, they're shutting off the gas. Again, politics is what they are. It's, all you can do is, we don't make policy. We just try to adapt to it as home inspectors and architects, et cetera. What else do we want to talk about here? Again, the gas line. What different services do you think about here? We look at, of course, this, just you can tell by the color coding, right? That is, the blue is the pump for the cold water coming in, and excuse me, that pump is, when water is demanded from one of the fixtures in the house, or simply because the water out, right? The water out, the pressure goes down, which means they need to put some more water in the system. So it turns on the cold water, pumps it in, incinerates it in this tank, and then ships the water out through the hot line out. By the way, a lot of people are uncomfortable with this PEX material. It's a plastic polyethylene extruded. It actually is allowed to hold hot water. It is becoming very common in the country. However, it is not allowed in many multifamily houses, 3 and 4 and above houses. So if you inspect, I recently did this, I inspected a 3-family house. and the guy was using Westchester contractors. So they put the whole house with PEX. And I had to tell him, look, I can't sign this job off because you're not allowed in a 3-family house in New York City. You're not allowed to use plastic pipes. Quite a challenge. And it cost him another $5,000, but he made it back. The prices are going through the roof. Again, water heaters, things that can go wrong with water heaters. Let's take a look. Now, the one on the left is just a lot of corrosion. It's corroded. The tank is corroded so badly, the paint is peeling off. I mean, heck, this thing could break and leak at any time. So this one's pretty much shot. All you can do is, this is a repair or replace. You know, this is a look, by the general look of the color, it's probably a 20-year-old fixture, when the average hot water heater has a 8 to 12-year lifespan. So that's another good clue. Here we go on the right. This is, again, a lot of water corrosion from wherever in the building, but it is much, obviously, the as you can see by the blue dot, that the blue dot is the water supply coming in, and this is the water line coming out. So you got the hot water going up out into the house, but something's very wrong with this amount of corrosion. And as you can see, the water's been pouring down along the pipes from maybe condensation or whatever, and that corrosion is actually a threat to the boiler, the water heater. Okay, other fixtures and things we think about. Well, this is the kitchen and bathroom. We'll talk about that more next week. Back to the inspecting the plumbing system. As I said, being methodical is the key, okay? We want to be able to walk through a house or property and consistently map everything, and so we don't miss anything, or when we have to go back to cross-index, we'll see what we do. For instance, you know, this is the second floor tub. On the ceiling of the first floor tub, we see some water damage. So, you know, we want to go take a look and see if there are other signs back up there. Again, each fixture has 4 items going into it: hot and cold, waste lines with a trap, and then most importantly, the vent stack that balances that air. As you can see, the vent stack is balancing the water here right at the level of, you know, further up in the house. And why is it at that level? Because actually the toilets, the top toilet, it's going to use that as an air gap, and it's going to balance on that point. What else? Actually, see everything here. Again, what do we got? We have, one more time, the kitchen, the various bathrooms, and I would add also wet bars and things like that. I was surprised in a commercial inspection. I saw a relatively common thing now. I saw a water line going up into a room, and my friend was like, "What's that? Why is there water up here?" And I said, "Oh, that's the water line for the water cooler. The property has a water cooler, and the cooler had been taken away, but the water line was still there." So again, lots of different types of fixtures. Let's keep going. Again, the plumbing system, water comes in. We get the meters. Let's jump ahead to the meters a bit. So a typical water supply. I've talked about this already, which is water supply has to be potable coming in. Now, I've traveled, been a lot of different places in the world where the hotel says water is not potable. That's what it is. But in the United States, it's required to be potable as it comes into the water, whether it be from your well or from your city water. Excuse me. By the way, for your reference, New York City just put out its report on the quality of its water, and it is still fantastic. It's actually quite remarkable how good it is. And but that said, cities like Elmont, I don't know if Elmont uses any of New York City's water. I think they have their own aquifer and wells that pump up their water. I don't believe they have a reservoir, but the point is, water is going to come from somewhere. Again, let's think about this main entrance to the house. If you're lucky, there might be a box in the yard, which is a shutoff. If not, usually down underground, you will actually, I take it back. This is a sprinkler connection. this looks weird because the connection is actually above ground. And this yard sprinkler connection is above grounds for access. And of course, though, it is the key thing with a sprinkler system is, of course, to have it built with PVC or PEX so that it won't freeze in the wintertime. And obviously, your job as a homeowner is to make sure there's no water in these sprinklers during the wintertime. Okay, back to the water supply entrance. Here's this is a picture of the outside of the house where we're looking at that yard sprinkler system again. But the idea, of course, is the water is going to come in. This is, from the city water supply. It's going to come in out on the sidewalk. Very often there is a box that it's openable up, and then 4 feet down there is the connection or a little valve that lets water into your house. And that valve has a second purpose, unfortunately, which is if your house has problems or doesn't pay its water bills or maybe unfortunately gets into a fire, then they will cut the service to the house out of the street. And again, we think about that ground versus the yard and who owns it. In this case, the water is controlled by the city up to the property line and then in. Let's keep moving. Of course, once it comes in the house, as you can see, it passes through a sleeve and then it goes up the sleeve up to the main on-off switch and the meter. Again, so as you do with every property, you're going to locate the main service line. That box out on the street is a good telltale for you as to where you're going to find that water inside the building. Is the main service pipe coming in, is it made of lead? These are sprinkler lines, and sprinkler lines are relatively new. So usually they're made of this PEX. It's like purple pipe. I think it's PVB or PEX. So you're going to find the water meter, you're going to find that main service coming in, and you're going to look at the meter, make sure it's okay. Note if there's a pressure reducing valve. Now that is a valve, as we're going to see, the PRV is a valve that if sometimes the city water is really powerful, it's coming in at like 200 PSI. Well, that sucks. It's too powerful. And in fact, it'll break all your pipes. So you want to use that pressure reducing valve to step down from maybe it's 60 sometimes, it's 200 sometimes. You want to be able to prevent that super pressure from damaging your house. Again, so we get into the entry, we find that main shutoff valve and examine its condition. In some unfortunate cases, there may not be a main shutoff valve, but in the New York region, for the most part, in the last several years, most buildings have had to be upgraded because the utilities are putting in smart meters. So anytime they put in a smart meter, they'll have a shutoff on either side. Of course, the water supply of New York City and many towns in the region, if it doesn't come from a well, it's going to come from an aquifer, or excuse me, a reservoir at an aqueduct. Most people don't ever recognize these, but all around New York City has these little drinking water stations. And you can kind of see there, it's exactly what it says, drinking water sampling station. And you can open up, the DEP personnel come, open up the door, and they test the water. I was actually, yesterday, I walked about 10 miles. I was hiking all over the place. And one of the things I did was the New York City summer streets, which if you've never done it is insanely cool. They basically block off Park Avenue all the way down to City Hall. And it's about a 6-mile walk. And this year, maybe 10,000. Last year, 2 years ago, maybe 50,000 people did the walk. But all along the walk, the city had hydration stations set up. And the hydration stations were New York City water that was being taken literally directly from a fire hydrant, and that's considered potable water. And that's an interesting statement about how clean, how good, and how much water is available in New York City. Now, as you may know, water is one of the biggest issues in the world today, right? From flooding in China to an incredible drought in the American West, and of course to wildfires. And if you didn't see the one in Greece last night, my goodness, what a tragic fire. Anyway, I mentioned these because I want to make sure to think about, the water supply that makes a city work. The Oroville Dam, some of the largest dams in California are now shut because their reservoirs are so almost completely empty. They turned off the Oroville power station last night. Again, in this area, we take for granted the fact that we have a pretty huge amount of clean and abundant water for irrigation, et cetera. It's hard to describe how big a deal that is. In fact, some of the richest men in the world are buying up all the farmland in the United States, knowing that farmland in much of the rest of the world is either bad water or badly polluted. In China, for instance, 83% of the crops, 83% of the farmland where they grow crops is considered permanently polluted. So you're eating a nice rice cake with a nice dose of dioxin in it. Be a little gross, but I'm very real. And by the way, I had some really good rice cakes in Flushing last night, so go figure. Anyway, I joke about that, but water supply is so critical. In fact, in New York City, if you don't have, well, in any city, all over all New York State, if you do not have a potable water supply, with very few exceptions, you're not allowed to have the house. You're not allowed to live in the house. Water and, electricity you can live without, but water you got to have. And the state will interfere and say, look, if you don't have healthy water, we got a problem. And of course they do that because they dealt with so many deaths because of water poisoning. It's August, so in fact, upstate in Florida, it's really bad with the red tide, but lake pollution is also a big challenge this time of year. And sometimes your main water supply for an entire city can be shut off. This is a reminder again of potable versus non-potable water. Again, the water comes in, as I said, whether it comes from your well or it comes from city supply, it's going to get filtered and then it's going to go out and get used, sinks and kitchens and baths, etc. Then a lot of this water may come in parallel. Certain parts of your building may not have, they may be hooked up to a different water supply. This is something you're going to see more and more, where in this case, the water supply for things like washing your toilets or flushing your toilets, this water is actually maybe coming from water that was what's called gray water, rainwater or gray water recycling and harvesting. This is actually a pretty big deal for, believe it or not, office buildings. Some of the largest office buildings today are working really hard to find ways to reuse their rainwater. So, a good rainstorm gives them, $100 worth of water. And if they pump it back in the system, they don't save very much. But what they do is by recycling and retaining the water, they are preventing an overflow or worse, a major flood. If you guys didn't see the images of that subway tunnel flooding in China last week, it'll break your heart. People were standing in water as it was rising up to their heads. And obviously the guy who took the video got out, but by some analysis, several hundred, if not several thousand people did not get out. Pretty brutal. So again, we think about the cities having to manage water. Back in the day, a city like New York City, when it rained, the water washed down to the river, or it stayed around in swamps, places like the 5 Point Swamp, the Harlem Swamp up in all along what is today the Harlem River. But before it was the Harlem River, it was actually huge amounts of swampland. There was a river that actually ran all the way across about 100th Street from the east side all the way to the west side of Manhattan. And I mention these because, again, that managing that runoff is a very big deal in New York City, but it has just as big an impact on suburban locations. So you may see things like these gray water systems, even in houses today. Now we talked about the original supply of the house. The water comes in. The water meters may be in different places. It may be, sometimes the water meter will be out in the street, not very often. But the main comes in, and then there's a curb valve, again, as I said, where they can switch it off as the water comes in. And then once it comes in, of course, the water is in this case, it's coming through the wall, the water will have a valve on either side and then a meter. And why does it have a valve on either side? The valve on either side is because at some point along the way, the meter might break. In fact, the meters do die. They have like a 10-year lifespan. So, or 20, with all the electronics, they change it every couple of years. So the idea is, if you ever do need to replace the meter, you don't have to cut and, do all the damage to the piping system. Here, you just shut both valves, take the meter out, put a new meter in, do the extensions, and voila, you're done. Just as we can have a meter coming through the sidewall, you could also, of course, have a meter that stubs up through the floor. Again, these are yard ones. Let's see what else we might see. This is a diagram for a water surface, something you might see out is pretty common. What this here is now these symbols are for valves. Ball valve is the turning valve. We'll get to some pictures in this in a minute, but let's follow the logic here rather than the diagram. What we're talking about is the water supply coming into a home. Now, every couple of months or every couple of years, you might have to replace the filters, or you might have to replace the valves or meters. So here's what you do. You have in this case, you have a bypass. So, hey, I got to turn the water off for 3 hours. No, you can't turn it off. Okay. So I'm going to activate the ball valve bypass, turn on the bypass, and the water is going to flow here and around. I missed my pressure tank, but at least I still have some pressure, some water in the house. Now, ultimately, what normally runs, you turn off the bypass. Again, the ball valve comes in, and then you have a coupling for where the meter or whatever this is runs. This is actually an inline pump. This is for areas you'll see a meter, but you also see a pump inline, because that's going to be pushing the water into the house. This is also a diagram you'll see out in wells, where sometimes the well pump is above ground and you'll see it pushing through. Again, more check valves on either side. There's a pressure tank to make sure that this acts like a shock absorber. If the water comes in too fast, it kind of slows it down. And when it slows it down, it actually goes all the way to, there's a pressure sensor, because remember, this thing starts pumping, it's going to increase the pressure. But when the pressure gets too high, the pressure sensor says, hey, stop pumping. Okay. Then, of course, we go to that pressure relief valve. So no matter what happens, it's only going to exit from the pump at, let's say, 80 PSI, nothing more. More than that, the water is going to spill on the floor. So again, we've got sensors pushing the power, a bypass system here, and again, then going back into the house. Well, as we know, DEP has electronic water meters. There used to be people who were meter maids, and they'd go around, or men, I don't know, but they would go around and they would go into the basement of a house and check the water usage so they could bill. Obviously, about 10, 15 years ago, they set up Wi-Fi meters, and they now make it very easy for DEP to just kind of drive around and say, this is what you owe. But it was very important because now every house has to have a meter. In fact, every apartment has to have a meter. And the reason why they did that is because there were actually millions and millions of gallons of water around New York City, if not billions, that were going out in leaks. Just one guy he had a house and he got like a $20,000 bill for water. And of course, it wasn't that he was using the water, it's just there was a leak nearby. This guy right here on the top right is replacing a meter. It's got an old nasty meter, it's definitely corroded and stuff. It's a leather washer. I don't think I've ever seen leather washers in I don't know if they make them anymore, who knows. But the idea is that, again, you turn off the valve on both sides, you unscrew the meter, and then you put a new meter in, screw it back in, and then open the valves up again, and you're going. On the right side, this is a typical floor-mounted meter. It's nothing fancy. I mean, the water's coming in. Anybody see what that is right there? I don't know if you know it, but that right there is the bulb of a lead pipe. Okay, so we got a lead pipe, a lead master shutoff valve, and then it goes to the meter and then up into the house with newer piping. So this guy's actually got lead supply at his house. Not good. Again, we talked about that meter coming in. A couple of things are happening here. There's an electrical ground that's very frequently on the underground wires like this, underground pipes. Oh, excuse me. If it's a copper pipe, sure, definitely have an underground wire because it'll ground an electric shock from the house. Obviously, you don't want a ground wire going to a plastic pipe. And that wouldn't work real well. So here we see the same thing. We see the water coming in from the ground. Then there's a valve that's in pretty bad shape. That valve would be turned off, and that would shut all the water down to the house. And then you turn the other side off so the water doesn't rush back in. And then once you turn those two valves on or off, then you can disconnect this meter, which, as you can see, is coming in, up and around, and then up into the house. It's kind of creative plumbing on the guy's thing. But again, the idea is that there's a gate valve on either side, or a ball valve, either one, either side of the a meter or any device that needs to be replaced. And you're gonna, again, are you gonna operate these gate valves? No. Okay, you're observing. I would observe, for instance, that this one is heavily corroded and house main shutoff valve appears corroded, may need replacement. To do that, you actually have to shut the water off at the street and, do your work and then run it up again. This one's an expensive fix. This one's cheap because in this case, you just turn off the water here and, then you do this. In fact, this valve has probably never been replaced because A, it's so old, and B, it's very difficult to replace. And this one's probably been replaced a couple times with each new meter. Let's talk about gas for a minute. Gas is, well, there's several types of gas, but what I refer to primarily is utility, low pressure cooking gas. I think it's 0.5 pounds per square inch. But the cooking gas is, again, same thing. It comes, this is not new. They've been doing this for 100 years. They have pretty good confidence in it. Why do they have gas? Because houses used to be powered by gas, one. Two, electricity only until recent years was just way, 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 way too expensive to heat your house. Well, I give it to Elon Musk. He heats his house with electricity, but his electricity, the heat in his house is actually from a Bitcoin mining rig. So that's the electricity he uses to generate heat in his house. That's not too good in the summer, though. Again, this gas mounted here, I got a couple problems with this mount. One, it looks like it's bent, and I do see some corrosion around it. That's not unreasonable. Because mainly this is maintained by the gas utility. So I know that they have people looking at it to make sure it's safe. Okay. But this may have recently been pulled down. So maybe that's something to report. On the inside of the house, again, this is rubble, stone, and brick foundation. So that's a 100-plus-year-old house. And in looking at that, you are, what would I say? A lot of the brackets here are to make sure it becomes extremely rigid. You don't ever want the gas pipes to bend or twist or whatever. So there's that big bracket up there that makes it happen. And again, the heaviest steel is used because of the importance of the cast iron the gas pipe not being damaged. A couple more views on the left. Again, I'd be nitpicking if I said, leaf buildup around gas meter. But honestly, that's the kind of nitpicking I like to do. Again, this is an old meter, and I'd put a general recommendation to In fact, in my exterior investigation, I already told them I can't fully inspect the outside of this house because there's huge piles of leaves all the way around the house. I need to be able to see the exterior walls. And in this case, I need to know that, again, I'm not going to bring a rake with me, but I need to know that there's no damage here from this constant buildup of soil. If you don't know, oak trees in particular are incredibly acidic. There's one plant in Manhattan, I think that's the ginkgo biloba tree. And yes, it's not a medicine, it's a tree also. But the berries from that car are just incredibly acidic. But so again, you don't want to have any ground contact for the most part. This one's nice, it's in a little cabinet. I wouldn't have expected to look in that cabinet until I saw the line going up here. And again, what's that line? That's the gas line, gas supply and electric meter. Now, this is something you don't see in New York City, which is gas being run on the outside of the building, but you may see different things upstate. Okay. Another view of the gas coming in. This is the gas switches are, first of all, they're very low. Gas lines are low pressure. Okay, so gas moves through, but not as strong as water. So in this case, we see the gas switch, and this is a good way to tell it's gas. It's got those little pin. Very frequently, they have these little pin switches on them because it needs so little to turn it. But just as water has a pressure relief and pressure regulating valve, gas also has a pressure regulating valve. You know, if the gas rushes through too fast, it may go out and cause real problems in the system. A couple of years ago in Boston, I think it was 2018, all of a sudden, it was a normal June day, and like 50 fires, 50 houses burst into flames. And what had happened was somebody had turned up the gas pressure for some accidental reason from like 0.5 to 100, or no, 50, I think it was. So, 100 times the normal gas pressure. So all of a sudden, all these houses in the entire city started having a huge push of gas. And you can imagine if you're cooking something and all of a sudden 10 times, 100 times more gas comes out. So that regulator is there to prevent overflow or too much input. As you can see, it's got a primary, once it gets past the regulator, you're only getting at 0.5 pounds per square foot. Then you are dropping down the main line. And the main line, one of them is go to the furnace, primary furnace cutoff. Another one is branching off to go to the water heater, still down in the cellar. And again, this little line right here, I don't know, maybe that goes to a gas boiler or something. So these are, this is the ductwork for a air furnace in the background. Gas meters, again, more images, we think about them. If you're in apartment buildings, you should ideally see a gas meter for every apartment and then one for the common areas. So that'll, again, it's a common thing to look at. Again, are they hanged properly? Are they loose? Of course, they shouldn't be. I get really worried if a gas meter were loose. I think I'd get out of there. Lots of different things to say. Now back to the water meter for a minute. Now, one of the things and you don't do this with a gas meter, the water meter very frequently functions as the grounding wire for the house. And because of that, you have a jumper wire that is passing over, a regular wire that is grounding to the copper. And then once it gets near the meter, electricity can't really pass through a meter because it'll destroy the meter and potentially work as a capacitor and jam it up. And so that would make the electricity stay and cause damage. So in this case, the static overflow goes around the meter and then back down. But of course, it wouldn't matter if it goes down around the meter and this valve is lead, because if this valve is lead, then it doesn't conduct. Pressure, water. Again, as I said, with gas, the same thing can happen with water, where the city might, or your pump well at a septic system in a well house, you may hit a new water supply on a well, or the city may set the pressures incorrectly, or you just may be in an area that gets really high pressure. In New York City, all the water moves with no pumps or anything. It's just all gravity fed. So if you live in an area, for instance, let's say Cypress Hills in Brooklyn or Park Slope in Brooklyn, the water is coming down to the bottom of the hill, and you may need boosters to get it up to you on the hill. Again, water pressure surges are protected by this. This is, again, a pressure relief valve, and its job is to prevent the water coming in from not getting too powerful. Now, lead. We talked a minute ago about lead pipes and how it might be bad. These are some examples of lead pipes. Now, these look pretty different. So how do you tell? Well, you start, for instance, on the left. This is a classic lead fixtures, pretty much everything lead. What they literally, when they would connect these lines, they would just basically take a blowtorch and melt the lead until they had a nice round connection. Now, this actually worked for 100 years, but as we probably know, the lead is be considered a pretty hazardous substance these days. This is like a combination where you got galvanized pipe, you can tell that by its rust, as well as lead in what looks like the valve. So again, you have lots of different ways that lead might come up at you. This is another good type of image of the waters. Again, your first concern, follow the water into the building, right? Checked on the outside, check to the inside. This is a very instructive diagram because what it shows is what I believe is a PVA or PVB pipe. In this building's modern, right? How do we know it's modern? One, the oxidation on the wood is not very strong. Two, if you look carefully, the concrete here is formwork, is a formwork trace. So that means this building was built, from the 60s on. So it's a big plus for modernization. But now let's look at the water supply itself. We know it's pretty new, and sure enough, they actually have the primary water supply of this city, or this house, the primary water supply of this house is a blue pipe. It's usually PV or PVB, and that pipe is a plastic pipe. Can you drink out of it? Yes. Okay. Now it comes up, makes its turn, and then it gets to the main house shutoff. Okay. The main house shutoff. Where does it go from there? As you can see, they put a wood bracket, and that's just to make sure they can have a good anchoring to tie it into the concrete. One of the problems with concrete is it's pretty hard to nail into it. So that's the master switch, and further up, you'll see more switches. Okay, plumbing inspection. What are we looking at? This is kind of a doomsday picture, and some of the things that can go wrong. On the left side, again, it is a melted, a joint with kind of like a melted amount of lead on it. Comes up. Well, also, look carefully. Oops, look over here. The lead supply, you see the grounding wire right there? The grounding wire, luckily, doesn't try to go over the lead. They know the lead pipe is there. And grounding doesn't work in lead because lead's non-conductive. So in this case, one thing they did do right is that they actually put a wire tab so they could ground wires, right? Because again, the lead wouldn't get there. So on the right side, same challenge, older pipes, lead coming up into the house. First thing you got is that emergency shutoff, of course. Then as the water flows in, what do we got? Oops, there's a bunch of lead here. And it looks like, I'm not sure why. No, it is lead all the way in. So this is lead coming in. I don't see why that grounding wire is touching lead. That scares me. But again, the grounding wire has to get to earth, which means from the electrical system panel box down through the house and out to a grounding cable in the line. So again, we look at these different connections, these compression fittings. You got to see these more. I've got some pictures we'll get to in a minute. Now, again, this one on the lead on the left side, what's going on there? Well, the pipe stubbing up from the ground is lead. You can tell by the kind of the bulbous connection here. That pipe's a real problem. Why? Because it is, again, going to be your water supply is coming lead. But you also see what's done right is, well, not really right. You've got a jumper that jumps over the meter, but then as it jumps over the meter, it's going to come down. The electric shock would come down around the meter, but then they would hit lead pipe, and that would make it useless. So you literally might have lightning off of this outlet when a major strike hits. On the right side is an example of a lead pipe that is just really kind of sitting on the side of a building. It's just like attached to a side, and it's in terrible condition. And again, how can you tell it's lead? Non-magnetic. This is a good way to do it. This is a lead up close and personal. On the left side is typically a brass valve, right? So you can see this copper patina on the outside, and then they would just melt a lead pipe next to it. As you can see here, see a couple things. One, the lead is attached to the valve. Two, the lead is orange stained inside, which means they are going through areas. The lead is in an area that gets a lot of iron waste. On the right side, I think I mentioned this in a previous class, this is several lead pipes that were being pulled out of a building, and in replacement, they're putting some new heavy-duty copper pipes in for service of the building. This building happened to be a Starbucks, and I happened to be walking home from the street. I was walking home at night, about 2 o'clock in the morning when I saw this. I snapped a shot. And again, it's a reminder that the people in the Starbucks have been drinking a little extra spice in their coffee in the previous weeks. Now, believe it or not, lead has a very long history. It's actually very easy to mine. And the Romans used it way back in the day. In fact, the very name of lead is plumbum, right? Go figure, weird name. It's been, as I said, mined for over 2,000 years. And in plumbum, of course, being the genesis of plumbing. And as you can see, these pipes were very important, and very wealthy people wanted to have pipes for their baths and stuff like that. So in fact, it's ironic. You actually see this one on the left. This is actually stamped by Emperor, I forget, a 2nd or 3rd century emperor in Europe. And that stamp shows that they were, that the lead was being used for them, but it also tells you that it's maybe 2,000 years old. Okay, here's another. This is the right way to do a plumbing water heater. Again, what do we have? We have copper pipe, yay. So we've seen copper. Where's the water coming in? We'll try. I think it's going this way. So the water's coming into the house. You got the master switch, the ball valve, turn the ball valve, right? The ball valve, you just turn it 90 degrees and it shuts it off. Then you get a pressure reducing valve. So just as the water comes in, it's immediately stepped down to, let's say, 60 or 70 PSI. So it doesn't burst the pipes. So you've immediately stepped it down. Now, only after that is it going to the meter. So the meter then kicks in and figure out how much to bill you. Then the dual check valve. What's that for? The check valve's purpose is for water to flow this way and never turn around and flow back. And that's what a check valve is for. Again, the ball valve is what we see over here on the left, and that ball valve is again, a quick handle to turn things. There's another shot of a water supply. This is a typical older water supply, and the good news is it doesn't have lead. The bad news is it obviously is corroded, and chances are the pipes are full of crap. The meter looks very old. The good news is it's properly grounded. You got, again, the electricity would come down this line and then jump, because there's a meter here, the electricity should jump around the meter and then go down to the ground. So we like grounding. Again, the key thing here, a couple of thoughts. Stubs up from the ground. You got a big round valve. You actually, to change this, there's your shutoff valve here and a shutoff valve up there. Again, we talk about potable and non-potable. This is a real-time photo of what this system might look like, where this is water that, in this case, the water is being used in the boiler. So that's non-potable water. And having the separation would be quite important. Again, booster pumps are very common, as we saw. Let's say you want to pump up a hill or something. This is one of the challenges you have. Supply systems. Now, as I said, part of the INTRNACHI or the general standard of practice is you're not required. So there's two things that are here, really three things that are not required to be inspected. One is the switching and control station for the yard sprinkler system. On the right side, on the top, that's a typical water system. As you can see, it's inline. I don't like this, by the way, because the inline water has no separate valve. I don't know why that's the case, but I guess they're pretty confident. But without valves right there, without valves here and here, they would have a very hard time replacing this water filter. I guess they think the product is perfect and it'll last forever. Again, back to supply filtration, we talk about the importance of water coming in, going to the hot water heater. Actually, first, the water is pressured up. So we talk about sometimes the water is too high a pressure, and that's what the pressure relief valve is for. The opposite is when there's not enough pressure. When it comes up the well, it's only at 15 psi. Well, that's not even going to go upstairs. So you've got to figure out a way to, in this case, the water comes in, it gets pressurized in a tank, and that pressurization shoots the water out to, again, salt and the brine filters. And then after that, it shoots it up into the property. By the way, anybody recognize what device is this? It's what we got? We got an oil. I want to say oil, but I want to say natural gas. I don't see the natural gas line here. Of course, what we've got on the top here is we've got a special impeller that helps you move the air and get started so that you never have a backdraft within your building. On the right side, this is down in the basement of a property, same thing. The water comes in. I think the water's coming in this way. Water comes in, it's got on-off switches. You got the ball joint valves will do it here. And as I said, when you're replacing the filter for an hour or so, you disconnect here at these switches, but the water keeps flowing around the bypass and then out into the house. Now, water supply systems have some common traits. The goal is, like electricity, you don't want the water to flow backwards. So this is what's called a double check valve. They have a lot of different names, but the idea very simply is that the water comes into your house, and if it wants to go back, these valves have flippers inside that'll turn off. Now, the problem with this, by the way, is that these flippers only last like 5 years. So you got to replace them. Water, again, another look at water filtration. You're not going to use it officially. You definitely have to understand it, though. And the idea is the water comes in, it's going to pass through softeners, salt, and then after that, it is going to get pressurized, and then from that pressurization, it'll get shot up into the house. I know, so exciting. Here's a couple more examples. Same thing. The softeners, softeners are in place. Where's the water coming in? This one has a couple of interesting things. First of all, excuse me. As the water comes in, it's actually being treated by an ultraviolet system. Now that's become much, much more popular in the last year or so. Obviously with COVID, people have a lot of UV flashlight. Now, it's not a flashlight here. This is a more sophisticated bulb and a system. It's treating the water. Now, in fact, this is how New York City works. New York City, not a tiny little box like this, but all of New York City water passes through an ultraviolet system up in the Bronx when it comes into New York City. So hopefully everything you're drinking is dead. But again, water filtration, as I said, is a specialist. I'll go back to these. This is well water a little bit. Let's get to well water. Actually, let me just stretch for 1 minute. I'll be right. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry, everybody. Had to get another drink of water. Trying to keep the throat clear. Just taking a break real fast. Anybody have any questions so far? How are we doing? Everybody is still there? Okay. Well, as we go through, we do want to look at well water systems. The water wells are, again, very common upstate. But in fact, entire cities use well water in New York City. Hi, Jerry. Thank you. What we'll find in upstate or in many places in New York City where a community well might be done. Now, if there are community wells, they have to be monitored for pollution quite intensely because really, like I said, water pollution really kills a lot of people. So let's take a look at a typical well. There's a bunch of different ways to do this, but the general idea is you got to bring the water from up above, from below ground, pump it up by either a submersible or a jet pump. The water comes up. It's got a cutoff here. That's now introducing a sampling valve. You want to be able to test your water. In fact, the city has to test the water because they want to know that you're drinking safe stuff because they don't want to pay for your hospital visit. Another thing they do is they check the pressure gauge. So as the water comes in, let's say your aquifer is part dry, this thing will be pumping, and you might only get like 20 psi coming up the pipe. Well, at that point, what you're going to do is the pressure is low, so the water is going to build up in a pressure tank, and again, they'll pressurize that with the pump, and then from the pump side out, it's going to be regular pressure. But like I said, you might have to run the pump 5 times as long, and that's one of the reasons why you want storage. If you are in an area where your pump really has to work hard, then you want to perhaps have a pretty big storage tank to go with it. Again, typical water pressure between 40 to 60 psi, and if you want, it's not unreasonable if the owner doesn't mind, if you attach a water pressure valve right here. Usually the sampling valve, sometimes it has screws on it, and you can attach a gauge to do the water pressure. But again, the idea is the water pumps up, comes in, master shutoff, sampling valve. You need another valve. You need another shutoff here, probably for these devices, maybe not. And then out into the house. Here's a good image of one. I found this one was good. This is actually like the back shed of a guy's house out in a farm. And as we see, the water is coming up from the well here. And you can see you got the master switch and the backflow preventer, very important. Although that's a single, which is not good. There's the motor. That motor chugs along, pumps water up from the house and or from the well. And then again, some of the water goes up here And this is a pressure relief valve. This kind of works as a shocking absorber, as I said, because as the water comes in, actually what you're looking at here is water coming in and air going out. And that's the nature of a jet pump. So anyway, the water comes through the pump, it goes into this tank, fills up the tank with water. The water gets to about 90%, and then it turns off the pump. Hey, I don't need any more water. But as you can see, coming into this tank is not heating anything. This is just storing it. The blue ones usually just store it. But again, same concept, which is a ball valve to 10 years from now, they may have to replace this. So there's a ball valve to connect it, and then it goes through. And of course, in this case, electric. I don't like the electric being so close, but it's correctly, obviously it's needed there to run the motor of the pump. I would kind of put a small error in this, in that wire is loose and it's not properly secured. And also you got some extension cords running over here, not acceptable. Okay, yet another example. Okay, the pump down in the well, they've got that pump that's pushing up the water. The water is passing, oh, look at this case, a chlorine injection pump. This is actually for a well. Actually, this is for a pool rather than a home use, but the idea is the same. Just where you might have chlorine injection here, you might alternately have water filtration. Again, and then the water comes along, pressurizes the tank, softens, depressurizes it. E is the retention tank. So that builds up to your 100 gallons of water or something. And then it goes through softeners and then out to the house. Now, if you look carefully, it's actually adding chlorine here at the beginning and then taking chlorine out at the end. Okay, and that's interesting because what it's doing is it's using the chlorine to kill everything, but not go out into your water supply. If you drank the water, further inline of this pipe, it would have a lot of chlorine in it, and that would be a problem. Okay, again, with well water, we think about how are we going to inspect it. Now, we do not tear these things apart and look into the well, right? We're going to do the basics. We're going to understand where the water pressure is. You may or may not be able to lift the lid here. I usually would suggest not, and just merely note where the well is on the yard. But if you do see there might be problems like a water stainage around the wellhead, those are things you might want to pay attention to and how to make it work. So again, the water is down in a well. This may only be 8 inches wide. The pipe is bringing the water up from the bottom of the well and pumping it into the house. And as long as the aquifer keeps filling up, that's great. On the right side, again, this is the pressure tank. As you can see, this comes in with its pressure troll and gauge, all part of one single part. So that when you replace it, you replace all of these at once. Never forget the well has, if it is a well, it has to be at least 22 feet deep. If it's more than 20 feet, it's 22 feet. It's called a deep well. I know when I was a kid, we had a well that was 300 feet deep. And that's where the water was. So let's hear it for rain. You may come across these old water pumps on the yard. I actually love them. I think they're great. The piston pump is great emergency thing. Requires elbow grease instead of electricity. Nothing wrong with that. I don't think you'll see very many places where this is the only water supply for a house anymore, but you might. I'm not sure if they're legal. Usually they're not deep enough, so the city or the state will come along and tell the person they're not allowed to use it. It's called red tagging. But again, getting 22 feet down is the key. Here's another great diagram of that well. Well, first of all, you ask yourself, how do I know it's a well? The answer is there's a steel pipe coming up, right, with a cap, and up through that cap runs the electric, and the electric is running down into the house. Now, if you look carefully, that's not, the black is not water, it's electric. Okay, let's take a look at this diagram on the right. We've got a, again, the water pumps up from a submersible pump. There's a check valve to make sure it doesn't go backwards, very important. Electrical controls to turn on the pump. It uses a couple of amps of power. So the water gets pumped up and then again, it gets turned, goes through the pipe, and then goes into the house. Along the way, there are several electrical sensors. You know, the wire, you don't want the wire to pierce through this pipe. You want to keep this pipe as intact as possible because you don't want it to get polluted. So it's also one of the reasons why you should never remove the well cap. Technically, you've contaminated it when you remove it. So the water comes up, goes through the pump, and gets to that pressure control, of course, and then goes out to the house. And when does the well run? As always, as the water comes pumping up, once the water gets to a certain pressure, the control box says, hey, I got enough water, and turns off the submersible pump. Anybody have questions on that? The idea of the sensors here, the water pumps it up, the sensors see if I have too much, and once the sensor has what it wants, it turns it off. That's one of the common things in plumbing. You've got the pressure control here that's controlling and shock absorbing the pressure on the house. It's very similar to what goes on in any number of other water supplies and also gas supplies. Okay, older types of pumps might be this old piston pump. This is that, up and down pump. Well, that's cute, but not really efficient. They do make these for smaller wells, usually older wells. Again, less than 30 feet deep because you got to have that rod all the way down and straight, which can be bent. I took a picture of this once. I was out in in Amish country in Pennsylvania, and they had one of these old 100-year-old well pumps, and they were using it actually to make ice cream with it. I thought that was kind of cool. But again, the beauty of something like this old one like this is that it will last 100 years. Is it efficient? No, it's not as efficient. Okay. What we saw earlier with an interior thing was what's called a jet pump. And the idea here is in certain types of soil, you might need different types of pumps. And what you'll want here is the water is essentially being sucked up, right, through the pipe. And while it's being piped, then the water goes through, assuming, only water comes up the pipe. They got some filters along the way. Then again, the water pump gets up into the system and brings the water up into the tank, as I said, and then out into the service. Again, you're not required to operate this, but if you see that the pump is badly maintained, that can be a problem. Pressure switch, again, is how much pressure you want to pump up. When these things start, you have to prime the pump by pressing the button usually, and that'll get you going. But the idea is that water over time, you may pump the well dry. And at that point, all you can do is turn the motor off, let the water build back up down here, and then turn it back on maybe an hour later. And hopefully some more water is settled into it. I've been to houses where it really takes all 24 hours to pump enough water to have enough for 2 showers and cooking. So the guy has very little, is way upstate, and there's very little margin of error for the amount of water he gets. He wants to do another well, but he doesn't have the money for it right now. So he just really rations his water usage. Very, very, again, gray water for everything that's not critical. And again, most importantly, he tries to minimize consumption because the water is simply not there. Jet pumps, these are cool, as I said, and what they do is they are pressurizing. We saw this a minute ago. This is the pump on the ground. And what's it's doing? It is suctioning water up from the well, right? But it's pumping into the well, and it's pumping water or air down in, and it creates what's called a Venturi effect, where the water will suck up the pipe and create a nice flow. Again, you see with a double pipe, which you have for a jet pump, you actually have a double in and out inside the pipe. But the idea simply is get the water moving, get it up into the house, store it in a tank to manage the pressure, and then shoot it out into the house at 40 to 60 PSI so that you can use your plumbing. Another quick image of those pumps. Again, a double-sided pipe versus a two-pipe system. And the idea is the water's getting sucked up, right? And excuse me. The water's getting sucked up, and from here, the air pressure and stuff is pushing it up and pulls it up a cycle. As you can see, managing strainers, those are all, now you're never going to see this. These are down at the bottom of a well, and the well you're not going to touch, okay? You're going to observe if there's enough water and there's enough supply. You're not going to observe this part down in the well. You will, during your inspection, probably see this part of a jet pump, which is, again, the pump itself shooting down in and sucking water back out. You look for corrosion, damage, burnout, the smell of burning metal because the pump's been overworking too hard. I'll just take another quick look at this. This is a great diagram. Understanding the concept of water pushing down and air pushing out and bringing the water back up. Oh, we looked at this one already. This is a submersible pump. Sorry for that double picture. Again, the submersible pumps are probably the cheapest and simplest. You just drop it down in the well, and it just starts pumping and pumps water up the main pole. And if there's a lot of water in the well, it works good and it's inexpensive. Now, as I said, with every well, the water pumps up, and when it gets to, let's say, a certain pressure, like 40 or 50 PSI, the sensor will then send a signal down to the well. Hey, I don't need you anymore. I'm at 50. I've got a pressure control. It says I'm at 50 PSI. So then it'll turn off the power to the well. As we said, water is, again, modern water is about a lot of sensors. We saw this pressure trolling gauge on a typical pressure troll. Its job is to, send a signal out. Hi, I'm at 32 PSI. And then another, that signal goes out and says, hey, I'm lower than 32, start pumping, get the pump working. Or I'm at 50 PSI. And it sends a signal, as they said, and says, turn off. Now, what are you going to do as an inspector? You do not touch this stuff. These are gauges. These are for plumbers and specialists only. You can note damage. You can note pressure. It's very good location to note pressure on a system. Again, you're looking at the quality. These are like brand new valves, obviously. So that's good shape. If you see old valves here, what would it tell you? On things like a jet pressure troll, it would tell you that maybe the system's working. If you see new ones, I might worry that they may have problems with their water. Again, a gate valve, the ball valve here, the gate valve, which pushes a gate down in, we'll talk about. These are different types of stuff. The test cock, this is a place where you can put on the test for the water. This is back here is a long line here. That's for water hammer. That's when the water comes in. Now, this may also go to a pressure troll, but the idea is that excess water pressure will be absorbed in the system here instead of causing water knocking. So again, back to the storage tanks, you may be in a position where you don't have good water pressure. So again, you put a water tank in line, and that's going to be storing some of the water so you can maintain it. Let's say when 3 people are taking a shower at once, then the cold water maintains pressure, which then goes to the hot water heater, which then has to make that water for, 3 hot showers. Sorry, my throat is very dry. Okay, well inspection. Now, you are not going to do this. I show you this to show you can look at what a submersible well pump looks like. You, however, you're not certified for this. You do not do this. You only look at the power on the inside. You do not pull the pump up. Okay, 2 reasons. One is it's a multi-person job. 2, if you screw it up, you're in big trouble. Okay, so what do you do for the well? You observe. What are you observing? Does it sound like it's clicking, or is there damage around it? Does it appear to have adequate water in the building? Those are the things you think about. But you do have to understand the concept of the well and understand areas like this, where again, this typical jet pump you might see in a house versus, again, this type of jet pump with the sandblaster versus other types. Again, we talk about the importance of water only flowing in one direction. In this case, the water is actually circulating, but this is all potable. Okay. One of the things I always thought was weird about this is with jet pumps is that it's actually pumping, it's pushing stuff back into the well. But again, this part of the system is closed. And it's very important then that although it does go up this way, that it can never flow back. So again, a typical water storage tank you might have here, what does it do? It's as water flows in, there's pressure, the air being put out. So there's just air vents. And again, the pumps as they pump up to the house. As we're walking around, again, we don't do the well, we do the tanks. So one of the things I'm looking at, hi, I've got a storage tank. Do I have any problems with this tank? Well, yeah, I don't like the fact that, first of all, I see some water leakage here. That might be a problem. Second of all, I see galvanized pipe. I don't know what the heck they're thinking about doing galvanized here. Galvanized does last for 50 years, so that's a big plus, and it's cheap. But again, the copper supply in, the pressure is being managed. There's the pressure control up here, right? That box is checking for pressure. You can see the wires staking away as sensor wires. Also, this particular one has a maintenance thing where, again, most of the time this is actually part air. So there's a valve here for blowdown to adjust the air pressure in the tank. I know, more filtration. I'm big on filtration, but it's not really part of your thing. But I just want you to know what you might be seeing. This is actually, again, a primary filter, a couple of softeners, really tiny filter, submicron. That's I don't want to say HEPA filter, but a really good filter. And then most importantly and last, it's going to go through a UV filter. And that's going to make it really good. You get past the bypass and then you go out into the house. Okay. Interesting thing about physics. Water does not like to flow uphill. And with that, we think about how water pressure works in a building. This is really fun for skyscrapers, by the way. But in a regular house, it's quite manageable. The idea is that water is gonna, as water goes up, the pressure drops because the water is pushing a lot of itself up the pipe. So as a general rule, my logic was, I think it's 0.42 PSI per square foot. I always thought it was, they're saying 1 PSI is 2.31 feet. So the idea is if you need to go up 23 feet, you've blown 10 PSI. So again, in a 2-story, 3-family, or 2-story or 3-story house, you can see why that pressure control is needed for a well. In New York City, the water is coming into the building at about 70 anywhere between 50 and 90 psi. So in this case, that should be enough. Now you need about 20 psi to make a sink work. So in this case, we've got 60 coming in. It's reduced a little bit by an overflow protector. Or at that sink, excuse me, that's the slop sink in the basement. It's only coming in, it's gone up 6 feet, so it's only 58 psi. Now it's going further up the pipes. Now we're down to 55 psi, which is really not a big deal. Then 51 psi, and then 47 at the top, where you might notice, hey, there's a little less pressure up here than it is down in the cellar. Again, if you can imagine a 100-story skyscraper, what they have to do is they have to put tanks all along the way to manage the pressure. They don't want to. Water zones are quite important. In fact, as I said, the three things that destroy a building: water, water, and water. Well, one of the tallest buildings in the world, the Shanghai Tower, recently had some water pipe bursts, and it caused like $500 million in damage because of all the interiors that were destroyed. I've had several major leaks in buildings that I've been in, and yes, water caused a lot of damage. But as you can see, the pressure goes down as you go up. Now I'm only 2 stories up, and I've lost a third of my pressure. So again, they said this one says 2.31 feet. I got to double check that. My reference used to be 0.32, but that's the inverse. Anyway, the point is that if I have 60 psi, that means I can only go up. My minimum is 20 psi, so I can only go up 80 vertical feet, which means, excuse me, 40 psi lost. So if I can afford to lose 40 psi, I can only go up 2.31 feet times 40, so I can only go about 90 feet tall. Not coincidentally, if you look around New York City, most of the apartment buildings of New York City are less than 75 feet tall. That's actually a building code reason, by the way. The 6-story or 7-story apartment buildings are that height for a pretty simple reason. What the building code says is that that's the height you can be because our fire truck ladders can't go any higher. Sounds dumb, but that's real. In New York City, you're up to 6 stories. You're still allowed to build. You used to be allowed to build with wood frame. A lot of the apartment buildings of Elmhurst and further out in Queens and definitely in Rego Park, they're all 6 stories because they're actually wood frame houses. So everything was about value engineering. They wanted to build the cheapest house possible. And in doing the cheapest house, they, again, the 60 feet or 70 feet, I remembered when I was on the top floor of my building, our water pressure sucked. It wasn't very good at all because, again, the water was rising. It may have come into the building at 60, but I don't think they pumped it. So by the time it went 60 feet up, it was down at about 30 psi. Anyway, things to think about. And this is, as you go up in a house, you'll think about, okay, a little less pressure on the top. No big deal. But conversely, if it's too much pressure, if you still got a lot of pressure up on the top, you better go downstairs and recheck what the meter is for how much pressure is coming in. We'll come back to this later. Sanitary waste systems. Let's see what I want to look at. So we're going to focus on a couple main things: the soil and waste stacks, the vent system itself, again, how do you inspect the vents? It's kind of tough. And on-site water treatment. Let's take a look. Now, probably the most important thing here is the slope. If anybody's been in an old house, I was just looking at an old apartment building on Lexington or 2nd Avenue in Manhattan the other day, and its slope, the floors are wood, and the floors slope a couple of inches. Because of that, what used to be a positive slope for the toilets, this used to run downhill, but now, unfortunately, this floor has sagged So now the water is actually running slightly uphill, and that is not good for waste. Now, for now, she can get by flushing a few extra times, but that sloping down from toilets or any plumbing fixture is very important. Again, the concept is now, what, by the way, why does the toilet not have a vent? Of course, it has the vent over here. It's just a slightly longer extension because it's a thicker pipe. And we all know why it's thicker. Basin, again, same concept. We have the trap to keep the water out, and then the trap, the water is going to flow into here and then go down to the base. All the while, the air is going to be balancing out by the vent stack. And the idea, of course, is that vents in the building will equalize the pressure. When you're up on the roof or you're observing the roof from the ground, you are going to look for, is that vent stack damaged? Because if it's damaged, it could be a real problem. This one, ironically, has a bird protector on top of it, which I think is a pretty good idea. But as you can see here, this stack is just a primary central stack. And then what you do have is for venting, again, you've got clean out here that's going to hopefully help you out. The clean out's not going to replace the air, but the air is enough here that it'll work. And retrofit. Now, again, old buildings. Anybody see clues as to why this is an old building? Brick foundations here, stone walls here, but they're refitting it. They're adding a bathroom down in the cellar. Looks like they dropped the floor level a bit. Maybe not. But here they cut the floor up and they're putting the waste lines in for a new bathroom downstairs. It's tough work. And again, PVC pipe. You can see by the purple, that's typical PVC regular pipe. Really good, inexpensive for 1 to 2 family plumbing in New York City. Not allowed again in 3+ family in New York City. But you can see the hubs working across. And again, this is hub pipe where it has a place to insert the next pipe in versus hubless, which we'll see in iron pipes, which actually has a wraparound. But the key thing is this is what goes underneath your slab, and then they fill it back in and put a new slab of concrete on, and then voila, you've got your new bathroom. Again, old sanitary waste. As you're looking around and looking under, particularly toilets and tubs, you want to look for damage. In this case, this one had a pipe that had been disconnected. So just a hole going through, but you can also see where they're taking the brass and connecting it to PVC. And it looks like that's pretty sloppy work in connection to PVC. Instead of using a proper fitting to connect, which would probably be pretty hard to find, they just kind of puttied the heck out of it. Again, epoxy putty. I don't know. I wish them luck. I'm not real happy with that connection. And of course, I'm definitely not happy with the fact that that hole is sitting there. Because if you, again, flush that toilet or flush that sink or tub, excuse me, that water is just going to cruise down here. On the right side, this was a good diagram I saw where this is the back of a tub. And the tub is going over to connect to the sink as well. So it is running at a diagonal. So again, that the venting will properly occur between the fixtures. Okay, with gas, with water, sanitary or unsanitary, backflow is really, really bad. The check valve or the backflow preventer does the same thing, which its job is to keep water going one way. The water in this case flows this way, but if for some reason it ever starts going backwards, this flapper door, flips in and stays shut. If a lot of high pressure water comes back from the sewer. Yes, a little tiny bit might get in, but this is an efficient way to do it. And now after a big flooding event, and this thing is, of course, the downside is once that flapper is closed, your sewage in your house is going to start backing up in this pipe. So that's not good either. And because of that at your house trap, you're going to be able to take that clean out after the water recedes, and you'll be able to open it up, clean, flush it out so it will work in the future. And most importantly, make sure there's no debris that blocks that flap or valve from working. Again, how does the backwater work? Pretty simple. There's a flapper that's open, and when the water flows the other way, the flapper closes. So if there's a higher pressure on one side, this is pretty simple stuff. There's a lot of variations on this throughout the plumbing system. The dual check valve is really just this, which is inside this fancy brass item. It's just a little flapper that's going to shut back up when the water flows backwards. This is one of the fancy ones. That's an OSNY, whatever that is. I think it's exposed stem and yoke. These are very heavy duty valves, and these are valves that are more industrial or at the very heaviest parts of a house. You might see these in not the waistline, but perhaps a primary water line coming in. And their job, again, is if you've got potable water coming in, you'll do everything possible to not have the water go backwards. But if you have to replace this check valves, which needs this flappers that need to replace every couple of years, you turn down these OSNY valves and they make a really tight shut, and then you replace the valves. Again, backflow preventers are so important. After the Sandy storm, whatever, Hurricane Sandy, whatever you want to call it, in 2012, one of the biggest damage, most of the huge damage that occurred was actually because houses that weren't flooded from the outside, they were flooded from the inside, from the sewers. I came across a number of properties that were flooded. One guy really mad at me because I was basically doling out federal money. And I told him I wasn't going to give him any money unless he got rid of the illegal apartment in his cellar, and which had flooded. And I was like, dude, it's going to flood again. It's a cellar, which is why you're not supposed to live there, which is why I can't pay you to replace it. And he got all mad and called my boss. I said, look, you can have this. I'll do something else. But again, I've dealt with enough disasters to take that stuff seriously. So again, the concept is simple, which is you don't want the water flowing back in. You've got that check valve in place. As you can see, it's very often it's a concrete, you'll have a concrete tunnel for that check valve. This is the check valve out in the street or in the yard, which is going to be that plug, which is they turn the plug and you don't have any water anymore. And that is, but before that, they have to make sure the water is clean, both from, or the wastewater is, not building up on the inside, but also we worry about pipes that are broken or penetrated, where trees might get into them. On the inside, this is a nice, again, we think about each house having both a water line in and a sewer, one or two sewer lines out. And this is a good little image of not a check valve, but a basic a clean out to try to prevent the water from coming back into the house. Now, if the water comes in at really high pressure, this isn't going to stop it. But the idea is that this trap will prevent most of the water from coming back into the house. Again, trap here, vent here, and then house supply. And if you notice, the trap also has two clean outs on top, because if the trap gets clogged up, it's gonna. This is the place where most of the heavy debris is gonna get blocked, and therefore you need to clean it out once in a while. There's a clean out here as well. Okay. Quick look at toilets. Again, a lot of high technology today. The old style ball toilets are actually not allowed anymore because they use about 3 gallons of water, but you'll see most of them out there. But assuming that it's grandfathered and it's still legal if it's in the house, your question isn't whether it's legal or not. You're not the enforcer. You are an observer. right? Don't, that's the magic word, observe. So we look at this, we see it, the typical valve. Again, water lines here normally, and literally baked into the porcelain toilet. I mean, it doesn't look very exciting, but actually there's a lot going on inside that toilet. These are quite a little interesting feat of engineering in themselves. And the idea, of course, is that this functions as a trap to prevent the water from coming back up. It's attached to the floor by a wax seal, which then goes into the waistline. That waistline is, if that wax seal breaks, you'll know it. And in fact, one of the things you do want to do with toilets, you want to jiggle them a little bit to make sure that they are stable and connected. Because if they're not, you could have some real problems. Again, we know how these ball ones work. The water comes up to the ball level to fill, and then when you flush it, the water all goes out, and then the water comes back to the valve level. Alternatively, more of high efficiency toilets, like this toilet happens to be a wall-mounted toilet, which you don't see as much in residential. And it has a tank up top where when you flush, it squirts at high pressure the water into the bowl, rinsing it out the bowl as much as possible for ideally less than a gallon of water. Toilet fails. A lot of things. Obviously, as you walk around a house, it's funny that people abandon their toilets. They don't use a toilet anymore, for instance, in a house. People, most of the time, people just buy a house that they don't need. And they have a couple sections of their house where they may not ever go to. In this case, particularly down in the basements, it's bad. This is an old 1940s toilet. And you can see, you can tell it's 1940s. A, it's a wall mount. B, the architectural design. And C, the bronze connector there. You see the bronze connector. Nathaniel, you're joining now. Are you joining for the home inspection class or for a real estate class? Or are you jumping in for continuing ed? Nathaniel, you just joined in? Okay, well, let me know why you're here. If not, feel free to listen in. It's totally okay. Anyway, so back to the toilets. And this one is an example of, if you see that brown stuff down there, there's a toilet that's down in the basement that wasn't used much. That's actually a termite track. So this was the termites were coming up through the toilet. I know that's gross, and going into the house. And again, if that's too gross for you, you're probably in the wrong business. Again, aspects of the toilets, when the ring leaks, you can see how it's damaged. The tiles are loose around it. But the real problem is, it's not that the tiles are loose as much as there's been a leak and the plywood subflooring has become soaked and saturated over the years, and it's ready to collapse. You guys would not believe this once. I got a call on Memorial Day. It was like 2008. A city councilman calls me and says, "Mr. Winter, Commissioner, you got to come out really fast. We got a disaster at Coney Island." And you're not going to believe this. So I leave the party I'm at, and I go to Coney Island to one of the bars on this beach in Coney Island. And this guy, his poor soul, was using a toilet at a bar on the boardwalk. And the boardwalk, pre-Sandy, was not the best condition. And this guy had sat down on a toilet, and he literally fell. The ground under, or the deck underneath the toilet was collapsed, and he literally, with the toilet, he fell through the floor down about 20 feet down to the sand. Now, good news is he didn't get killed or anything, but the problem is the city had shut the restaurant down, and I had to come and unvacate it so they could get it done. The toilet falling through wasn't much of a problem, but of course the roaches and the bugs were. That's a different story. Again, we think about how water can do insidious things underneath where you can't see. This is a great example of a challenge for the home inspector. Home inspector would never see the fact that, or may never see the fact that he may only see stains on the top of the tiles, but he won't be able to see underneath the tile if there's a lot of water damage. And this is a pretty expensive repair. You got to take the toilet up, replace the plywood. It gets ugly. On the right side, of course, the toilets that are just jury rigged. This guy's got a spork in there. What a great device for making it work. Obviously, that needs to be repaired. On this one, this one's a little scarier, actually. It seems pretty harmless, but you go to the toilet and the guy's got some shims in it to make sure it doesn't move. Well, that means the toilet's way, way, way too loose. And if you see shimming or something like this, you got to say, look, fix this. This is a problem. Again, different types of toilets. You don't have to get too fancy about this, but you want to understand how each one's work. Again, pressurized tanks versus a regular tank. This regular tank here, again, is, again, the water rise up to the ball cock. This is the old style, not allowed to be used as much anymore. On the toilet on the bottom, of course, this is a toilet in a bathroom they kind of added later like idiots. This is a classic example where the toilet originally it was here was probably really small so that you could get by, but then they added an elongated big toilet here to replace it, and that was only like 4 inches past, so that's obviously not acceptable. On the right, on the bottom left, we have a reminder of what it looks like underneath a building and all the water damage that can occur. In this case, this is an old drum trap that is taking the waste away from the thing. These drum traps are usually, again, they're not to code anymore, and they usually need to be replaced. So you don't want to mention that. What else do we want to see? Okay. Are you going to be doing welding while you're in there? No, you're not. Of course, most importantly, you want to think about the fact that you want to understand what's behind the wall or try to make an educated guess of what's behind the wall, but you're not responsible to fix it. Okay. And what you see here on the left is a typical newer copper and PVC bathroom setup. And here we got some PEX going on here. These are the things you might see when you do get a chance to look behind the wall. Why do they use PEX these days? It doesn't freeze. That's a really big point to me. But also it's, again, really easy to work with, lasts a long time. You think it's just plastic pipe, but it's actually really good if crimped and put together properly. Showers, another important thing on the showers, we talk about, how do you test it? I mean, some people will say you just run a little water in it. Other people will say that you have to fill it up 3 inches and make sure, some states will require, you have to fill it up 3 inches to make sure that the water isn't seeping through down below. On the right side, again, a perfectly beautiful shower in year 0. This is one of my big pet peeves is you always look at a building not in year 0, but in year 50 or year 100. What are the potential problems? In this case, obviously a beautiful shower. Over time, this is, you can tell that this glass might have some structural problems over time, opening, closing, but generally today it looks A, gorgeous, and B, expensive, and C, no major problems. Where would I look for problems? I'd look for the floor grout, make sure it's properly sealed. I'm also looking at the whirlpool grout around here. Again, no, I'm not going to certify the whirlpool, but I will note whether there's any leakage issues. Back to the whirlpools again. This is what a pro does. A home inspector can open up and look in and look for any leakage or stuff, but he's not going to certify that this thing works. So this is going to say, you're going to say, I filled it with water, I looked underneath, it was clean, I didn't see any water damage, but you should have a professional, a plumber or other person take a look at to certify it. One common step though is, for a report, is fill it up to the jets, and if you can, fill it up to the jets, test it, see if the jets are working, at least to be able to say something simple like, yes, you should have a pro look at it, but we were able to fill the tub up at approximately 50 PSI in 10 minutes. And then the jets, when turned on, appeared to all be operating. have a professional look at it. A lot of what you do is blame shifting. I know that sounds dumb, but it's a reality of the business in that you're only doing a $400 cheap surface observation. In fact, somebody told me, don't even use the word inspection. Always use the word observation. Back to sanitary waste. When you're under, the basement or the cellar is the best time to look at the plumbing of a building because it's usually exposed, and usually it's places that people don't want to go. So you can see the abuse. Oh, now one on the left, these guys were idiots. What they did here was they took the plumbing and he didn't want to get the right parts. So he took basically a hose clamped on a radiator hose from a car. And that created the waistline. Now, many would say, hey, that's early PVC. And you'd actually be right. But the reality is that's totally not the code and would need to be replaced. And you put on your inspection that, waistline, improper materials, duct used for waistline needs to be replaced. And that's actually a pretty sizable expense because you do have to find pieces that bend to the right direction. Another, this basement, we kind of smelled it. We couldn't figure out where it was. And then we saw in this waistline, capped waistline, we saw a vent. And this basically was, this hole was serving as a vent for the primary waistline in the house, which meant the hole underneath of the house stunk like crazy. And of course, it meant the top of the house stunk like crazy as well. Good news is this can be fixed with about 2 minutes of epoxy clay, but for an inspector's perspective, that's not the way you think. The inspector thinks about, I'm observing and I'm not fixing, right? Because if you try to fix it and it doesn't work, then they'll come after you. Okay, waistline, again, we talk about that small slope that's needed. This is a big ABS plastic line, I believe. I think that's ABS. I don't see the markings. It looks black, like it might be iron, but it's actually, I'm 99% sure that's large, like 6-inch diameter ABS. Again, you can tell by the hubs. And this is obviously added, probably the wrong size. I didn't take this picture, but I believe it's like a 2-piece bathroom, and they added this ridiculously huge plumbing line. So improperly scaled stuff can be just as bad. Okay, as we talked about that balancing act of wastewater, we think about how it can be observed through a building. Now, one of the things I do is I try to find, and this is suggested for you, in my reference directory online at the Dropbox. If you're taking the class, you should have access to the Dropbox. And it has a lot of old books about how plumbing is done in 1910, 1920, 1930. It helps you to understand what you're going to see in the field. In this case, as I said, a primary waste stack, vent stack, that's jobs. The water's going to go down, the air is going to rebalance, and then hopefully it all goes out of the house without any problems. But the, again, understanding how they did it in the past, we also look at, how the past type might interact with a newer system. Very often you might have 100-year-old pipes with, as we saw, PVC attached to it to try to keep it simple. From an inspection perspective, if it's done decently, fine, but it's not usually a deal breaker in a plumbing deal. But a proper connection of the pipes in the end, when possible, should be done. Okay, up at the vent stacks up on the roof. Again, the vent stack, this guy's vent stack is actually broken off. Still working pretty good, but somebody had like snapped a couple feet off of it. So that would be a bit of a problem. You want it to be 3 feet above ground. Also, we look at the vent stacks, we think about how they might look under a sink. Today, a lot of sinks use to get air venting in rather than water going out. They might use an AAV, but in this case, what we have is the long term, the water comes down here, goes out, and then goes down, but then it also the air is sucking up behind it to replace it in the pipe to keep it from backflowing. In this case, if there's a ton of pressure backflowing, it would be probably more common to go up the vent stack rather than the sink. So you'll see that a lot. Again, that stack vent, getting the stack vent to work. Now I put this as a stack vent, but I think this was actually a chimney vent. So I apologize there, but the idea is the stack vent needs to only be 3 to 4 inches. But one of the things that's mentioned in what I show here in this vent is that it needs to be protected. Barn swallows or small birds for 3-inch and greater diameter pipes, you can often see them nesting. I just saw one the other day. Client's place in Brooklyn, he has barn swallows nesting in a pipe next to his building, and the state decided to declare it a bird sanctuary. So kind of makes his developing the site a little tougher. Vent stack, again, an older drawing. Its purpose is to get that gas out so the wasteline can go out. But this is a really interesting image because this is a cast iron vent stack circa 1910. Now, what I want you to think about here is not that how the venting works. You kind of know that, the vent's going down and it kind of flows. And 100 years later, as long as the floors don't sag, you're okay. But one thing I've seen a lot, several times, many times actually, is look at that vent stack and think about it. It's made of cast iron. Okay, that's a 40-foot tall cast iron column. That weighs a lot. So what often happens is this thing settles down over time, and it actually causes quite a bit of problems to the building. And so for making sure that there's no signs of settlement as you inspect, that can be very important. Now, AAVs. Automated air valve or something. The point is AAVs are an alternative to vent stacks that can be used sometimes. It's particularly useful in low levels like basements where you can't reach up to the existing vent stack. So here we got the water that's going to go down, goes to the trap. And instead of the vent stack going up to the roof, it's going to suck air in only. It only sucks air in to replace the water that goes down. Okay. So AAVs you'll see them more and more today. Code has got some various problems with them, but they do work for the most part. They do have to be replaced after a couple of years. So they kind of screw in and out. But the AAV's function is to, again, when the water is going down, that water is the air gets sucked in here. Again, air can't go into the pipe, it can only go out. And that's the funny thing about the AAV. Okay, back to vent stacks. We talk about them on the roof. In this case, in this townhouse, the vent stack is going through what's called a pitch pocket, where the vent stack penetrates the roof, and it has a turn up, the kind of a box around it, and in that box is pitch. It sounds dumb and rather archaic, but in fact, the roofs of these old buildings are designed to melt. At 150 degrees up on the roof, you don't want to fight this heat. It's nothing you can do. This asphalt literally melts. And the great part is, though, when it melts, it reseals and makes it waterproof again. So this pitch pocket, pitch is like asphalt. These upturning things are a way of, anytime you're connecting through the roof membrane, it makes sure that you maintain a nice water connection. You maintain water sealing. Okay, what else do we want to look at? On the right side, again, yet another diagram. I know these are a little boring, but this is what you're going to come up against. So I want you to be really, really familiar to think about this diagram, okay? Which is, again, you're tracing the hot water tank, the water supply coming in, maybe to softeners, then to a tank, probably a test cock down there, down to a basic sink, then vertically up into the house, toilets, kitchens, sinks, etc. Waste line comes back down the primary vent stack and then out, which is also a friend of mine wanted to, designers get kind of crazy. Hold on for a second. Sorry about that. Okay, everybody. So again, we understand this balance of air and water, okay, and waste and clean water. And do that, again, your nose is your weapon, and you're going to follow it through in your plumbing inspection. Again, dumb stuff you might come across on the roof. The vent does get damaged a lot up on the roof, and things worth looking at. On the left side, obviously they're using the vent as a structural support for their cable TV, not too bright. Probably works, but not real smart. And you can just scream how this is going to punch holes in the roof tiles. On the right side, this guy's doing a good job of inspection. He's up on the roof and he's checking the flashing around to make sure that there's no leak all the way around or underneath, because this is a roof penetration, and at every penetration you want to make sure that you are no problems. And why? Because that water, the air has to come up, and more importantly, the air has to go down when you replace the water. So again, any blockages or something like that, or if the pipe's been damaged. I actually saw one once that got hit really by a big hailstone and it got knocked up a bit. I was up on the roof of an apartment in the Bronx once, and the vent stacks were just falling over 4 feet. They've fallen on the ground. And of course, unfortunately, that was because some kids have been playing around up there. Now, the problem is two things. One, the water could now get into the pipe much more easily. And two, worse, that smell could very easily turn around and go down into the top floor apartment of the house. Again, on-site wastewater systems we talked about already. Just a quick reminder, again, as we look at it, we think about our parts. Now that we've kind of seen some of the details, we want to look at it again. The house, the typical suburban house with no city sewer, no city water. It's going to bring its water up from a well. It's going to use it. The water is going to go down the sewer, past the septic tank, and slowly flow into the distribution box and percolate and absorb into the soil. One of the key factors, as we mentioned, is distance of that well. You want to make sure nothing's contaminated. So this is, human waste. So it's pretty contaminated. So it has to be at least 100 feet from every well. The well has to be 100 feet clear in every direction. And that's one of the challenges. Again, septic systems, a typical septic system tank, not so sexy, but the water comes in, the heavy sludge settles at the bottom. And with that, the lighter liquid goes out and then goes into these absorption trenches. Okay, we saw this one again already as a same view. It seems like a repeating slide. Let me get rid of that. Again, not part of the inspection. You're not going to be lifting up the access manholes. If you do smell something, make a note of that. Sewage connection reminder. Again, if you have city sewer, the city is responsible to the property. Actually, in New York City, the owner is responsible all the way to the sewer. Okay. And really, the city only cares about this. Even though this is under city property, you're still responsible. And the reason why is for trees and stuff like that. Again, sewage connections we saw again. This is a key reminder that, as I said earlier, sanitary or waste sewage is one pipe. And then ideally, in places like New York, the rainwater is a storm sewer is a different pipe. And again, because this needs to be properly treated before it leaves, this usually doesn't. As part of, we saw this earlier, as part of water drainage, the dry well is a box. You actually buy it prefabricated and they put it into a yard. And similar to a rock cesspool that we saw, this one sits in the backyard. Now, this is not for sanitary. It's not for waste. This is only for rainwater. And the idea is that in a big rainstorm, the rain is piped into here and it fills up the tank, and then the tank slowly releases it into the soil. So you don't want it too close to your foundations. I think we saw this one already. The vent stacks. Again, the idea here is that every time you have plumbing that's exposed, sometimes you might not have a single vent stack. You might have several different secondary vents to do the job. And that's, as I said, that was particularly important in renovations where, oh, I want to move the bathroom. Well, moving the bathroom could be a real pain in the butt, because you might have to put a new vent for it. Or of course, if you're in apartment buildings, all the bathrooms are lined up on top of each other, right? So you really have no choice but to work with what's there. Sewers and water we looked at again. This is kind of a zoom of the picture we looked at earlier. We think about all the different ways that water can cause problems. Again, this is my water speech, right? Water from the top, water from the underneath the ground pushing through the filters, and then of course a broken pipe. Pipes, we're going to start in a little while. It's about 10 after 1, although I know we started a little late. Actually, let's keep pushing on. I'm going to try to go to 1:30, and then we'll take a break at 1:30. The next section is, as we walk around the house, we're seeing pipes everywhere, and we're asking ourselves, what is it? Is it waste? Is it fresh water? Is it a gas line? Is it a hot water heating system? Is it a steam boiler system? What are we looking at? So I tried to put some of these miscellaneous pictures together and have some fun with it. Let's see. I want to try to flip over to another page. If you take a look at the directory, oops, there we go, right there. On the, oops, don't want that drive. Let's take a quick little tour of a property. That's a commercial property. Let's see what we have. I'll have to set this up for the break, or after the break. Let's back to there it is. As you can see, there are a number of directories that are in the reference directory. If you're in the class, a lot of these are pictures, but they're also entire manuals, water design. These are good reading to understand, again, what you're inspecting. So let's take a quick look. Let's go through some general pictures. A lot of these pictures you see in the slides already. But oops, in the wrong page. Let's go over there. I'll just do a quick visual. I think I'm talking too many words. So anybody know what that is? That's probably, although you never say definitely, it's probably the big A. Asbestos. Again, it's fibrous material wrapped in old fabric and with copper banding, probably asbestos. Almost definitely asbestos. More asbestos. Or just give you a quick little visual tour. Looks like this is the asbestos. And of course, why is asbestos here? Because a lot of pipes are wrapped in asbestos. Okay. Or were wrapped, and in most cases still are. In this case, the guy was so lame, he had the pipe running out there and he just kind of cut the insulation away. This probably happened 50 years ago, but it's just been releasing asbestos in the atmosphere all that time. Look at that fiber. So that is probably not the best pipe in the world. This is a reminder of what you will come across. And this is a reminder also why you should be wearing a respirator in certain areas of the house. That this is a plumber at some point or somebody broke away the encapsulating area on the asbestos, and therefore this room is considered to be hot. You can see they're probably trying to get access to some of the plumbing here, but in the process, they didn't reseal the asbestos. It's also a reminder that plumbers have that asbestos risk they've got to pay attention to. Again, wrapped pipes. What's that? That's a ball valve. Testing the whirlpool underneath. This is a really pretty bathroom, but it's got lots of real potential problems. So anytime you have exposed material like this, you run the risk of breakage. And this one's in great shape, but you can see again in year 10, this might take some damage. Now, for your inspection, you don't care about year 10, you just care about today. But if you're coming across this when it's in year 20, you ask yourself what might go wrong, and that'll help you look for corrosion. Duct tape, the most wonderful building material in the world. Is that acceptable? What are you going to put here on your home report, your inspection report? You're going to say, you know, bathroom X, tile work damaged, duct tape put over, snap a picture of it, and you know, this is going to be a fix. And this is, you know, I would basically plan on taking $1,000 off of the buying the house for this. Again, learning history. This is a great reminder of this is, I think this was a showroom bathroom in 1917. The fanciest fixtures. Don't laugh. I mean, a tub was a big deal, you know. Of course, the water closet was often in a separate room. It was very common that this would be away from the rest of the bathroom. That's very common today. And I know particularly the Orthodox Jewish people will want to have their toilet in a separate room from their sink. And you'll see that in hotels for that reason as well. So again, reminder of all the materials you might come across. Yes, they're all ceramics, lots of different shapes and sizes, and you know, all the stuff. The question is, does the toilet flush? You know, you're not there to make a call on whether it's pretty or not. You're there to make sure it's functional. You know, the owner, the potential buyer is going to make the pretty design. This is something that Americans would probably think is weird, but this is extremely common in the rest of the world. This is essentially a bathroom where your toilet and your shower are the same room, and it just goes to a floor drain. This is some debate as to whether it was legal or not in New York City, but I think it's been approved on review. But again, what you're dealing with here is you're showering on the toilet. And again, very common. Don't be surprised if you come across this. Again, an older style shower rig, you know, nice, nice newer fixtures. The black is interesting. Not sure my design type, but you know, what might go wrong here? Again, this very complex tile work, particularly with the soap things, those are areas that may potentially be damaged over time. Again, a very nice bathroom, but I think about, you know, year 20, and I think, wow, there's going to be some loose. Are there any loose tiles? Are the cabinets loose? I'm going to look underneath the cabinet to see if the water is in place, if the lines are still working. Do these, you know, I'm going to try hot and cold water. It sounds dumb, but occasionally the hot and cold water are flipped. Again, a nice tub over here. This is a cool tub, but, you know, tub splash. So is it truly waterproof around the floor? So these guys had to have done a really kicking job to make sure this area was waterproof. And, you know, these are things to think about. In year 10, year 20, this really cool bath could have a lot of problems. Maybe the water seeped through the joints and the floor is a little bouncy, or there's water damage on the ceiling below. These are things to think about. I can't say much for the light fixtures or whatever those are, but hey, that's up to them. But again, think about ways that things might go wrong. Okay, now this is an after picture we looked at earlier. Let's take a little zoom on it. Again, this is for next week's stuff. But what I really want to show you is the understanding how this Weil-McLean boiler, right? It's a high efficiency boiler. I know it's high efficiency, by the way, because it has PVC vents, okay? Only super efficient boilers are allowed to have this, because normally the gas coming out of a boiler used to be 500 degrees, but that was really wasted. Today, the boilers are so efficient that the gas coming out is, you know, 100 to 250 degrees, excuse me, 150 degrees, much lower temperature, so that a regular plastic is actually okay. Now, you do need to have PVC, or excuse me, CPVC, not regular PVC, because it is combustion. Again, what pipes do we see here? Black. What do we got here? That's the gas line coming down, right? With a nice drip leg down for the gas and then into the boiler. For whatever reason, the primary stems coming out of the boiler are made of steel. Maybe that's just high pressure coming out, and then they switch to copper. And as you can see, you follow the copper lines around, you're going to hit these green boxes. These green things are pumps, right? So they're green or red usually. And then you got a pressure control to make sure the pressure doesn't get too high when it comes out of the boiler, and then it goes up into the house. So again, this is a hot water heater over here. There's hot water storage over here, and it is using some of the heated water. I don't like this. And I think that's a manifold for another part. Anyway, the point is, you learn to kind of look at these systems and just kind of try to decipher them. Each one's a little different. What were they thinking? And because you want to make sure, if you see a leak, you might know that it's the hot water heating line and not the hot water drinking line. Okay, what do we got here? This is that's a massive gas line coming in. So it's going to some kind of boiler. You see the hood here. By the way, this is the before and after of that picture, right? I think this is the same combination. But here we've got what looks like a really big hot water system going around the house, huge, like 3-4 inch iron pipes. It's going to 2-inch copper pipes. I think you can pay for this renovation just by recycling the copper. But a couple problems. One, you see this water, this is going downhill. You can see how steam or water would pool down here. That's not good. But also we look at these hoods, and these hoods are punching through the wall up into a chimney. That's kind of scary. Again, it looks like there's some damage on the vents, and that just makes it worse. Oh, there's our guys from this old house. I think the reason why I was showing this is because they were in the process of renovating an old house. They had spray-on insulation that was being put in, or closed cell insulation. But you can see also that they were putting the bathroom, the tub together as they were working. Boilers, again, we'll talk about this later, but this is a boiler clearly with a lot of water around it. That's pretty scary. We're going to go through more pipes later, but generally you have to kind of decipher, can this pipe be next to this pipe? Is it going to cause corrosion, etc.? Corrosion's a big deal. This is a copper pipe that's been around for a while. Now, it may have corroded in 100 years just by age, and it may have corroded in 5 years because of bad materials. Looks like it was a very bad solder job in the first place, and that bad solder job actually probably made the the bad solder job probably made the water leak slowly and cause the damage to the place. Hi, Ron. Welcome on board.
Thank you.
Ron, we're just about to go to break for lunch, so you're probably going to jump in after 2, okay? But anyway, to all of you, as I say, we're about to have a break. I just want to look at a few more of these, talk about how corrosion can happen. Copper is a fantastic material. It is great. And best of all, unlike lead and brass, it doesn't kill you, which is a kind of a plus. The copper failure, though, again, whether it be condensation or dripping at the solder, will definitely take its toll. A lot of the newer fixtures, there's a lot of really great stuff coming down the pike where you don't have to use solder anymore. You're actually doing, these are called shark bites, or a lot of different names for them. But the shark bite fixtures, actually you insert the copper and this amazing system in here actually is going to lock it up, and you can really, it's pretty impressive. I've seen nothing but good things, and this has been around for about 20 years. And the best part about it is it doesn't use solder. Reminder quickly, different types of copper. Copper has different thicknesses. MLK, right? It's pretty easy to remember. The K is the thickest. Again, you can see by the lettering on the outside. And what it means is that's the thicker pipe. Now, the outside might be used for steam or for gas or heating lines, or for underground lines, because it's going to corrode, take a long time to corrode. Again, the DWV pipe, much older houses. Why is the pipe thinner in the older times? Because the copper was really expensive. It's gone up a lot now, but again, MLK is the thinner pipes. And shark bites, this is a quick look at some of the new types of fixtures, the crimping fixtures rather than soldering. Now, you may not have seen this before. This is something that's going to be much more common in the future. Now, the idea is that the pipe is inserted, there's a gasket in there, and then you have this very special tool that crimps the joint, and then pretty much good forever. This is a really sexy way of doing connections. It's faster, and again, you don't run the risk of having lead poisoning from your solder in your pipes. What's this? Wow, it's a bunch of different water systems. I think this is a radiant floor setup. I thought it was interesting because, again, I'm showing it primarily because of the crimped connections. You'll be seeing this more in the future. And let's see, following it up, you got master, check valve, manifold, check valve, pressure, temperature sensor, check valve. So I'm 99% sure that is a radiant floor. Of course, ways that pipes fail is important. We think about the importance of having a nice smooth connection. Water is bare. It just does, it likes to destroy stuff. And so because of that, even the smallest deformations inside a pipe can cause eventual and slow corroding. I had a small pinhole leak in a pipe at my office in Manhattan, And we thought we were smart asses. We just put some tape over it. And then one day it burst, and the water flooded like 20 stories down in the building. It was unbelievable. And that's a good speaking about pinhole leaks in the solder, right? This is why the crimped ones are good today, because sometimes you might have a bad solder or a solder that fails over time. And as you can see, that water coming out is a world of pain. And how do you fix that? Well, I got to shut off the water. You got to desolder it, heat it up and draw the solder out. And if you're really lucky, you might be able to, put a new solder in it and not have to replace the pipes. But as a worst case, you might have to cut the pipes and put a new piece in. That's really thick pipe. That's probably okay. This is an interesting challenge as you're walking around a house. This is the galvanized clips holding copper pipes. Now, on the face of it, you're like, who cares? Well, copper and galvanized, that's called a battery, okay? So because galvanized has zinc and stuff in it. So what you're looking at here is they don't have the rubber liners or the, what's the damn material? Whatever, the liners here are not in place, and therefore it's a little, these pipes will really have a problem with corrosion very soon. As we like to say, why does copper pipe matter? Well, it's good for the garage, except not. In this case, the copper split inside the garage in an unconditioned area and got the cars a little wet. And the challenge here is that the newer system PEX pipes, again, the PEX plastic pipe will solve that. Galvanized versus copper. Which one do you want to drink from? I know my building's galvanized because it's nasty, but look at that rust on the inside. Again, the copper's going to rust over time too. Don't get me wrong, but this is obviously the replacement material, but galvanized does take its toll. We'll see some more of that. This is the problem. What's he doing? He's soldering the pipe. A little bit of an art form, and it's not illegal and still being done. He sanded it down. If you don't know, there's actually some good YouTube videos on how to do soldering if you want to look, or you go out and do it and blowtorch. And the funny part is, if you have a crevice, the solder just kind of wicks into the crevice, and that's how a proper seal should go. And as we saw a minute ago, sometimes it doesn't. Of course, what's happening here, water, the solder, it looks like it's the solder's failing, but clearly this is an expensive long-term damage that has to be repaired. Heavy copper steam pipes coming out of a boiler. Again, this is non-potable water. Probably, this may actually be steam rather than hot water. That's quite a chunky pipe there. Again, identify, ask yourself, what is that pipe for? Again, reminding this is, I believe, an air conditioning unit. This is the AC unit, the reverser valve. Exterior units we'll talk about later. Okay, it's time to take a break for a while, guys. I'm going to shut down. It is currently 1:33. I'm going to be back online at 2:03. Okay, so anybody have any questions before we go offline? I'm going to leave the connection on so you can just keep logging in. But again, for any open questions so far. Okay, well, I'm just going to run this as a slideshow while we're on break. And I'm going to start, my clock says on my computer, the clock says 1:37, so I'm going to start back up at 2:07. Okay, great. I'm going to stop the recording for now, which I don't think anybody minds. And you can look at this stuff as it browses through. Oops, what did I do? So again, this is going to run as a slideshow. I'm going to start the recording again. Just clicking on the recording in case I have to send it out to anybody. Again, the goal here is to, we've just been going through pipes, all different kind of crazy stuff. And I don't ever want to see that tape being used for that. So let's go back a little bit and jump back to the presentation. So those were that slideshow that was running. I hope that you probably, I guess the titles weren't on them. So I guess you'd be like, why the heck are you showing me a picture of this? The general answer is it's everything that can go wrong in a house. Again, with 8.5, we want to focus on, as you go through the sections, different types of valves and pipes that might be occurring, different ways that pipes can fail, and also what your job is as a home inspector to look for signs or clues that there might be something going wrong inside that pipe or inside that piping system. You're going to use your inference, and sometimes you may not see anything wrong, and guess what? That's okay. In fact, the worst thing in the world is a home inspector that writes a complaint about everything. Use your discretion and don't go crazy on complaints. So what do we have here in this thing? Again, generally, as I said earlier, I guess this is kind of a repeat of everything we've gone through. The best place to see pipe is down in the basement or the cellar, also underneath cabinets. This is where the pipes will be exposed, and hopefully they're protected from things like freezing. As I said, I just did a recent inspection that the clients had actually gone out and insulated their pipes, or excuse me, they disconnected the plumbing pipes so that they wouldn't freeze. And that was a pretty good strategy. It was actually pretty smart of them. Where the, let's see, I think that's a 360 picture. Obviously, this is a commercial bathroom, not affecting you, but again, nothing wrong with the place. And they made it nothing wrong because they made sure that while this building was mothballed for COVID, that it didn't have any problems. Obviously, the commercial buildings, you'll look at more sophisticated systems like fire alarm systems. But also you might notice this pipe is disconnected, and obviously men's urinals, not so exciting to the ladies, but let's see if I can find the picture. There we go. My client saw this and he thought, oh my God, that's terrible. And I said, no, oh my God, that's great. And what happened here? This is a the valve, the expensive electric valve that turns the water on and off, was properly disconnected, and it was disconnected. Yeah, there's a lot of dirt in the toilet. Okay, I got that. And that dirt in the toilet, by the way, comes because water pressure comes back up and then back down. So that trash didn't come from somebody doing it there. It actually came from water, something in the water line going back up. So for instance, with this building, I told them it's fantastic. They did this great. They cut off the pipes so that during the 18 months that this was not being used, it wasn't damaged. And later on, all they have to do is screw this thing back in, which is good. But you will occasionally see this in houses that are mothballed, where you'll wonder, hey, why is this plumbing detached? This is actually a good sign. This tells me that the plumber or the homeowner of the house was smart and winterized the building by taking the fixtures off. And that made, my client didn't understand it, but it made perfect sense to me, because in fact, it was a logical way of keeping the building from being destroyed. By the way, you might come across roofs. This isn't directly part of this lecture, but I did want to throw it in very quickly. Let's see, what part do I want to look at? The mechanical systems we'll look at next week. But let's just take a look at the mechanical room that I had, so I can take just a quick reminder. By the way, this is the 360 camera. And in many ways, this image is very similar to what you might have in a typical house, where you've got a big boiler over here, and it's actually powering an air conditioning system. I don't have my 360 viewer on right now, but you can see the water heater and the storage tank. Again, great thing about that 360 camera is I was able to cut individual pictures out of that 360 shot, so I could get a better view, a zoomed in view of the boiler. And again, very heavy copper pipe taking the boiler across, professionally built. Again, this is commercial, obviously, but it's not entirely different from what you'd come across in residential. And there's that image again. And by the way, what's the problem here? There's not supposed to be anything stored in here. It's not a storage room. As you can see, the pipe was going across from the boiler and into passing through radiators here. And that was the heating system for this unit, for air conditioning unit. Sorry about that. Yes, I checked. I just checked on the break. Took my 15-minute PCR test, and no, I don't have COVID, but I do have a nice cold. At least I don't have COVID yet. Who knows? Point is, of course, this copper pipe, in this case, heavy steam or hot water pipes that are being used to keep the place warm. Sorry for the clearing the throat. So these are systems probably larger than most houses you'll see, but you actually know. I mean, this building is about 20,000 square feet. So it wouldn't be uncommon to have a 20,000 square foot house to possibly inspect. And as you can imagine, instead of one small, mechanical system, you might have 2 or 3, and they'll run in parallel, and those are part of your inspection. At a certain point, if you're not comfortable with the larger systems, definitely have to tell them and just say, look, I can do this, and you'll put on your report, everything looks good, but you should have a competent HVAC technician take a look at these. So these are just something I did this week and or last week, actually. Actually, another quick look while we're on this building. We'll take a look at the roof. The roof had some interesting challenges here, and you will come across flat roofs a lot. And in this case, nice little crack there. This is, not the newest roof. It's, but it's, ponding. It's kind of a bit of a problem, and it's going to become worse. More ponding often near the equipment. This is the kind of stuff you might see that could cause problems. But also from a plumbing perspective, you think about how you're going to be seeing a lot of pipes here, and you're going to ask yourself, what's that pipe? Well, the pipes actually have many things up here. Some of them are gas. The yellow one here, that's a gas pipe. These are actually gas-powered air conditioners. They're very, very efficient. Until Cuomo cuts off the gas and doesn't allow us to use gas anymore, the gas-powered stuff is probably a third the price of electric heating. Again, typical dunnage. This is a reminder to you of what damage can occur when you just put something randomly on a roof. In this case, this is the dunnage to hold down a satellite dish for the movie theater. And the problem is the area around it has kind of settled because of the weight of it. And you can see that this is, I believe it had rained the day before, but clearly there was some really ponded problems. And the ponding was actually made worse because of the condensate lines from the air conditioners that were running. So again, starting to think about what you're looking at can be quite important. That's just an electrical wire. Typical roof scupper, that's the exterior drains. Anybody know what that is? That's the service drop for a very, very big service. This building has probably about 500, probably 1,000 amps. So that is actually a 480 volt drop. So 120, 120, 120, 120 plus grounds. So that combines inside for the phases to create a 407 or 408, 480 service. And not real good to see the water ponding around it. Again, types of pipes you might see on the roof of a building. This is, again, a natural gas air conditioner. Very good. Remember, air conditioners run on compression, right? How do you get compression? One, electrical compression, or two, natural gas heat-based compression. So it's a funny thing to think about, but heat creates cool, and something to remember. Also, obviously, these buildings, these air conditioners are probably at the end of their service lives. And I would also say that these electrical wires probably need to be properly reviewed. Anyway, let's not focus on this project. I don't want to go too far on that. What else? I think I might want to look at one more. Actually, let's do a typical inspection for one of the dives. As you might remember, we looked through classes previously where, you know, the funniest way, the easiest way to get protection or practice in home inspection is to actually go on Zillow. You know, hey, surprise, they give you 50 pictures, you know, or 50 houses. In this case, in the sample directory and thing, we have a number of places. Let's take a look at some of the things you might see wrong with the plumbing on this little house in Syracuse. Now, in fairness, I downloaded this picture a couple of years ago, so it says, yes, that's right, a 1,400 square foot house for $17,500. Yes, you can buy it on your credit card. In fact, it's actually just as bad pretty much out there now. Why are the houses so cheap in Syracuse? All I can say is go to Syracuse and find out. Simple fact is, this is a house for sale in New York State just a while ago for this price. As you can see, the Zillow actually thought it was worth more. So, but you know, Zillow's not the ultimate source or anything, but it was interesting. So let's take a look. And what I want you to do, by the way, is go on Zillow and pick a place like Syracuse, or I was looking at Newburgh last night. Look at Utica if you really want to break your heart, and do a search for house prices between $1,000 and $20,000. $20,000, you can buy entire houses. Now, is this one perfect? No. Let's see what kind of damage the plumbing might have. Now this one's pretty rough, right? You've got stains in the carpet. Obviously, just a chain smoker for 50 years probably lived here. I think it'd probably take you a good week to just scrub off the nicotine. Buildings that add-ons like this are always a problem because are they draining properly? And up in the roof. Now this is, I thought this was the most beautiful part of this house. This $17,000 house. I would pay $50,000 just for this beautiful roof work. The wood. I mean, this is gorgeous. Again, not very sexy, but the point is from a craftsmanship standpoint, these old 5/4 floors, the roof truss joists that are perfectly done, rafters. I mean, this is an example of you know, what can be. Now, somebody actually had a job and wanted to live in this neighborhood, and I don't know why it's $17,000, but it is. Obviously, like I said, there's clearly a chain smoker that lived here. Kitchens, what are we going to do? We come across a kitchen like this. It's unoccupied. Well, I am looking for plumbing right now. So what am I doing? I'm open up the bottom here, check the plumbing underneath. It actually looks like it's got a relatively new Moen faucet. So somebody changed it relatively recently. And although this picture wasn't taken, it's probably in good shape. Is it okay that there's no refrigerator here? No, you don't care. That's not part of your inspection. Just say no refrigerator. Typical hot air duct, forced air duct from the hot water heater below. Let's get to the pictures down below. There's some interesting pictures in this one in the cellar. Again, not very sexy house. Why is the electric right at the front door? Because that's literally the closest distance it can be. Why do you do that? Because every foot the electric travels, you lose like, 0.5% or 0.1% of your voltage. Tesla was amazing, but AC unfortunately is only good for, or DC is only good for shorter travel. Again, we won't go to how beautiful this house is. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. So you come across a basement. Actually, this one's not too bad. What do you got there? Is that PVC? No, that is painted white iron. Why did they paint it white? I don't know. Why not? It actually, I guess it looked prettier than the dark black. But they may have been covering up rust. So keep an eye out for that. Generally, the infrastructure of this house is good. Clearly the hot water, excuse me, the furnace probably needs to be replaced. And if you turned it on right now, you would die because one of the furnace things is not connected properly. So that's not a particularly good sign. And that's another reminder to you why you should never turn on stuff in the house if it's been mothballed, because it might be disconnected. By the way, this is a good reminder. The fact that this vent is sitting here down, it's a good time to remind you that anytime you are dealing with a home inspection, one of the great things to do is bring a gift. And it would be really smart to bring a gift of a carbon monoxide detector for this house. Remember, and this house has clearly been worked on lately because I'm seeing some PEX lines here, some plumbing lines. They probably pulled out the plumbing lines. This house has probably been a working. Somebody was trying to keep this thing going. And these are things we see when we're out in the house. Again, reminder of the perimeter bathroom. Here's another bathroom. How do we inspect this? This is actually, this looks like a relatively new toilet. The vanity, I'm not sure whether that's aging or what, but it probably is not the same as the original tub because they would have matched the porcelain. So this is probably a newer piece, but you look underneath, make sure the hot water is working, test the hot water in the sink. I'm going to look down on the floor. This 1950s hexagon subway tile is nice, very nice, and actually pretty expensive today. But I could probably do without the peeling pink paint. And it does also look like the the fixtures for the tub are removed. Again, that's a way of saying don't use me, and the don't use me may be because it leaks. So this is a tub that I probably wouldn't test if I were doing the home inspection. Now back to the toilet for a second. The toilet it looks like an amalgam. It actually has the proper this may actually be a relatively new one. It probably is, in fact. People do, if they're going to fix anything in plumbing, they're probably going to fix their toilet. And in this case, the toilet is, it obviously needs a deep cleaning. It's porcelain, so who cares? And you can see the edge down here for the trap of any toilet. That's good. But it's probably a newer one because it has the button on the top. And the button on the top is for the pressure tanks. So, again, I'm not trying to sell this house. I'm just trying to remind you that, when you look through a house, you'll see a lot of stuff. This particular one, again, pretty simple plumbing. Oh, there's your hot water heater. Hot water heater looks like its venting is in place. Again, it's too far away, but it looks like there's hot red and blue there, which means a PEX line, which probably means this is a relatively new water heater. Again, for you, you're going to go and take a look at it. You're going to take a picture of the serial number and with the size and the fuel and the serial number, because then you can take that serial number and put it in a website, and that'll tell you the age of the hot water heater. Now, as I said, the hot water heater's typical age is between 8 and 12 years. This one's up in Syracuse. I think Syracuse has soft water like New York City does, but I'm not sure. But because of that, again, you want to look at the flow if you can turn on the sinks upstairs. Now, this building clearly is the outer limit of what you're going to expect. This is a house that's unoccupied and vacant. When you inspect something like this, you might find cats or rats or raccoons or something, all kinds of crazy stuff inside. Again, quick images as we go through. Let's jump out of that house. So that was, again, these are just sample directories I grabbed. I could jump. Okay, here's a $40,000 house. 40,000 bucks. Let's see what kind of plumbing systems we have to deal with. So I'm coming to the house. I start with the exterior. I look around. I run the perimeter. It needs a lawn mowing. Okay, no big deal. Now this is a building that looks like it's unoccupied. So I've gotten a lockbox from the broker, or maybe I'm walking with the broker and the buyer to take a look. Who's the broker work for? Most of the time, again, the broker works for the seller. Okay. So always think about what you're saying, because whatever you say will be magnified back to you. I strongly suggest, again, 360 camera, not only for making sure you get good shots of each room, but also to function as a 360-degree recording of your inspection. Sounds dumb, but A, people act different when they're in camera. B, memory is cheap these days. So C, you might lose a couple hundred megabytes, but you'll be able to get a nice walkthrough recording that might protect you in court someday, or it might get you in trouble if you're stupid. So here we go. Let's take a quick look at this house. Again, roof damage, paint, the paint's washing off. I mean, let's face it, this baby's seen better days. The outer stuff, plants growing too close to the adjacent. See that? But the house next to it looks kind of nice. Looks like somebody's trying to take care of their house. Maybe, what do you want to buy? You want to buy the worst house on the best block. Well, I feel sorry for this guy over here because he's got to deal with this piece of crap. But, hopefully if you fix it up, he'll be happy with you. Nothing makes a neighbor more happy than you making the building next to them look better. Because remember comps, right? The price of his property is based upon the price of yours. So again, quick electrical panels. As we talked about this, I guess back in May, we did electric. Quick reminder. These are older panels. This is a square D panel, fine. Single pulls. This is probably a 25-year-old panel box. I'm not absolutely sure, but you can, again, you should write on the size. Square D panel box, 100 amp capacity. And how do you know the 100 amps? Well, there's two ways. One, there might be a master switch up here, the largest one being the amperage for the house. Or two, you can pull the screws off. Now, this one has 4 screws, 3 of which are missing. I got to tell you, because 3 are missing, I am worried about maintenance in this one. So I wouldn't touch this one. I would just record the thing, take a picture of it and say, panel box needs to be serviced by a licensed electrician, because it's clear somebody has been in this panel that was an amateur. Okay. So, but if you can take the panel off, if you feel comfortable with it in a different circumstance, again, you're wearing proper gloves, you're wearing glasses, you take the panel off, it's only one screw, pops off, you'll look into the panel and see what you got. What a nasty furnace. Again, probably a 1970s furnace. At least they have a filter, filter sizes. It looks pretty rusty. I mean, it probably still works. Looks like it's gas powered, so that's a big plus. But generally, not a big plus, and that would be repair or replace in your inspection. Water heater. What are my clues here? This one looks like a pretty modern water heater. It's got, looks like the venting's going out to the primary chimney. Of course, you're going to take your serial number off of it. You can see the energy guide. It looks like it's pretty high up, so it's a pretty efficient water heater. What's that? I want to say 60 gallon, 50 gallon. Looks kind of narrow. I'm not sure about this model, but it's a Richmond something. Funny part is Utica and Syracuse used to be some of the largest boiler makers in the world. They made boilers for houses all over the world. And now, all those jobs are gone. So again, what type of service is this? That's a gas, right? You can see the gas coming down here, and you got your clean out valve right here. You've got your TPR up here, which is the temperature pressure relief valve. The thing gets too hot, the temperature breaks, boom, the water spills out on the floor. And this one is, hey, it's just going to spill out on the floor, not a big deal. But and also actually one kind of a good sign. This one's not new. It's once we check the serial number, we can find the exact age of the boiler, and then I'm not seeing any corrosion down here, and that tells me that the water in the basement stayed pretty dry. Again, there's our meter sitting on the floor here. Is that okay? Yeah, it's not perfect, but it's decent. It's legal. Again, what's my big problem here? Actually, what makes it not legal is the fact that right there on the left side, I mentioned this earlier, so I can zoom in a bit. On the left side here, that bulbous line, that's lead, okay? So that means this water is being supplied to this house by a lead pipe, okay? Now, don't freak out. I hate to say, but that's the norm. You got to just put it in your report. You're not here to whatever freak out. I would suggest offering the owner a lead, run a water test on the building, and obviously, I generally I'm going to say repair or replace anytime I see that. And but again, lead pipe is not all bad. It's only bad when the lead gets damaged and scraped up. This one's been here for 100 years. Chances are there's a layer on there's a layer of crud on the inside of the lead that kind of minimizes the lead poisoning. But again, check the water. Definitely would put that in the report.
Yeah, Brian, I have a question.
Yes, sure.
From the previous picture, I see that there's a peeling on the wall there. You think there's some sort of
it's peeling because of course the concrete is getting wet.
Okay.
Right, and so the moisture comes from the outside. Now it's probably moldy as heck down here too. I remember you saw the pictures. This is a nasty basement. I've not been in this basement, so I don't know. My first instinct would be, hey, it's peeling big chunks. It might be lead, but I actually think that paint is much newer, and although obviously clearly it could be a lead-based paint, and lead-based paint is really good for this kind of stuff. Lead is great in blocking mold, and it's great for solar, but in a basement, I mean, they use them for everything. In fact, the US Navy used it like for everything. Again, I talked about Mill Basin, the place where Brooklyn's Kings Plaza is. That actually, the mill of Mill Basin was a lead mill. And they made thousands of tons of lead there for the Dutch Boy White Paint Company. Excuse me, I'll say that again. The Dutch Boy White Lead Paint Company. That was actually the name. And the reason was because white paint before like 1990, the best white paint was actually lead. Had lead in it. It still is actually. They replaced it with titanium, luckily, in the 1990s, but that's an evolution. Back to your guess, I'm going to say not lead paint just because of other maintenance in the building, but it could be. And because there's an undercoat underneath. I would actually think that white undercoat underneath might be lead, but not this one.
Yeah, I think it could be a mold because there's a dark spot right by the pipe over there, right?
Exactly. Well, clearly, obviously there's some water issues in this basement. And again, we're not talking a millionaire's house here. We're talking, this, right? So why does the paint peel off here? It's really the paint is peeling off because water has come under from the windows and soaked the stone and pushed the paint off. I believe that's the case here. Again, probably a 1920s house, wooden columns, but it's not too bad. It's got wooden columns, but I don't see any sign to deterioration here, which tells me this one's actually a pretty good dry cellar. Looking for plumbing. I'm not worried about the rest of the stuff. Obviously, this is not architectural digest material, but it's $40,000 for a livable house. So if anybody wants to bug out, this is the place to go. Although ironically, it's almost cheaper to move to Manhattan these days than to move to Syracuse because the prices are dropping so much. Again, plumbing here, what do? We're opening up underneath. We're looking at the plumbing connections, hot and cold water properly. Does the drain have a proper trap? And, I assume there's a vent stack in the wall there. And usually, of course, the vent stack is right behind the kitchen. Gas, we talked about gas a little bit. Am I gonna test this range? Well, again, by the way, this looks like a relatively modern range, probably within 20 years. So it probably has electric ignition. If it's plugged in, I would test it just to see if there's gas flow. But, again, you don't want to make comments that'll make you certify it. I always think real estate's doing these pictures is so almost, it's kind of nasty in that you're looking into other people's lives. I prefer to look at empty houses, but of course, in a home inspection, you're going to have to, wade through a house, right? So this is, again, yet another toilet, the shower. This is probably, by the look of that really crappy cabinet, this is probably like down in a basement or in a different level where they just kind of added this thing on later. Again, look for clues as to how the building evolved over time. Good news is no stains on the sink. It looks like it's bolted down to the floor properly. I don't know what's going on back there, but it could be worse. Okay, so that was that one. And the reason why I do these is because, I talk text and it's boring. You guys want to, well, we talk the law. Nothing's better than kind of seeing what goes wrong. Oh, this one's a fun one. This one, actually, one of my students came by and said, Brian, they're destroying my mother's house. I said, yep. And this will give you some great images. It's a big file, so let me go through this. This is what happens, what you don't want to see with water. This is the plumbing chase that got wet and got damaged. Now, this is really a big problem because the plumbing chase, this is an apartment building, okay? It's like a 6-story apartment building, so it still can be made of wood, but the water damage has compromised this vertical chase. The area where the pipes run up and down is incredibly, incredibly risky for fire. I dealt with a fire in 2003 where they just settled the lawsuit this year about several people who died. And one of the reasons was that the fire had run up through this wall from the 2nd floor. And then the fire reappeared on the 6th floor and then spread across the building and then down. And it was a horrific fire. But sadly, one guy ran around saving everybody, getting out, and then he passed away, saving everybody else's lives. But the key thing is that these vertical chases are really a potential risk. What do you think that black panel is? That black paper, that was all they had for insulation. That was called insulation in older houses. I just saw this in a 1901 house recently. I mean, there was nothing in the walls. There was just this black vapor. It was not even a vapor retarder. It was this black paper. It's like a heavy wax paper, and its purpose was to just keep the draft out. They made no attempt at insulation like we would today. But this one's been worked on before, obviously, because that is while this may be a very old frame, that is, of course, drywall. If you look closely, the drywall is actually on top of a plaster. Actually, what looks like a very old drywall layer. So again, we look at the many evolutions of repair on a property. Again, this is stuff that fell down and the black mold up in the ceiling. He was trying to make a case for suing the city. And I was like, dude, just move out of the apartment. Reminder of how water, in this case, the water is continuing to flow. So all this structure had been completely soaked. And this is really, really bad. So drying this stuff out, you got to get desiccants and really get it cleaned up. So I just kind of browsed through these pictures. I mean, this wood is soaked. So this is the wall, inside of the wall, inside the chase, right? Galvanized garbage pipe, 180-year-old galvanized pipe. The water probably tastes like sucking on a iron beam. It's probably so rusty from all this pipe. This is the collapsed ceiling. You might come across this and you say, what the heck is this? Well, that's obviously debris has fallen, caved in past the ceiling, because the water actually is coming from 2 floors above. Couple of hints, actually give you some hints on the building type. The fact that this is BX cable tells me that this is a larger apartment building, which wouldn't necessarily be required inside the walls of a like 1-family house. In fact, this is a 6-story apartment building. So again, having these having these walls open is actually a very serious issue. In fact, an apartment buildings could very easily vacate this building because of these walls being open. That's how serious it is. Again, reminder back what you might see behind the walls. That's pretty nasty, isn't it? I mean, you got the sink down here. What used to be a beautiful, nice luxury apartment in the 1920s is today, falling apart. This is a great statement on, I mean, you can see here the thick plaster of this rated plumbing chase. And again, pretty scary stuff. Now that mold's not going to go away, right? That is stuck in the walls, and that's going to have to be pulled out. And this is actually not even his apartment. This is the back wall of the apartment next to his. So this whole building's got some serious problems. I hate galvanized. I hate galvanized. I hate galvanized. Okay, again, an older building. 1930s galvanized pipe. Why did they use galvanized? Because copper was too expensive. Brass was very expensive. And steel was really, really cheap, particularly in the post-war era, when basically from 1900 to today, or maybe till 20 years ago, America produced so much steel they didn't know what to do with it. And again, a lot went into pipes. And these things generally have a 50-year lifespan. But as you can see, it may have a 50-year lifespan, but this is now lifespan year number 90. It's probably by look at the design, a 1930 structure. Maybe that's 80 years, I don't know. Oh, 90, okay, I forgot my math. The big picture is, what you may not notice in this picture is the crack here, those vertical lines are water dripping down. So this structure really has some problems, and fixing it is going to be immense. Now, again, you don't do, as a home inspector, you don't give them estimates. You do identify the water and say you must have this checked out by an engineer. Okay, this is not just, this is beyond the visual observation of a home inspector, and as beyond the $400 or $500 you might charge a home inspector. This is the, oh darn, I got to get an engineer out here, spend $3,000, get a remediation company out here, get a plumber out here, shut the plumbing down, and do some major work. And oh, by the way, while I'm at it, I probably have to replace all this galvanized pipe. Not good. Again, back to the pictures of the water literally running down this guy's house. Oh, not so nice. Of course, at this point, this is water that came from the ceiling, but a reminder of the pollution that's falling through. I had an apartment in east side of Manhattan about 10 years ago. I come home from work in my suit. And of course, Murphy's Law, I'm like, the deputy commissioner for the building department for I think it was Brooklyn at the, maybe Manhattan at the time. And I come home, and the super and my wife are standing in the bathroom, and there's a huge latex bubble coming down from the ceiling about 3 feet wide. And the latex bubble is literally encased in water. And you can see here where the water came through, created a bubble, and then it broke away. And in my case, the latex bubble broke, and probably 20 gallons of absolutely filthy water got onto my suit and pretty much ruined it. More images again, the water damage this guy took. Oh, look at that. That's scary. Look at that. What's going on here? That's an electrical outlet. That's water dripping out from an electrical outlet. Hello. Now that's about as scary as it gets. That's a fire or worse. Again, more water damage. People paint the pipes, and over time, people tried also back in the, I've never seen foil insulation before. I'm not sure what he's trying to do here, but that it almost looks like it's pressed on aluminum foil. A lot of people do stuff like this just as a way of trying to contain the condensation. So you might come across things like that. Although this looks like, oh no, that isn't what I thought. That is some kind of a, well, that paint, either way, let's just say it's a pretty good guess that paint is loaded with lead. By the way, lead paint was great for pipes, especially because it did a really good job of conducting the heat through the pipes. And again, things to think about. Very probable lead paint chips. Again, luckily there were no babies living in this apartment, but if there were, it'd be pretty scary. You can see the water just pouring through. There's what that's not condensation line. That's actually dripping from above. And you know, clearly this whole building is now getting close to being compromised. Wet walls, more damage there. Okay, I think we went through all these. Interesting rack of pictures. That was actually from a student a couple of years ago, and kind of scary. I wonder if I want to do my fun one yet. We talked about the fire damage. Let's take a look yet again. How about a, well, let's see what $160,000. This is actually a nice house. And so let's take a look at how we might inspect the plumbing of this house. This, I think, actually, funny part is, I think I saw this still for sale like 2 years later. I downloaded this picture a while ago. It's right next to Syracuse University. Very nice, Spanish colonial, probably an old professor's house, really pretty, and very cheap, 159 grand, if probably 300 grand now. But the we think about where the water is going to go wrong. So there's our, again, we do the plumbing and inspections in the kitchen. We're starting to look at under the sink. We're got to do that. Dishwasher, we want to make sure the dishwasher connection is proper underneath. Again, what other water sources? You look for condensation around the fridge, things like that. Again, this is a 160, so this is a different type of property, a little higher end than the garbage ones we saw. I'm just trying to focus on the plumbing today. Okay, there's a bathroom. So what do we have here? We have, well, that's just a cabinet. We don't care about this, right? That's not part of our inspection. But we want to keep an eye out for the water damage. Syracuse is cold as hell and gets a lot of snow. And I see right here, there's some tiles that are falling off underneath the window. That tells me there's a moisture issue, okay? So what else do we have for moisture? I'd be very leery about the perimeter of the tub on the inside. Toilet looks brand new. That looks like a modern toilet. There's another bathroom, again, like a little micro bath, half bath. Again, modern design. I don't see any problems. I look underneath this cabinet, probably have to pull out the drawers to look to make sure the water is connected properly, but I don't see any water damage generally. Back to the kitchen one more time. The gas stove, it's got a hood, that's good, which means it may not have a window. Actually, this did have a window. Do I care about the microwave? Nope. That's an appliance. We don't do appliances. We care about the refrigerator? Nope. Same thing, an appliance. You know, they'll open the door. They'll see if they want to keep it. It's stainless steel. We don't like it, or we do like it. Every brokers love stainless steel. What's up, Jerry?
On that refrigerator, wouldn't we look at that for the water connection?
That's a great question. You know, I was just about to add that. You caught me before I got to add that, and you're 100% correct. I do want to, and this one's got a water system in effect, so you're absolutely correct. Not only am I going to look at it behind the refrigerator, which looks pretty easy here, we can just kind of look back the side, right? But I'm also going to pay attention down below in the basement, because that, you know, that 1/8 inch, you know, 3/16 inch water line that fills the water supply here, I want to make sure that is not leaking. So excellent point there. Excellent. So again, just quickly passing through, I think that's all the pictures for this one. I like these live inspections because you're making your brain work, and you're trying to ask yourself, how do I want to look at it? Samples. By the way, there was a bunch of home inspection report samples here. You definitely should go to the sample directory on the Dropbox and take a look at those. If you don't have the Dropbox, send me an email. And I'll, if you're a guest, I'll let you log into some of it. Okay. Let's see, what's this one? Let's upscale a bit. What do you say? $8 million. Anybody got spare cash? Let's check our plumbing in this $8 million house on First Place. If you don't know, is a historic street in down in Carroll Gardens, Brooklyn. Wow, I don't think we'd have to worry about, oh, plumbing. What are we checking here? It's fancy, right? Which means it's expensive to fix. So you better make sure you check underneath the sink here. One of the things I'm looking for is specialty plumbing items. Wow, that's pretty sweet. This one's an $8 million house. So if you're into whatever. Okay, here's a bathroom again. Old style flapper thing. You want to take that lid off to make sure the flapper's in place and there's good maintenance inside, the flushes properly, etc. I know this is not so exciting, but it's important. Again, go underneath here, wiggle the tub, make sure wiggle the toilet, make sure it's stable, gently. Don't smack it around like I would. Again, inspect the showers. This one looks like it's a beautifully maintained space. Again, it's an $8 million house, so chances are you're going to be hard pressed to find things wrong here. But that's why you got to look. You know, do I see any water damage here from a leak upstairs? No, I don't. But you always want to be cognizant of things like that. Anytime you see water on one floor, you want to look for water from it on the floor below. Again, beautiful interiors. I'm not here to do that. Kitchen, what do we got? We got a gas stove. Now, this is interesting. This is an 1870s area. So what happened is these kitchens were actually added on as a separate structure to the building later on. They'd like take it, and you see this all over the Upper West Side of Manhattan, in Brooklyn here, Park Slope, and Upper East Side, where the kitchen was pushed to the back. And why? Because it stunk. You know, by the 1880s, people didn't want to smell, and they didn't want to use the same fireplace as the the heating. So the kitchen was actually pushed in the backyard. So you get this long galley kitchen. I know exactly the plan of this building. I've done 1,000 of these. So again, we deal with this, obviously very well maintained. Those cabinets are not rocket science. They're, you know, this is like low level kitchen stuff. I mean, that's a bottom grade gas, but all you care about is that it works, right? It has a vent, but it may not actually need it because there's a window next door. Again, sink, check underneath, kind of work around the corner. Also, by the way, old buildings like this, look for old connections. Look, and in this particular one also, when I'm looking under the sink, I'm looking for the gas line coming around. Now the gas line's probably stubbing up from the cellar, but things to think about. Again, follow the pipes. Back to the nice place again. Oh, what's the heating system here? There's a radiator over there. So this is probably a steam radiator house. It may have been retrofitted, and probably won't see it in this set of pictures, but as you're walking around, you're checking everything. Also, since this is such an old house, I want you to pay attention to the electric outlets, or more importantly, the lack of them. Older houses, they really didn't have many outlets. They might have as low as one outlet per room. So that retrofitting could be a big issue. Often what they did in the 1920s and 30s is they ran phone lines and electrical outlets in the baseboard here. I saw a place I was renting on in Manhattan, it actually had some really, really old electrical boxes on the board or on the line of the thing. I didn't use them, but they were there. And actually, some power things also, because the house was very lacking of power. So again, one of the things you might comment on this, obviously this is gorgeous, right? Look at this beautiful, you know, what do I want to call it? Plaster work, I'll generally say. I mean, just very nice, very beautiful materials.
Looks like a converted gas line house. So they get gas line for lights.
Exactly. Very good. I mean, in fact, that's so important. In fact, this is one of the biggest problems I had with old Brooklyn. And this is 1870s Brooklyn, when in fact, the Brooklyn Union Gas Company, all their gas was actually coming from the Gowanus Canal. So you actually are dead on. This is like at Court and First Place. So this would be, you know, half a mile from the gas company. So you can be guaranteed that was originally a gas fixture. In fact, one of my inspectors called me out once to the field, and he said, "What are we going to do about this?" Well, what happened was, in the 1870s, the house. This is a very, very old house in Columbia Heights or in Brooklyn Heights, and he almost freaked out because he was looking. I mean, luckily, nothing was wrong, but he was an electrical inspector, and he found the electrical line for a light, and it was very, very old, not even knob and tube wire. It was horsehair wire with paper. Now, good news is they were renovating and everything, so a really professional electrician was doing the work to fix it. But the amazing part was, and the reason why I had to go, was the 1870s gas line that the electricity had been wired through for 140 years. His sniffer told me there was still gas in the line. So we actually, this house was ready to blow for 100 years. But yeah, you bring up a fantastic point that a lot of these houses, particularly this very older house, again, in perfect condition, but the infrastructure, and that's a great perspective. I mean, the infrastructure has changed. The gas lines became electric lines. In some cases, there's still gas left over, believe it or not. And excuse me. And conversely, again, I talked about a massive lack of outlets in the building. Instead of every 6 feet, which is required today by new codes, this room might have 2 outlets, right, for these 2 lights. But conversely, today we see in electric the similar challenge, which is that newer buildings might have old coaxial cable. 25 years ago, it was totally cool. It was cool to run, 2-wire coaxial data cable, what we call cable, cable television cable, and that would be run through the houses. And that, of course, is completely obsolete today. So again, we see obsolete tech that we may observe as we walk around. Again, very quickly, so as we look at the plumbing issues, again, this one's in perfect condition, so this is not a problem. Oh, skylights. Now, skylights are interesting. I hate them. Well, actually, I love them because I love the light, but I always fear them because they leak all the time. This one's probably a 100-year-old skylight. You can tell because it looks like the brass or the copper is, very well oxidized. But you know what the funny part is? That's why they use copper, because copper lasts 100+ years. And this may very well be 100+ years old, and it's really historic. So I'm actually glad they didn't take it out. That actually probably was because this was an apartment building, and that skylight was required at the top of the stair, but that light is not required for a single family house. So I think this is a converted house. There's that. This seems like a different kitchen from the one I saw a minute ago. That's interesting. I don't know if it's a different part of it, but again, same railroad kitchen. Maybe this is a before after shots. Yeah, because I don't see the stove anymore, right? Yeah, psych freaked me out. Oh, there's a stove over there now. I don't know. So again, I'm just browsing a property. We think about, as we walk a room, what are you doing? This is a typical room you might walk into. I'm starting, look at the ceiling, right? The electrical in the ceiling, maybe there's sprinklers, maybe there's inset lighting. Then I go to the walls, I pan the walls and I say, let's go clockwise around the wall from the entry. It looks like there's some electric outlets there, good. Cruising along, I got some wiring here on the ground. That's probably just cable, I don't care about that. And then once I've done all 4 walls, I go down. I also am looking for sagging and deflecting. Again, clearly this building's pretty solid. So what's that?
How about that fireplace?
It is very common in Brooklyn to close up these old fireplaces, which I actually think is a travesty. In fact, you're actually not allowed to build new fireplaces in New York City. So I advise my clients, and I just had another client that everybody closes up their fireplaces these days. And one of the good reason though, is that it does screw up. You waste a lot of energy that goes up the flue.
Well, we came across a fireplace in Brooklyn, and behind this wall, like they had it nice and covered. The whole chimney's cracked and falling down.
Right. Well, that's exactly correct. Chimneys get the crap beaten out of them. I went through that in the roof chapter. And yeah, the lightning strikes, the thermal damage from heating and cooling and freezing and whatever, chimneys really take punishment. And in fact, if you see a chimney that's concerned, this one, even if I opened it up, I wouldn't touch this unless I got an okay from a chimney sweep and possibly even an engineer. There's actually in the building code, there's a specific test called the smoke test, which you basically put mint oil up, you blow it up the chimney. And if you smell it on the different floors, then you might have a leak. It's a kind of a simple test. I say this because once I had to yell, I almost vacated a building right across a 22-story apartment building right across from the Met on Fifth Avenue. So we're talking big dollars, multi-billion-dollar deal. And their chimney, somebody was smelling smoke and got high carbon monoxide readings on like the 19th floor. And the co-op was like, hey, we got to solve this. And the 2 guys were fighting. I said, and I made it perfectly clear to them. I had my inspector go out and take a look. And he said, he got really high carbon monoxide ratings. And I said, I'll make you a deal, guys. You solve this now and reline this chimney, or I'm going to vacate your building entirely, everybody. And they were like, what? And they threatened, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to do this. I'm going to call the mayor. And I'm like, that mayor at least would have backed me up. So I didn't worry about it. And in fact, I made it very clear that had to be fixed because that chimney leak, and I dealt with a lot of carbon monoxide leaks. That one was probably one of the worst, but the worst was one I had on in Dumbo on J Street, which is ironically right across the street from a new client. And the one on J Street actually had the carbon monoxide was from a chimney next to a building next door. When somebody built a new building, they didn't extend the neighbor's chimney. And so the carbon monoxide was actually getting sucked, the gas from their chimney from a 250,000 square foot office building was being sucked into the apartment building. And this young kid came to his mother and said, Mommy, I'm feeling sick. And Mommy was really, really smart. And Mommy got a carbon monoxide detector and it went through the roof. I think it's 25 parts is bad. And it was like 550 parts. So this kid would have died if he had probably gone to sleep a couple more times in this room. And luckily we, again, I basically said, we have 2 options. I'm going to vacate this entire building, tower, or we are going to give emergency permits to have an engineer to supervise to extend that chimney now. I said, look, I'll waive all permits. We'll do it. We'll file it later, emergency filing. And we raised the chimney 10 stories so that it wouldn't blow into the apartments. So yeah, chimneys are really dangerous. And I said this earlier, and I'm really serious about it, which is if you want to come with a little gift to the person, remember when you're inspecting somebody's house, it's their house. They may actually have a half dozen home inspectors come through for different clients. Although today, of course, people are waiving home inspection and just buying instantly. That's going to change really fast, which means you guys are going to be in a sweet spot by the time you get done with this class. Because when you get done with this, you set up your home inspection. There's a really good chance that the market's going to slow down, but B, all these people who bought with no home inspection contingency are going to say, you know, I think I better have somebody take a look at my house. And they might do a forensic home inspection. I've already been asked on a couple of these. I usually don't do homes, but I just may get around to getting the license for that. Right now I'm focusing on the commercial stuff. But again, the leak of the fireplace can be incredibly dangerous. So again, as we browse through this property, there's the kitchen again, or whatever. You know, actually, I think that's a second kitchen. So clearly, and by the way, oh, I'm being stupid. Why is it a second kitchen? Because it's probably a 2-family house. Duh. That was rather stupid of me. Oh, by the way, there's a violation. What's that? That's a missing carbon monoxide detector. Okay, $10. But remember that free carbon monoxide detector I was bringing? Bam, you just made somebody happy. It sounds dumb, but buy a case of them, and that's a great marketing tool for your company. In fact, you can even like put a sticker on it, you know, or you know, saying it's Joe Blow's home inspection. Bring it on. Well, you know, again, they're paying $500. It's the great part is you give it to the buyer, or you give it to the seller. Let's say that again. The seller appreciates it. Remember, the seller's looking too. So he probably is looking for a home. You know, when you talk to that seller, he's adversarial to you, but he's also a potential customer. So, although make sure you don't have any conflicts of interest on that. So yeah, I guess I'm pretty sure it's a 2-family. So anyway, we think about the water. You're absolutely right. You guarantee that was a gas fixture originally, being that this is an 1870s house. This is actually, this block actually is very historic in what is it called? Avenue A in Cobble Hill. It's very historic in that the front yards were written into a city of Brooklyn rule that is still in effect today, that nobody's allowed to build in the front yard for the first 30 feet. Again, I actually hope these plates actually look like removable covers, and that'd be a good strategy. But I just had a client fill in there. I gave a big spiel about how, oh my God, everybody's filling in their fireplaces. And he says, yeah, I just filled in my fireplace. And he said, I got rid of it because it gave me about 12 extra feet for his son's bedroom. And I said, okay, I can't disagree with that. But again, I advise people that a fireplace on average is adding $100,000 to $200,000 to the value of a property if it's in working order. At least for properties like this, where, you know, again, you're dropping $8 million on this property. Okay, let's get out of this one. So as we browse through, did I do Valley Drive yet? Let's see. Another one of those little Syracuse houses, a whole $40,000. $40,000. Your mortgage is $160 a month. Anybody can afford that? It's like on a credit card, right? And it's actually right near a couple of universities. Okay, what are we looking at? We got a we got a better picture of the kitchen, but you're going to be, you know, what type of plumbing damage are you going to see? This one actually looks really nice. Backyard. We talk about exterior survey. Anybody want to guess what this was? That was an old garage that was demolished, I think. That's my guess. It looks like it's kind of a square lot. So yeah, it's right in front of the gate. So that was a 2-car garage that got demolished. Probably roof collapsed or something. Again, kitchen, electric stove. That makes it easier, right? Just check the water. Now, I'm actually concerned here because my sink is all the way on the end. And that worries me because the sink being on the end means that it has the most exposure to the exterior walls. Now, if you didn't know, Syracuse is one of the coldest places, God knows why, but Syracuse is actually the snowiest place in the entire United States. Don't ask me why, but it is. There's just some confluence of the lakes, etc. So these people get a ton of snow. Oh, by the way, if anybody wants to buy a $360 million portfolio of properties in Syracuse, I'll give you my buddy Chris. He just asked me 2 days ago on that. I got to work on helping him sell that. But the water being all the way on the end here scares me because it's on an exterior wall and it is at the end of the building, and it's in Syracuse. That's like 3 strikes for potential water leakage. So these are the clues you look for. There's the building on the outside. Again, this is $40,000. This is pretty much pocket change if you're going to Syracuse University, right? What is it, $100,000 a year? Again, water damage, no real water damage. So, yeah, the funny part is, very sadly, there are Syracuse, Rochester. These used to be some of the wealthiest cities in the United States, if not the world. Rochester in the 1960s had like a half dozen Fortune 500, Fortune Dow companies. It was a major tech hub. So you see places that really, did great. And then over time, my old mantra is 1 year no maintenance is bad, 50 years no maintenance is Brooklyn. From all the buildings I had to demolish there. But again, we think about how the water damage will take out an unmaintained building. Speaking of unmaintained, let's go through this one real quick. Of course, these are exteriors, that paint shot. There's so many things wrong with this building. I think this one's like $10,000 if anybody wants to buy it. You'd be scraping paint for about 27 years. By the way, as a general rule, I hate ivy. Ivy looks real, not Ivy the teacher, but ivy the plant. It basically, you never forget, the goal of ivy's goal is to eat your building. So that's always a challenge and a negative that I put on an inspection report. What's that again?
It looks like it's sinking. The foundation is giving.
I got worse than that. Wait till we see the details on that. Of course, as you can see, the roof is collapsing, and the roofs are falling out. If it weren't for these vents in the floor, chances are all this water would be puddling. But the good news is of course, the downside is that water's running into the vents and destroying your mechanical systems. There's so many things wrong with this property. But this is, guys, you may be asked to inspect this kind of stuff. How much would you pay for this?
I would just gut the whole thing and just start a whole new one.
Well, actually, no, you wouldn't. Demolition is so expensive. One of the reasons why these buildings are still standing, this building may sell for $10,000, but to demolish it would cost $50,000 to $100,000. Because of all the environmental regulations that you have to deal with, the lead and asbestos abatement, this house would cost you literally $100,000 to demolish. Again, water damage. I'm trying to find some bathrooms. I'm not sure what's in this one. Oh, that's a great looking kitchen. What do you say, guys? Ouch. Again, I just want you to understand that this is the kind of stuff you might come across, right? And don't think, 15 years ago in Brooklyn, this is how bad it was. It was really bad. 5 years ago in the Bronx, it was this bad. And now everything's getting fixed up in the Bronx. But again, looking for plumbing aspects, again, of course, they got a modern sink. That's no big deal. But, that's not the original one. Other clues we look at, this building's probably about 1900 by the architecture. But also clues in age. Normally you can get the age of the building from the tax records, which I always, as I said, do your research before you ever go to a site. Well, look at these wide boards on the floor. That's just old stuff. This is they didn't even bother putting linoleum down. Plumbing. I look at this wall and I look at all the what looks like mold around the window, and I say to myself, I bet if I took these panels off, I bet there's mold out the wazoo on this exterior wall. You probably wouldn't be able to breathe in this building. It's probably so full of mold. Again, old toilet, no big problem there. But my worry is at these joints, we see the mold coming through. So, you put it on your report, but mold mitigation is pretty important. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
If the house was moldy, it would greet you at the front door because it would hit your nose real quick.
Yes, it would. I just had one of those on Wednesday, and I got to go back there on Tuesday morning with a bunch of city inspectors. And I'm representing the law firm, so that's real fun.
Okay.
But the law firm for the tenants, it's going to get interesting.
Oh boy.
the best part is like, oh, hi, inspector. Yeah, you used to work for me. No, but actually, the one thing I don't do is ever try to pull strings because you got to behave. So let's keep looking at this one.
Go for it.
We talked about interiors a while ago. Look at that paneling. I got to cut this picture out for my paneling slides because paneling, like I said, with that bathroom, one of the things I usually fear is what about the water in the wall behind you?
That's water damage.
That is incredible. You know, and much less the side over here, of course, where the plaster and lath wall is fully exposed because so much of the paint is pulled off. And when I see that, you know, that's all the layers of paint off. So you can be guaranteed that at least one or two of those layers is lead. So these are just some of the crap you're up against. And even worse, what I really fear is again, the water near the electric outlets. So that compromises the whole system in my book.
Oh yeah.
You know, have the electrician check the voltage drop. And I wouldn't be surprised if that outlet is putting a couple of volts into the wall and keeping it nice and warm at night. In just like a Tesla. Oops, spontaneous combustion.
Oh yeah.
I have a whole collection of about 24 videos of Tesla spontaneously blowing up and catching fire.
Yeah. So Brian,
Yes.
could this wall be a fire hazard as well because of the moisture that build up there?
Absolutely. No, this is, again, you're inspecting a property that is on the verge of demolition. So your home inspection is rather limited. Let's face it, they know what they're buying. You're just going to put, you know, completely, actually, I would, as a recommendation, in fact, maybe before I even went in, I might turn the main electrical panel off for this house. Chances are it's off already. But this is all, actually looking at this is a reason why you never turn the electrical panels on. Okay. If you turn that panel on, or worse, the water on in the house when it's shut off at the main, you know, there's a good chance that this water might be coming from the roof, but there's another good chance that it's coming from broken pipes, especially in Syracuse when it gets to be minus 40. Minus 40 is a good number. Do you know why? Because it's minus 40 Fahrenheit is also, if you didn't know, minus 40 Celsius. So it's an easy number to remember when you're doing your conversions. And it gets that cold up there. I mean, there was a day last year that they were saying on the news that congratulations, Syracuse is colder than the surface of the moon. And that's, you know, what it is. So as I show this, you know, I'm glad you're thinking about that safety risk. Obviously, and again, I'm going in this building, guys, I'm wearing a respirator. And you correctly identified the mold issue, right?
Yeah.
You're right. And this, wait till you go to the crawl spaces. You can imagine what that's going to be like. Anyway, there's a bathroom. I mean, this was beautiful once. You know, this is one of the things to remind yourself is that the good news is this thing was built very well 100 years ago, which meant that over 100 years, it's still standing. This is what I would deal with Crown Heights and Bed-Stuy in 2008, 2009, where buildings were completely falling apart. And then all of a sudden in 2011, Bed-Stuy was discovered by people moving in and the neighborhood started fixing up their own stuff. And the prices literally went to the moon. If you guys think today's price increases are great, Bed-Stuy in the entire United States, Bedford-Stuyvesant in 2013, prices went up 61% in 1 year. That's like Austin this year. I mean, again, it's a reminder that places can come and go. You know, will Bed-Stuy ever recover? You know, are there going to be hundreds of thousands of junior bankers that want to live there anymore and pay $3 million for a fixer-upper? I don't know. But in Austin, they definitely are right now. Again, what are you inspecting for? Are you looking for this bathroom looks moldy, but again, it was done right very well at some point. I can't say that's 100 years old. I might have to say that's relatively new. But you know, again, no shower stall. Again, this is buildings that are okay. Here, this sums it up.
It's got the same tiles like this one, so it should be the same timing. Because if you do this kind of tiling right now, chances are you're not going to find this tiling later.
I know, isn't that beautiful?
Yeah.
This stuff's gorgeous, but my problem is, what if the walls behind it are rotten? And that's the challenge. So, you know, I do it. Actually, I would build I would renovate the house building around this bathroom. This bathroom is craftsmanship. This would cost you $100,000 to do today, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, this is gorgeous. And again, that's what you come across all the time. You saw that one a little while ago in First Place, the $8 million house. Well, that $8 million house was, $600,000 20 years ago. I know because I almost bought one on that street. Stupid me. I blew that one, huh? Again,
A little bit.
yeah, again, basic fixtures circa 1920s. The rust, dirt, I don't know. Clearly, like I said, when you're doing a home inspection for something like this, you're calibrating your response and saying, look, this place is a pile of crap. Water with the roof damage, everything else really becomes moot. So this is actually a good thing to talk about, which is a bathroom with, again, kind of a kit modular shower added on, not part of the original house, but we always look at this area for leakage. These doors tend to get broken over time. These are things you want to be checking out in your plumbing inspection. I'll tell you one thing, you definitely got to orient yourself with every one of these pictures, because with all the missing tiles on the floor, it almost looks like it's a ceiling upside down.
Exactly.
Am I right? Yeah. So, I think the positives, I do see some pecs running around, but anyway, this building's beyond saving. I mean, if you want to, this would be a project for somebody. This is why I wanted to get to mechanical systems.
Wow.
Now you might have, we call this an octopus, right? Because, literally, actually the real problem with this octopus is they used to be connected higher up. All of these are disconnected. And they're probably disconnected, as I showed you earlier, where the water had fallen down and run into these ducts, and it probably had completely flooded the boiler or the furnace, so they disconnected it. So this is a reminder of what you might come across. Can you save this building? Well, I would say save it until you get to these pictures. There you go. Now, that doesn't look too bad. That's just plaster that fell off.
That's a brick face, so that can be
Yeah,
over.
yeah, that's not too bad. So again, this is the challenge of water, right? And that's why plumbing is so important to go through. When you look at these, what do you see? You see like an 85-year-old lady living here, right? And they don't have time or cost to maintain it. But at some point, this building had a lot of TLC.
Oh yeah.
So this is about the definition of diamond in the rough, right? I don't remember seeing a price on this one, but I think it was, let's see where we got a price. Oh no, I didn't capture the screen. Oh, there it goes. It was, that building was, actually more importantly, look at the map on the left. Those are prices of single family houses. That's not per month. These are prices for houses. 5,000, 5,000, 3,000, 12,000.
How many of us are online right now? We could all chip in 5,000 each and rebuild the whole town.
Yeah, but it'd be wonderful, except there's no jobs there.
We rebuild all the time. We rebuild the whole thing.
Well, actually, it's funny you mentioned that, because I've had some students, and one of them went up to another area, another city that's completely fallen apart, except that it has a world-class university. It's actually just like Syracuse. Syracuse is still a world-class university, although fading quickly. Yeah. But the other one is SUNY Binghamton. Take a look at, I had a broker from Binghamton, and he said he was buying houses up for $1,000 to $10,000 by the bushel. He was buying like entire blocks.
Yeah, you make them over and you can rebuild the whole town.
Absolutely. Well, 2 + 2 can equal 5, but again, you got to have buyers that have income. Now, the opposite of that is you can have buyers right now that are going to be renters. And a lot of these guys that are going to be on programs, they don't even care about, you work on projects, there are people, they plan to rent it out to Section 8.
That's not bad.
Again, well, that said, though, also remind yourself, if you look at those programs, they require you to have good lead abatement and asbestos abatement. So there are, you have to spend some money. But I just put this map up as just a reminder just how insane. Again, I'm picking on Syracuse here, but look at every city more than 100 miles from New York City. in New York State. They've
Yeah.
all collapsed.
Yeah,
Utica,
I knew.
yeah. You know, for instance, one area in Utica, a bunch of refugees from Bosnia, from former Yugoslavia, they went up there and they bought house. You know, they basically were given houses just by the state, and they, you know, they put their sweat equity in. Yeah, they didn't have jobs, and you know, they were living on welfare, but they were living on welfare and being smart and using sweat equity. And not too many years later, some of these guys are millionaires
Hey,
because they're flipping houses, and these guys were on welfare.
look at that.
So I'm not
11,000.
even welfare. Yeah, I mean, literally. And again, this Syracuse is expensive. And look,
This is a gold mine.
and look, notice I'm right next to a major highway. Okay.
Yeah.
And there's another major highway just above it. So this is, you know, again,
So, Brian,
Yes.
is that a good investment property? I know the Syracuse University is buying a lot of these properties too, right?
well, the challenge is this. Look at this property. Now, am I going to make money on this property if I do it myself? Or am I going to make money if I hire people to do it? The answer is I can't hire people to do this. It'll cost me too much.
Too much.
Yeah. And so we, you know, again, if it's a labor of love or a labor of stupidity, you know, there's a movie called the Money Pit. There you go. In fact, I haven't seen that in 30 years. I gotta watch that movie again.
You can't forget that movie.
Yeah, well, you know, I think everybody in real estate knows that movie or thinks about it. And let's face it, this building's a money pit.
Yep.
I mean, what do I want to say? The bathroom? Well, you know, again, might be a little bit of a risk.
You could take the tiles out and put them in some other place.
Well, good luck with that. I think I'd be better off spending that $100,000 to build it. Anyway, the point is that labor equation is not part of home inspection. As we're looking at the damage that water can do, it's pretty scary. Let's see. I'm having fun with these samples, so let's go through one more maybe. This, oh, the gates of hell. Wonder if I should show you this. This one I got to show you only if I show you the after.
Okay.
Oh, I don't have the after here. This was a building that Commissioner Ferriello and I were going to order demolished. And this is out at 3000-ish Fulton Street. I don't remember, 2061 Fulton Street, I guess it was. This area is a hopping area now. And as you can see, in an urban setting, renovation. Now, how do you do home inspection on this? You don't. This thing's roof off. That square, by the way, is the fire department spray painting it saying roof off. You know what that means? That's what we call external attack only. They're not allowed even into the building. Okay. But what I want to show you is I want you to go to Google and look at 2061 Fulton Street today, and you will see a beautiful building. And I'm ticked that I don't have the, I like the Gates of Hell thing. This was a Dante's Inferno special. But we wanted to order this building demolished because it was so unsafe, but it would have been even more unsafe if we took it down because it would have made the other two buildings next to it collapse. Yeah, so we actually, luckily, an engineer stepped in to repair it. And I told him, I will personally walk you through the department to make sure that, you know, this thing gets fixed or get you permits immediately to get this thing fixed. And he did a great job. And in fact, again, if you look at Street View, it is beautiful. A little bit of a crazy racist guy here, but hey, that's part of the deal. So again, I darn it. Oh,
maybe you can put the address on Zillow for this one right
it's
now.
It's 2060. Oh no, it'd be $3-4 million now.
Okay.
2060. If anybody has it open, 2061 Fulton Street, Brooklyn. I'd love to hear, see what I know what it looks like. It's gorgeous. I put another one of my pictures, presentations. But so anyway, as I go through these, we're thinking about the plumbing aspect of it. What else? Oh, should we do the palace? No, I don't want to do all my samples yet. I'll have to get some new samples for next week. So let's get back to the lecture for a little while. I think those were, okay. I don't want to focus on, obviously these are a great way of, you know, visuals are what makes it happen. So let's get back to our exciting pipes. As we were looking at all those buildings, we saw what happens when pipes die. And let's try to go through some of it. As we saw with this picture, what do we see here? We see a bunch of problems. This is galvanized. Yes, it's properly installed, but no, it's in the process of corroding to death. It's probably 80 years old. And if I ever see galvanized more than 50 years old, I'm going to recommend replacement, because you never know. And chances are the internal of this is going to be bad. On the right side, again, cast iron pipe with asbestos insulation. Wonderful. You know this house is old because you also see the knob and tube wiring up on the top right. That's been cut. I wouldn't even be surprised if that's still hot. So things to think about. Again, this is a shot. This was actually under the floorboards, I think, of a building rather than looking up. Oh God, I forget my perspective here.
Pipes under the floor.
I think this is very common in old buildings where they didn't have a crawl space. They might have, I take it back. I gotta assume this is a picture looking up. So I'll don't get too crazy. But so again, pipes under floors. No, I think it was under a floor. And as you can see, the copper was just kind of going over top. And somebody steps real hard, they're gonna kind of hurt the pipes. And let's talk about our big friend, the big A, asbestos. Asbestos is, of course, one of the biggest threats to you as you are inspecting buildings over time. Again, the exposure from one house for a couple hours probably won't give you a problem. But the converse of that is having an office down at 9/11, the 25 parts per million is bad for asbestos. I think it's 10 parts per million is bad. At my old office building on 9/11, the day after, on 9/12/01, my office was right across the street from the World Trade Center collapse, and our asbestos level was 190,000 parts per million. So a lot of people down in the pit obviously had a bad time. Some of my friends passed away, and
same here.
Yeah, so that's one of the challenges out there. But asbestos in a regular single family home, it's everywhere. We saw that octopus furnace, right?
Yep.
It's got, that's asbestos was great insulation. As I mentioned before, asbestos, the very first asbestos mining in the United States was actually on Staten Island. So New York City actually has been using asbestos forever, basically, for most of the buildings you deal with. Anytime you're doing work in New York State, you are required to do asbestos abatement. And as I said earlier, the cost of asbestos abatement, to get a building permit, the cost of asbestos abatement can actually be more than the cost of the building. And that's why all those buildings in Syracuse literally can't be fixed. Just to pull permits and do asbestos and lead abatement, that $5,000 house will cost you $50,000. So your only hope is literally to do it yourself and hope you don't get sick. It sounds crazy, but again, the legal world is kind of crazy, and that's what we have to deal with in real estate. Again, it's not wrong. It's there to help people, but the risks of buildings are infinite. As we see here, lights, electricity, insulation, siding, that's one of the big problems, but although not really. Asbestos siding is, again, it's a cost not for remediation or risk. There's no risk to the asbestos siding, and in fact the asbestos siding is spectacular because it resists the sun so well, but its cost is when you have to dispose of it. And when you if you ever take asbestos tiles off a building, you got to treat them as hazardous material, so people just leave them on or take them off and nobody's noticed and bury it in the backyard. Actually, I was walking around Flushing Meadow Park yesterday for the dragon boat race in the afternoon, and I walked under a bridge as I was walking towards it, and I saw several dozen black plastic bags, and I look in one, and sure enough, it was asbestos materials that somebody threw underneath the bridge in the park where they wouldn't be seen, so they could dispose of it illegally. Legal disposal of this stuff is really, really expensive. And illegal disposal, if you get caught, you get a pretty big fine. Even homeowners can get absolutely pounded if they do it. Again, pipes exposed. Best place to look for pipes, of course, is underneath the house. Gotta love that column, huh?
Gotta love it.
I had one in Greenpoint, Brooklyn. It was a 16-family house, and the owner was so desperate to get out his rent-controlled tenants that he had actually taken a chainsaw and cut one of the wooden columns of the house. So the entire sewer line of the house had settled down about 8 inches. And man, could you smell it. But it was terrible. I mean, it was a real challenge for me as to whether I'd vacate the place. But the thing holding it up, believe it or not, was actually probably 1880s when it was built. They literally built the house on top of the stump of an unbelievably huge tree.
Wow.
And that tree, 140 years later, was still holding up the house. If you think about it, an old tree is perfect. It's got the roots, acts just like a footing. And with the guy had done the damage, but he couldn't cut the tree away, so the building didn't fall down. That developer got in a lot of trouble. He was doing lots of illegal work. In fact, later on, he ended up dead in a dumpster out on Long Island.
Oh, wow.
So
That's nice.
he made somebody mad.
Somebody caught up.
Well, I think if you want to Google Abe Stark, I'll leave that for another day. The point is that you know, a lot of people, when they go to the edge of the rules, they tick people off. But again, in this case, good news is that looks like it's working fine as a column, but it is focusing on the pipes. Though you can see all the different things going on here. Some of them are waste lines. Water supply, copper water supply lines that look pretty old, but the wood's in pretty good shape. The ground is pretty dry, so it shouldn't be too bad. Here's our asbestos one again. Again, we asked the question, is this a contaminated space? Yes, I've got exposed asbestos and it needs to be properly remediated. And that just added $20,000 to the project, to the cost of the budget. And these are things to think about. Again, what is asbestos? Friable is the magic word. Hey, what is asbestos? You are never going to say that something is asbestos in your report. You will say it is assumed or possible asbestos in your report. The only person that can say that it is asbestos in New York State is a New York State asbestos investigator. Okay, which, by the way, is a really, really good title for you, job for you to get if you don't mind breathing the crap in. I've already got enough of a lungful of it. Maybe I should do that and make some money. Who knows? No, but the point is, hey, they make $250,000 a year, guys. Hey, again,
Not bad.
no, it's again, the challenge is, but on the other hand, somebody faked his paperwork once and they threw him in jail for 5 years. So the state is extremely strict on asbestos. Okay. And again, some pictures of what it might look like. Being that it's a presentation, I'll tell you outright, this is asbestos. But the challenge is, I mean, look at it. It's actually beautiful. It's a crystal. It's like steel wool almost. And it's the best insulator. It is super fireproof, which means every ship in the US Navy used to use it. And when
I was in the Navy, we were actually getting rid of all the asbestos.
Yes, you were, and you were spending a fortune. But you know how they got rid of most of the ships with asbestos?
Well,
they retired them.
Yeah, they're under the water now.
That's right. Reefs. That's correct. My brother-in-law's USS America is, I think it's a reef somewhere. Sadly, the Bonhomme, I was just looking at reports of the Bonhomme Richard. That's about to become a reef, and that's a brand new ship.
Oh, wow. Is that fast?
No, you know about that? The fire?
No, I didn't catch that one.
Oh, it's an aircraft carrier. It's a LHV. But
I got off the Kitty Hawk, actually.
Okay. Well, she's a reef too.
Yep, she's a reef.
Yeah.
Blew it up.
There you go. Well, again, the big picture is I grew up in Annapolis, so a lot of old guys in their 50s and 60s talk like this and had really rough voices. And of course, that's because they've been under, down in the DDs and under the decks for 30 years, and they're breathing this stuff all their time. And a lot of the guys didn't see 70.
No, well,
so it definitely took its toll.
I'm still getting there, but I saw some of this myself when I was in there. I do a lot of welding.
Kidding? Oh, welding. Forget it. You're definitely good luck on that. And all the best. Keep an eye on yourself. Plus, the Kitty Hawk she's 1950 she was built. She was used in NOM, so you probably got a good breath load of asbestos.
They were saying back in the time of Pearl Harbor that one of the CV-60s came out of there right before they attacked it.
Actually, not the CV-60s. The Enterprise, Hornet, and Yorktown all were at sea on maneuvers north of Pearl Harbor. Luckily, when the strike happened,
Yeah,
there's
left there though.
all three of them had just left. They were on maneuvers just to the north.
Yeah.
It actually probably is either accident or intent, depending on who you listen to. One of the most important failures of World War II, and that they didn't sink the ships, because as you may know, I've got pictures of my grandfather on Midway Island in June of 1941 building radio towers for signals.
Oh, wow.
And as you may know, by May of 1942, those radio towers and signals were used to manage and command the strikes that took out the Japanese carriers. Anyway, sorry, that's naval history, guys. We don't care about that.
Yeah, let's go back
Thank
to
you.
this piping.
I love it. With some other time. Good stuff, Jared. Good stuff.
You got it.
And yeah, my dad was Forrestal, so I got you. Yeah, my brother is America. Anyway, continuing, more asbestos. And as I said, guys, best fireproofing, best insulation, super cheap, and it killed you. Williamsburg in particular, again, in buildings all over New York City, it's very popular. Brooklyn in particular is probably the worst because the Brooklyn Navy Yard built ships. So a lot of the guys literally would probably steal the materials from the ships and go build their houses with it. I had a deck on a house that I had to order demolished. It was a steel deck, and I swear it was like the conning tower of a destroyer. And again, the reason why I say this is that people would use the materials. I mean, asbestos was used all the time anyway, but it got even in some areas even worse. Again, we looked at these cutoffs earlier. Pipe fittings, back away from asbestos. Again, please, I strongly suggest you take a more detailed course on asbestos because if you're going to be doing home inspection in the New York area, because you really need to have more than these pictures, really deep knowledge. And quite honestly, as I said, you might want to get certification in identifying or remediating asbestos. Even if you don't use it, get the certification and training. It will help you, particularly to market yourself to older houses.
Hey Brian, before we go out to do like an inspections or anything like that, if we were to go do them, is there a way to find out the history of any places that we want to go and inspect to see if there is asbestos?
Absolutely. I put historical records for properties altogether. New York City's got phenomenal records. I talked about this in one of the earlier classes, but very quickly, you can aerial pictures, 1924, 1951. Tax photos where they actually took street pictures of the buildings. Every building in New York City was taken picture in 1938 and 1983. So you can get the street pictures of one. I think I'll show you one. If you attend tomorrow's night's broker lecture, I'm doing one on construction again, and I'll show some of the proof of concept of how you analyze buildings. And one of them was a 1901 house in Bushwick, and I found it on a 1904 map. In fact, just yesterday, I was doing research on a warehouse being built, the warehouse that just got demolished in downtown Dumbo. And I actually found on the 1904 maps, it says the building next to it that had just been demolished. It actually indicates in the 1904 maps that the building is under construction. So I was exactly able to pinpoint the date. I mean, literally, you can see it on the tax maps. So there's tons of research. New York City, the Library of Congress has maps of basically every city in New York. Those are available, and great research tools if you deal with really old buildings. Okay. But normally every building, every tax, every city and town has tax records. And, if you go to New York City, you'll look at something as simple as, the normal sites like Zillow will often tell you how the age of the building is. But if you're really good, you're going to go to the Department of Buildings records if it's in the 5 boroughs, and you can look at a ton of information that will tell you exactly what's there. We'll go through that in another time, but let me keep finishing up the pipes. But I'm actually, that's one of my strongest points. I do research for people all the time on age of buildings. And because, as you know, once you know the age, I know the building code it's built under. And once I know the building code, I know how it's, what problems are going to be there. Okay. Like, for instance, you guys know up until 1938, it was required that all the plaster that you made on your house it was required that for every bucket of plaster, you had to throw in a cup of horsehair.
No, I didn't know that.
Kind of gross, but in fact, why did they do that? Because actually horsehair is an amazing material. I was up in St. Patrick's Cathedral a couple of years ago doing an inspection in the attics with a bunch of engineers. And in fact, 140-year-old plaster, you could actually see the horsehair popping out of the sides because part of the plaster had been broken away. And that 140-year-old plaster was Bessie. You know, congratulations, my nice wall. I won the Kentucky Derby. But and so there's, by the way, if you don't know, there's a place in Brooklyn. It's called Dead Horse Bay.
Really?
And that's because that's literally where the glue factory was. It's right on Flatbush Avenue. If you
Okay.
food for thought. Anyway, I say these as a little reminder because you really have to be a historian to be a home inspector. You got to look at houses all the time and, you know, go, why did they do it that way? What is this weird connection here? Of course, that's a 6-inch with a 4-inch T and, you know, it's 100 years old, but that's pretty good. It's 100 years old and it's still functioning. Now, clearly it's got some erosion, corrosion issues, but, you know, give it a good scrape and this thing's pretty much back to new.
Well, they have a laser now where you could just
Yeah, that is so.
Rust right off.
Oh, you're definitely Navy. You know how to do that. Yeah, that's actually a really great device. I've actually people are using that for facade repair in New York City, but the building department's a little ticked at it because they're worried about the lasers bouncing back in people's eyes. Like they worry about everything. So, but yeah, that's a really great technology.
You know?
No, you're absolutely. That's a really great technology. 100%. I've got a laser cutter at home, but it's only a 1-watt laser, so it'll etch a piece of wood, but it won't do much else. Okay. So anyway, sorry everybody. Let's keep moving on. Again, we talk about pipe fittings. We look at understanding why is it cast iron? Because cast iron lasted 100 years. PVC. Do we have any 100-year-old PVC? No, because of course it was created in the 70s. One of the things we find actually, when PVC maybe inside a building like this, it might be okay after 100 years, but after 10 or 20 years exposed to the sunlight, PVC or even CPVC really collapses and falls apart. So the building codes may be tough in New York City where they require cast iron, but that's because you're building for 100 years. You know, the average building on Park Avenue is 80 years old. And ironically, they're taking some of them down now, but these buildings have to be made to last. My old friend, Tom Ferriello, who's now in charge he's the head architect for the School Construction Authority. And the School Construction Authority basically has its own building code, especially for things like plumbing, because they have to deal with the fact that these buildings are meant to last in theory 100 years, and B, they're going to take a lot of punishment. So they actually go above and beyond the typical codes. And a lot of houses you'll find houses that really, as I talked earlier with that tile work, sometimes you'll find properties that are really gems that you could tell there was a lot of care put into them. Most people don't realize, for instance, that Bed-Stuy, obviously it's had its up and downs over the years, but Bed-Stuy and Crown Heights, when they were built in the 1870s and 80s, were some of the richest neighborhoods in the United States, the entire United States. And one of the reasons why those buildings have lasted so long is they were built so above and beyond the building codes that they really made it all the way to today. Nice. And luckily, a lot of them are finding very good caretakers to bring them on for the next 100 years.
Everybody should be like that. They carry you home,
Well, it sounds good, but as I said, remember I talk about those Syracuse houses. What's the trade-off? If you fix it up and there's no buyer, and if you fix it up and it costs, you buy it for $5,000, but it costs you $50,000 to fix it. What's the cost benefit?
Well, for small stuff like that, I think it's good to try to get 5 places, fix them, and then just rent those out, and then get another 5 places.
Absolutely. Again, great strategies, and quite a few people have gone to Syracuse as an example. And by the way, if anybody wants a contact up there, I've got one for you. He's a broker up there now. He'll find you dozens of these. But as you can see on Zillow, you can just literally, or Redfin or something, you just buy these offline. Now, in this crazy housing market, of course, 2 years ago, areas like Poughkeepsie were crazy. And I mean, excuse me, 2 years ago, nobody wanted to buy up there. A friend of mine wanted, that's right, it's through the moon, to the moon. I was going to buy, a friend of mine was asking me to buy a historic house up there because she knows I know how to do historic stuff. She's like, I was talking to the mayor's office and or the development office. They're like, we got to get Brian up here. He knows historic stuff. And so they were going to give me, this house was for sale from the city for like $50,000.
Wow.
But I turned him down like an idiot. And now it goes for like 200,000.
And you already turned down that $8 million house for 600,000.
Well, you know, coulda, woulda, and shoulda, right?
Better get the next deal. You're gonna be scratching your head again.
Well, I'm shaking my head at these prices right now. But on the other hand, interest rates, if you don't know, have dropped back down again. So as much as everybody's hearing rumors about prices, people not being busy, in fact, these new almost a 1% drop in interest rates in the last month, that's going to put people back on the market. So we're going to be, the good news is people are going to be back on the market, but the crazy people have already bought. So the prudent people, and more importantly, the prudent banks are going to be requiring those home inspections.
Nice. So we better get rolling the ball over here.
That is correct. So on the right side, on this pipe trap diagram, I also want to look at, you know, again, I like to show diagrams from 100 years ago. These are books from, this is like a 60-year-old book. And show how they did it back then. A lot of this piping, you know, you can see the hub piping and stuff. That's really stuff you would have used years ago. Now, a lot of this stuff supply, well, this is mostly waste lines, but you can, in generally, the diagram shows the same concept, which is your waste and your vents are still the same, but the materials change. For instance, instead of, in some cases in a lavatory, instead of spending all that time going over to the vent, you might just put an AAV in and get some drainage. So back to pipe traps, there are, again, loving an understanding. This is like a building code from like 1920s. And this is the different types of plumbing that they would do back in the 1920s. And this is what you're going to see out in the field. Now, this on the left side is more modern one, of course, and that's a lot of extra piping, but its purpose is the same. When you flush, when the water goes down the sink, it's got to go down and air has to go back up. And the problem here is this sink is away from the vent over here. So you got to pipe the vent all the way around. It's only moving air, so that's okay. And, you know, so you've got to have this weird little bend and the vent has to come in from the top to vent properly. So that's anytime you talk about a renovation and somebody says, hey, I want to move my kitchen, my sink 3 feet. Oh, here's another secret for New York City. If New York City, you can do renovations and totally redo a kitchen without a permit. If you do not touch this waistline, as soon as you touch that white point on, as soon as you touch the vent stack or the waste stack, you have to pull permits. But you can really totally renovate, put a brand new cool kitchen in, as long as you don't touch the waistlines, you don't need a permit. Most people don't know that. And I've actually turned down some jobs because I told them, look, sorry, you don't need a permit. Just go ahead and do it.
That's good to know.
And by the way, what they usually do is they move it anyway, and they move the white pipe, and then they get a $5,000 work without permit violation. So when I say don't move it, I really mean don't move it. So anyway, on the right side, we see different types of traps that you might come across. The idea very simply, the water goes down, no problem. Somewhere on the way, there's got to be a vent, whether it's at a 45 or straight up, or this one's a little awkward where it's a little, at least it's on the downslope, which is okay. But this is, you know, interesting types of things you might come across. Also, these are below grade or below the floor. Of course, when it is below the floor, you don't have access to it. So you want to have clean outs and older types. You don't see these anymore. That's why I know it's a really old chart. These drum traps, these were good because you actually cleaned out from the top, but it was they became illegal, or yeah, I guess they are illegal because usually they had so much sediment buildup that it actually caused a backflow of smell, even though you were trying to manage the gas. It kind of failed in that. You'll see these on a lot of old houses. I've showed a couple pictures of these already, but these drum traps, again, the concept is the same. Water comes in, you try to trap it, get the waste, clean it out once in a while, which is the key. People forget to clean them out. And you've managed the vents so that the air goes away. So all these different variables are, again, this was like a drum trap treatise, I guess, from probably about 1920. So I show these because this is the stuff you're going to come across. New York City, 90% of New York City was built prior to 1929, except Queens. Queens actually grew like crazy in the 1930s because of the World's Fair. The rest of the country collapsed, but Queens went nuts. And Queens Village, you find those were areas that grew in the 30s and 40s, kind of before the big expansion out to Nassau. But these areas were considerably more wealthy. Excuse me. Although, being that it costs about $1 million to buy a house in Queens Village today, I wouldn't say it's cheap either today. Pipes, cast iron, copper, plastics, ABS, brass, galvanized. Some of these are different types of pipes. We're going to go through each one of these in detail. Building codes do talk about the pressures needed, as well as the structure needed to hold them up and protect them. Pipes, if they're too small, they don't flow. It's kind of gross if you think of, I won't think about toilets too much, but there's a reason why that toilet's usually a wide line. The inspector's there to look and see if he sees the wrong size lines. And usually if he does, he sees stress, or as we said earlier, he smells it. Again, as we talked about the exposure of the pipe, this is one particular point in houses that's evolving a lot. This is the old style with a new valve, old style external pipes. And what this is for, there's a couple things going on here. This is what's called a freeze resistant valve. And this is the outside of a house, of course. And in it is, as you can see, the valve goes all the way, instead of being on the outside, the valve goes all the way back. So it's 12 inches inside the house. So hopefully it won't freeze. It's kind of simple, right? So you got a long rod, and then the valve's here instead of up there. And also a newer feature of valves today is the anti-siphon, which is, let's say you got a hose attached to this. In a certain pressure condition, the hose could actually suck water up and into your house. And speaking of things that can go wrong, there we go. This is a external valve, a non-frost resistant valve that froze and shattered. And he only found out it was shattered because, it was a big puddle of ice. He's got a nice skating rink next to his house, because in this case, probably, as you can see, the green hose inside the ice, the green hose probably either siphoned water back in or itself caused the leak. For whatever reason, when you're inspecting older houses, or especially in the wintertime, again, always think about the season you're inspecting. Plumbing is probably the most important for the season you're inspecting. Again, if you're inspecting an empty house, like I showed you that movie theater a little while ago, they physically disconnected the plumbing from the system so it would never break so it wouldn't freeze. This is, again, a typical hose bib. You get the shutoff way inside the house, and then that with the valve here, this one is going to be pretty resistant to breaking. Okay, let's talk about pipes. Now, today, everybody loves PEX, but as I said earlier, it's illegal in New York City for 3-family and above. Actually, up until recently, PVC was illegal in New York City. Okay, so I actually had a client. I was just doing plans at a renovation in the Bronx. He did the whole thing with PEX. And I said, dude, you got to rip it out. And he was really pissed. But then I told him, I said, look, I can't sign the job off. And he said, okay. And being that he bought it for $550, was putting 100 into it, and already had a buyer for 1.1, he was not really going to challenge what I was saying. He was going to do whatever I asked, because my sign off was going to get him his paycheck. So again, we think about the codes and how they evolve. New York City's being the most strict. But it's particularly if you inspect the 3- and 4-family houses that you're allowed to inspect, remember that you usually don't want to see PVC. Now, often PVC is a sign of illegal work, by the way, in houses, because a lot of people, yes, they can buy it at Home Depot. Yes, it's easy to put in. And yes, it's really, really cheap. And therefore, it's perfect for a house you want to flip. So when you're looking at a house and inspecting, you're not there to be the code inspector. You're there to make sure things are safe. And often when you see PVC, it's usually done not by a plumber. So really keep an eye out for connections and leaks. Even though it might be new material, it may be poorly installed. So a lot of major types. We'll start with PVC. Polyvinyl chloride is used as a cold water supply. It's fantastic. It has many, many uses. But it doesn't like sunlight, as I talked earlier. Now, a little better PVC, the tan PVC, is called CPVC. That's chlorinated polyvinyl chloride. Now, they add chlorine, it makes it much more sun resistant. And also, and most importantly, it can be used for hot water conditions. I think it's good up to 150 degrees Celsius, which is 300 degrees. I got to double check that. It actually says it right on every pipe. I want everybody to go to Home Depot or Lowe's or something, and I want you to go to the pipe section and look at the markings on the pipes. That marking will tell you what it is. It says, see right here, CPVC, 420, 100 PSI, that's its pressure rating. And I think right after there, it says 150 degrees Fahrenheit, not Celsius, Fahrenheit. PEX, again, amazing cross-linked polyethylene. So polyethylene is an amazing material, not just for, obviously it's used for all kinds of stuff these days, but not that everybody's a plastics expert, but this is, HDPE is what your Coke bottle's made out of. And that's one of the reasons why they never go away, because they last forever. And, that Coke bottle is a material that, although the clear one does not like sunlight too much, these PEX pipes are tubes are a really great way of running pipes. And we'll see a bunch of these pictures in a minute. Older houses very frequently in this area still use galvanized pipe. And it's, they absolutely rot on the inside. They really have some problems, and I'll show you in a minute. Okay, pipe types. Again, hot or cold is one of the variables. Cheap or high quality, visible or hidden. Is it going to be in the sunlight? Is it going to be exposed? And how do you connect it? Glue, solder, or crimp. So we got three variables: hot or cold, thickness and strength. I say cheap, but thickness. Exposed or unexposed. Sometimes you want to make it get chrome plated because it looks pretty. And then the connection type, whether it's threaded or hubless or lots of different types. Over here, we look at different types of stuff. For instance, PVC usually goes together with glue, good old purple glue. Gas supply, however, is almost, a lot of the connections are threaded. Why? Because they don't want to play with gas supply. Okay. Well, actually, this is copper. Copper is many types. I talked earlier about some of the crimping. The crimping methods here that I showed you earlier, as well as, of course, soldering. The galvanized iron, of course, threaded rods. These are, again, for the water supply. This is great for the first 50 years. Black iron, always threaded. Why? Because you want to make sure you have absolutely perfect connection, no leaks, no stuff. You'll still, with the threading, you'll still put the Teflon tape in just as a backup. It's not the white Teflon tape. There's a different tape you use for gas lines. I think it's yellow, but keep in mind, if you see white, actually the gas line's got to be approved by the utility. So chances are you're not going to have problems with the gas line. But if people adjusted their gas line, then you got a problem. I once had to add a dryer to a house, and I could have done it myself and extended it about 10 feet, but instead I did it the right way because I was kind of the in charge of the inspectors for the borough. So I hired a plumber. And the funny part is the plumber came and he was so happy that I was hiring him to do the gas job. He was really happy because he actually just started going out on his own. He'd been a plumber for 30 years and he really knew his stuff. But we talked, and I died laughing because he said, well, this is my first job as a New York City plumber, but I normally work at the Metropolitan House of Detention. And I said, okay, you're the plumber for the prison. That's okay. And actually told me I knew that he knew his stuff. But the funny part was he said, yeah, I've got a whole bunch of old New York City plumbers, inspectors in jail, and they're the people who work for me. So a bunch of prisoners, a bunch of DOB inspectors were prisoners, and they were his apprentices. Sorry, I got a nice chunk in my lungs. But don't worry, I checked this at break. I don't have COVID. I just have some nasty ass cold. But anyway, that's why we're not doing the class today in the office, because I didn't want to get anybody infected for whatever this was. So continuing, again, you see the different pipes. You got to be able to recognize them out in the field. The gray, the PVB, the old PVC white. Of course, that's not a pipe. That's just conduit, right? Other types of connections. We talked about the black iron, the waste black, either plastic, but in this, actually, they're mentioning black plastic, which is ABS. There's in New York City, we actually have cast iron for waste lines. And New York City is like the only place in the country that requires that. And why do they require it? Because PVC burns. And again, New York City's tough because we have so many high-rise buildings. And one of the key rules of design is and you probably won't deal with this with home inspection, but you may deal with this in commercial inspection. Nothing combustible is allowed other than basic millwork above the 6th floor. You probably, if you've ever been in an office building or something, you see a trash can, they all have to be metal. That's actually a reason for that. That's a building code, because nothing is allowed to be combustible other than the basics. I say that because there was a fire in my building a couple of years ago down on Vesey Street, an old 110-year-old building. Unfortunately, the old buildings didn't have sprinklers, but they're now required to have sprinklers. And luckily, the floor right above the fire was one of the few places that actually had the sprinklers. Anyway, the point is that pipes can break, different types of connections. This is called a hubless connection. This is a newer connection for waste line. And, again, these cast iron lines for waste, if you see that, that's not a repair. That's actually a full connection. I like this picture because it showed a bunch of different material types. I would challenge you to figure out what this is for. I had mixed opinions whether, now this is actually, the blue and red are actually, I believe they're painted copper. They're not plastic, but this is the kind of puzzle you're going to be doing with every project in trying to sort out what's going on here. You see these copper manifolds going on to smaller lines. And, what's that purpose for? You see water filters here, backflow preventers here, a switch valve here. Now that valve here, I'm not sure, but usually blue is cold water.
Yes.
And that is, I guess that's just the water filter coming in. So anyway, this is, you'd have to see the rest of the picture. But again, I believe that gray is PVB.
For dirty water, like soap water.
That's right. Gray, that's exactly right. It's coded for gray, non-potable water. Exactly. Again, red, blue, we know those. And these other ones are miscellaneous copper supply. So back to fittings themselves. We talk about, the way you connect them. Thread, as we said, I was just talking a minute ago, butt welded, welded, soldered. And again, I got a plumber, a welder in my thing, so he knows all the different welds. Socket, again, different types of threading. Today, of course, a lot of the new plumbing connections are, as I said earlier, the gator connections that are pretty amazing. On the right side here, we have somebody added a water filter along the way. And he, it's not something, you just have a line running here through the house down here. That's all he had. But to add the water filter, he had to reroute, have a whole bunch of disconnect switches. This is the bypass line right here, right? Mm-hmm. So if he wants to change the water filter every 3 months, he's smart. He's got the tool right there hanging, and he would turn off the valves there and there. He would activate the bypass, and then the water would keep flowing through the house, just not be filtered for a little while. And then, so without interruption, this is a nice diagram of a good bypass.
It's a nice setup.
Yeah, this is a very professionally done water filter. And again, you'll have no bigger fan of water filters than me. A friend of mine, a kid I grew up, a young gentleman I grew up with, who's not a gentleman anymore. Well, not a kid anymore. He sold Culligan water filters for 30 years. Unfortunately, the neighborhood I grew up with near Annapolis had a bunch of military pollution called it had an Air Force base that had nuclear missiles on it, and they dumped all the fuel. They dumped the fuel from the missiles. Oh, hold on, I messed up my slide. Hold on for a second. Hold on. Ugh. Almost there. Don't want to look at my mug all day. It's a couple seconds. Sorry about that. There it is. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that little distraction. So we talk about the pipe fittings again and all the different ways. One of the things I was talking earlier about, again, with this nice, hold on, you guys can see everything that good. Let's see. Technology is so much fun. Not. Okay. Anyway, let's just I think I can keep moving on here. More pipe connections. This is, again, some of the newer stuff you're going to come across. These are called shark bites. Has anybody ever seen these?
First time for me.
They are great. Shark bite is, again, what it is it's a connection that doesn't require any solder. And on its first thing, you're like, wow, does this actually work? But it does. And again, you pull it.
A lot of plumbers out of work.
It is absolutely. You don't need welders soldering anymore. This is something you're going to see. It costs more, but again, you have labor savings, time savings, and most importantly, you can take them off and adjust them, which is really sweet. There's a tool that slips in and takes all the shark bite pieces out or pushes them back. So you can actually take the pipe back off and fix it 1, 2, 5 years from now.
You could run a line in like minutes with this.
That's right. So this this is crazy good stuff. Again, if you haven't gone to these, go to Home Depot and take a look at these. They sell them a lot now. And again, pros. Now, larger buildings, I don't believe they're allowed in, high rises, but I do believe they're perfectly fine in residential 1 to 4. And I know they're fine in 1 to 4. And in fact, New York City had to write a special buildings bulletin to make it clear that it was fully legal. And as you can see here, it's great for connections. It's well, there are many types of, there's, if you go to a plumbing, go to the plumbing aisle, you'll see all these different things. For instance, this is galvanized connecting to 3P. I think that's PV. I guess that's PVB. It might be a gray. I don't see gray PEX. But again, these are really fast to do. And I don't want to say they're idiot proof, but they're pretty close, and cost savings. Again, pipes, fittings, as we go around the things, you might want to just kind of get a basic feel for your names. The idea of each turn has to be done. And of course, you can see why PEX starts becoming really sexy, right? Because you don't have to worry about the architecture of 6 45-degree angles to get where you want to go. You just run one flex piece of PEX. And with that, again, as we see the different configurations, plumbing, you want to be able to kind of describe this a little bit, although camera shots are always good too. Here's our friend already. We saw on the left side, the dreaded 57 Chevy repair on a house.
Leave it to a mechanic.
Hey, the funny part is it works. Right. I'm sure you saw a couple of these under decks on the Kitty Hawk, right? But this is the kind of stuff that, hey, I gotta fix it. Don't matter, right? And then the biggest thing you'll find in home inspection is what I call DIY, which is fixes like on the right. Well, I had a leak. I got fix it up and jerry rig it, and it worked. Okay, it's fixed, and you forget about it. And then 20 years later, it's still working. It's, that's epoxy tape is fantastic. And it's a low pressure thing, so nobody really cares about it, even though the galvanized is rotting through, as you can see. But as a home inspector, you're going to come across this stuff, these bad fixes that have to be part of your report. Again, these new epoxy tapes are just, obviously duct tape is out there, but these epoxy tapes actually are pretty good and not perfect. And remember, they're always temporary. You never want to see a fix like this. It all has to be part of your report as, yes, it's operating, but not properly done. Same thing here. Of course, what did this guy do? This did the old, put the tape around it. I love the clamps. You got to give the guy credit. It's like, well, I'll put some extra clamps on to keep the paper in place, and maybe it'll waste the... There you go. Actually, the funny part is this is probably just a vent stack, so he probably doesn't care a whole lot if it's a vent only, but actually no, it's probably a waistline too, so chances are it's got a nice bouquet. So again, what the times you'll see the pipe, the DIY work in particular, is like added bathrooms. Look, almost no house ever is the way it was originally built. In fact, one of the most fascinating things I've seen was somebody did a study of, in 1945, they built like 3,000 houses in an area called Levittown in Long Island. And recently, for the anniversary, they tried to find one house that was original. And of the 3,000 houses, they could not find one house that was original. Another good example of that is a kind of strip mall building is Garrettson Beach, Brooklyn. This is the same thing. 2,300 houses were built in the middle of the swamp in the summer of 1923. They talk about permits, right? 2,300 houses, one summer, okay? They just pounded them out. Simple, basic, really, built in the sand. They're designed to be beach houses, but over time, those 2,300 beach houses added floors, expanded back, did illegal plumbing, did illegal cellars. And of course, a lot of those illegal cellars weren't very smart, because what I didn't mention is that Garrettson Beach is about 6 feet above sea level. So when Sandy rolled in, all those cellars flooded. But yeah, a lot of damage. The point is that, and by the way, what happens when you flood? What's in the cellar? the hot water heater, the furnace, all the good stuff, right?
Meters.
The panels, you got it.
Yeah.
And so that's a little reminder. And in fact, that may come across, hey, it is hurricane season, right? So you may do a home inspection on a property that was, damaged recently by a flood. I was just watching an image of 5 foot tall waters running through Omaha, Nebraska this morning. So, I mean, you never know what you're going to come across.
Yeah.
We had a pretty bad rain the other day. I mean, we had some people don't remember, but we had one day. Sandy was actually 2 inches of rain, but we had a rainstorm in 2007 where we got 8.6 inches of rain in Brooklyn or in New York City in like 1 hour. And of course, the subways flooded, the houses flooded. It was pretty bad.
Didn't we have one recently where the subway stations flooded?
Yeah, that just happened the other day. Yeah, absolutely. That was one particular subway station that was a little more vulnerable, but that's nature. And so I do want you to think about, actually, this is a great point, which is what happens if that building was underwater for a little while? Again, we're 8 years after Sandy, but you might still find Sandy damage on a house you're inspecting. Because remember, New York City wasn't the only place that hit it. You might be out in Long Island. Lots of places Long Island got hit hard, but most people don't realize that the year before Sandy, there was an even worse storm called Irene, I think. It actually went right over New York City at like Cat 3, but it went over really fast and then stalled for like 3 days over upstate New York. And it was so bad. I believe the number was 50% of the bridges in Vermont were washed out. It was breathtaking. And I think I may be high on that number, but that's what they said at the time. The point is that you never know where you're going to see flood damage. Flood damage affects foundations, affects plumbing, all kinds of things can go wrong. One of the best examples is the after effects also. A friend of the family came up to me. I was, as an architect, it was a year after Sandy, and he said, the city came in and they put these tankless water heaters in to my house as an emergency repair, and they're already dead. They're already broken. Wow. And 1 year later, they're already, destroyed. And the answer was very simply, dude, you need to put a water filter system in. But again, the salt of the ocean, all these different factors can have an influence on pipes. In fact, a lot of construction materials, for instance, bricks, you have to have special mixes when you're near the water. Of course, waste pipes, you always can smell them when they fail. But this is a reminder of, cast iron is a pretty kicking material, but even it can take punishment. Some of this cast iron, people may not realize, but I just saw one recently, a building from the 1830s, and the old cast iron is still down there. And funny part is, it's pretty much the same as it was, as it is today. It wasn't that much different. But clearly I told the owner, I said, look, you've got to assume the inside of this is completely destroyed. And later on, he had a plumber to snake it. And sure enough, that the 4-inch diameter was reduced to about 1.5 inches on the inside. So these are things you do want to think about. And in this case, even worse, the iron pipe was touching the ground, or maybe there was water in the pit that this waste trap was in. And so this one actually probably rotted from the outside rather than the inside. And that's something you'll come across. These things, pipes are not meant to be wet. If they're in a wet environment, you can assume they're compromised. Again, we talked about a freezing one already. That's a copper pipe bursting. Back to more. Oh, here's our refrigerator. We talked about this one earlier. Good points on this. This is one I do think we definitely got to make sure we keep an eye on. The newest one these days, not only refrigerators, I also, as I said, I was doing an inspection the other day, and I saw a coiled up piece of actually, he was using PEX instead of copper. And the client didn't understand what that was. And I said that they probably used to have a water cooler here. So water coolers are another device where you have a specific service these days. Yeah. So again, this is a small copper pipe going into the back of, just clips in, and that provides this is the back view of a refrigerator. And that pipe you know, you can see how it's coiled, and it's a soft copper. It's meant to bend quite a bit, but, and that's also another variable in copper is how ductile it is.
Yeah.
But in this case, it's very ductile. But what can happen is they get crushed. Somebody pushes the thing back and smashes it, and that pipe starts leaking. Another thing we talk about with now this is how you might connect that that refrigerator line in, where you just kind of poke a hole in the pipe at some point. This guy got a little lazy in it. Instead of having a really nice tap, he put a galvanized clip on it, and sure enough, the galvanized and the copper attacked each other, and you know, this one was well on its way to failure.
Yeah.
So it hadn't failed yet, but it was gonna soon. Here's another good example of again, using this is actually doing it the right way, where yes, you brass on copper, which doesn't matter too much, but if you look close, you see usually a neoprene pad, and that's absolutely critical. Anytime metal to metal. I talked earlier about a copper and galvanic connection to a wall mounted area. This is the same thing here. Now, in fact, what this is actually a patch. This guy put the brass clip on as a way of covering up a hole. So what looks like a basic connection, this is actually a patch, and that's not acceptable, and that would be listed as a pretty bad failure. Now, but even worse, this is a patch. By the way, this is a really bad symptom. First of all, you see all the dimpling in the copper, right? The dimpling in the copper. This whole pipe is shot. If you, I 10 to 1, this entire pipe is ready to burst at any time. He put the patch on one so he could sell the house, right? But all those other dimples are signs that the copper may be failing from the inside. Once you dent the copper like that, that creates a point of corrosion on the inside and chemical weakness. Copper is a very fascinating material in the way it acts. In fact, one of the neat things recently, one of the reasons, again, looking at history, we learn a lot. 500 years ago, the Spanish had a saying: you throw a penny in the well so that the water is drinkable. And they were smart. They understood that, I mean, there's a reason why old pots were made of copper, because copper is very anaerobic, or excuse me, abiotic. In fact, recently, just finally, they put a copper pipe under an electron microscope. How they did it, I have no idea. But as the water flowed through, they actually saw the bacteria in the water. The bacteria in the water was literally touching the copper pipe, and maybe because of the galvanic reaction of the copper, the bacteria were literally like exploding. And this was being witnessed on them. And we're like, we knew this all along. We knew that copper was great for, keeping disease away from water. But this guy literally, however he did it, literally had, microscopic views of the bacteria getting slaughtered by the copper pipe. So that's a good plus for copper. On the right side, this is just this is actually, I believe, a sauna. Just really nice pipe work, a little bit of welding problems here and there, but this is a reminder as you look into things, just how complex what you think is a simple thing is. Again, I think this is the back of a steam room. So you've got steam rooms are perhaps the worst, because you've got, the materials being moist and hot all the time, which is a recipe for disaster.
A lot of pressure.
Pressure, exactly. So this is, again, a great piece of, is an older piping work. But again, why did they do brass? Because this is water and steam. So this is light steam. So again, neat type stuff. This was designed, I wouldn't want to insult this for a handyman as much as I would want to emphasize this picture as a very custom piece that was built for the room rather than for the house. Again, pipes getting a little messy, connections get a little sloppy. PVC to cast iron, can you do that? Yeah, you can, but come on, give me a break. At least seal it properly, right? Yeah. So of course, what we got here is you see the drain, that's like waste. That's sewage dripping down that. So, why does this guy care? He doesn't care because he's not in the cellar very often, right? And, again, as a home inspector, you got to go to the places where the owner never goes. You got to go to the attic, you got to go to the cellar, you got to find the nasty stuff and say, this is a potential risk to my potential buyer, and I need to eliminate that risk. Also remind you, as we see on the side, all pipes have markings, and that'll tell you what to, as you see, PVC type, whatever.
See that wall has a leak in it?
The wall has a what?
The wall, yeah, right there where you got the mouse at.
Uh-huh.
Like a lot of leaks over there too.
Yeah, that's probably a good chance that's mold over there. Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's in a basement, cellar, not properly ventilated. New York City Building Code, I was just explaining this on a product the other day. They put the rules in for ventilation 100 years ago, and they put them in for a real brutal reason. It wasn't because the room would smell nice and be happy. It was because they wanted to ventilate the tuberculosis and the deadly diseases that were going through the city. New York City's housing laws, when it was the densest place in one of the densest places in the world, the housing laws were very strict on things like ventilation and sunlight, because they understood 100 years ago. In fact, a lot of the building code was written in the aftermath of the Spanish flu. So a lot of the requirements were actually very different from where they are today, but I think they were smarter back then. They said, no, we actually got to make the houses really warm and let them leak and push the air out of the house, positive pressure out of the houses. Where today we're trying to design buildings that are hermetically sealed. And I think a lot of people are rethinking hermetically sealed buildings in the age of COVID, as the thought of recycling that air over and over again doesn't look so attractive. Again, mechanical systems are like having a golden age right now. If you want to, if I just saw the CEO of Carrier air conditioning systems on CNBC the other day, and he's basically he's raising prices and jacking materials through the roof because everybody's rebuilding their systems. And this is true with houses too. People used, the ventilation on houses. Actually, it's not new either. I used to have do a lot of work with Chinese investors, and the Chinese guys, they were coming from places like Beijing that is so polluted you can't even see the sky on bad days, and really, really bad pollution. And that was their norm. So much so that 7-year-olds were getting lung cancer. I mean, talk about a reason to move, right? Yeah, it's time to move. My the 7-year-old down the hall got lung cancer. Okay, we're off to the United States. But the investors, one of the first things they'd ask for, a number of developers back in like 2016 and 17, they knew this trend was coming. So they actually were advertising for new apartment buildings. They were advertising hospital quality or hospital grade air filtration in the apartments. And I bet those units sold like crazy right now.
Sure they did.
So these are things to think about when we deal with ventilation. Again, mold, probably one of the most damning, as I'm actually going to, I have an ozone generator I'm going to take to my clients on Tuesday to let them borrow it for a couple of days to blast what the entire building has become ozone loaded. And that ozone generator will literally clear that entire building out in a day.
Nice.
But it'll kill you too. So that's a little problem. You don't want to be in there when it works. But I'd rather have the mold dead, at least temporarily. By the way, if you worry about mold, don't. When we see mold in a building, as a broker, I say, oh, I love mold. You know why? If I'm trying to buy a house, because I just got a $50,000 discount. So you got to find the positives. Again, more pictures of pipe fittings. This is, threaded fittings for, the cast iron or the steel. These take a little work. You can't just bend. You can't use PEX for this kind of stuff. I don't think you want flexible plastic pipe for a gas line, but not quite right. But again, this is just a little reminder of all the different crazy connections that you have to have in a plumbing. I know, more pipe fixtures. Something as simple as reducing, going from 1.5 to 1 1/4. You need a special connection. If you've ever done sprinkler design, a large sprinkler system, you actually start with like a 4-inch line, and by the end you're at a 1.5-inch line. So you're stepping it down the whole way. Yeah, sprinkler. By the way, if anybody wants to really make some money, be a what's called FSC, fire suppression contractor. Oh my gosh, every old office building in New York City is now being required to retrofit with sprinklers. So those guys are busy as heck right now.
Oh wow.
Well, continuing, let's look at some of the valves. Again, gate valves, glow valves, PRVs, temperature relief, water hammer, backflow preventers, and float valves are what we're going to look at. Let's take a quick look. Gate valve. This is your standard valve. Everybody, everybody's kind of used to one of these. This is actually what it looks like inside. It's a neat little diagram. And of course, as you screw it down, the gate comes down and closes the flow of the water off. Looks pretty simple, except what's the problem? This, what do you have to do? You have to add 50 years. And once you add 50 years, I got to jump ahead a little bit. There it is. That is a gate valve after 50 years. And by the way, this is a very, very important picture to burn in your brain for home inspection. Don't touch any valves unless you have to. Okay. And if possible, get the homeowner to do it, because this can happen. This is where the brass just snaps right off. If you torque it really and try to, I did this once, so I know from experience. I torqued it so much, I literally ripped the valve off, or ripped the thing on, the head off.
Don't touch anything.
So really, remember, one more, I'm going to say this for the millionth time: observe and report. Okay. Now, if you want to charge extra, and you also have, actually, if you have a truck full of tools in case it breaks, which is not a bad thing, these are things to think about. Again, at that point, you want to be in the realm of the general contractor rather than the home inspector. Gate valves. This is another, the OSMY valve we talked earlier. This is a valves. I mean, the concept of the valve we just looked at, but as you get larger, they become much more sophisticated. One of the most important ones is the OSMY valve I showed you earlier. That's required for sprinklers and standpipes and sprinklers for office buildings. And the reason why is very simple. You cannot fail. It must work when it's needed, period, game over. And that's why this is probably one of the most reliable types, this big OSMY valve. So back to the smaller ones, this is, again, is a nice cross section of a gate valve. Now, again, different kinds. One is where a gate comes across. This one is, I forget what's different. It's a globe valve. Where again, it controls the water by having a plunger going down rather than a gate going across. And then, of course, I'm sorry, this is the globe valve. I'm being stupid. The ball valve or globe valve is very popular today. They weren't really, I guess, I don't think they were only used for like 50 years ago. They started using these. So you won't see them in older houses. But the real beauty of them is that, again, you're only turning it 90 degrees. And because the ball has a hole in it, only a 90-degree turn will completely cut the water flow. And that is particularly important in emergencies where you got to shut something off fast. So, you know, wham, bam, turn it 90 degrees, you're gone. And most importantly, you visually can see across the room whether it's open or closed. And that actually is an important thing. We saw that with the, water filter arranged earlier with a whole bunch of shutoff valves. The great thing is you know whether it's on and off just by its position. Again, a couple different types. I don't know why they do it, but gas cocks usually have a small valve like this for gas lines. Why they do it differently, I'm not sure. I should learn about that, but I got a million other things to learn. So again, different types of connections. There's the globe valve. This is one I was talking about earlier. What do I call it? Well, that's what it is. Again, these are more industrial, heavier valves, usually. They can be small ones. Again, this is the one on the left is a globe valve where it's pushing down instead of using a gate. The larger industrial ones, again, why do they do this? Because they cannot fail. You know, this allows you to really have a good sealed closure. And whether it's a tiny hand valve or this larger industrial valve, that can be critical. And again, be able to adjust it. Again, pipes, we look at, hold on for a second. Gotta get something out of the way here. There we go, that's better. So as we go through, again, these types of valves, what are we looking at? As you can see, I like to show before and after. The after is really important. You know, you can tell by these old types of, I forget what company made these, you can actually see on them. These are, you know, that might be a 100-year-old valve. And although brass is an amazing material, you know, if you don't have WD-40 with you, I'm not sure I'd want to touch this valve at all. Even with WD-40, I'm not sure I want to touch it.
Well, it's
That's
good to maintain them though. I mean, if you just keep a little bit of Vaseline on that part right there where it spins in,
oh yeah, yeah. No, 100.
you're
But
good.
from the home inspector's perspective, you're not doing maintenance. But
Yeah.
that said, if you go around and squirt a little WD-40 or something, or maybe Vaseline only works once you've got it open.
Once a month, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
You could even keep grease on there, and the grease won't like dissolve or anything like that.
that's right. And of course,
There you
there's
go.
lots of super long-term greases as well.
Yeah.
Well, you know, that's a great point for maintenance. And while in a kitty hawk, you might have needed to do that. In a house, whoever does their maintenance, you know, whoever, does anybody drain, any of you drain your water heater once a month to get rid of the sediment?
I think people only know the refrigerator and the TV.
There you go. That's right. Well, actually, you bring up a great point, which is one of the great selling tools. One of the InterNACHI guys, which is one of the trade age things. One of the things they offer to give when you do your home inspection is like a little. They give you a pre-printed manual that you can give to people. You know how to maintain your house. And it's like a 50-page little manual. Hey, do this. This is your monthly schedule for maintenance. And they actually, you can produce it from their software really, really fast, like in minutes, and just send them a PDF of it.
Yeah, but
So
it's hard to read a book. You know what I mean? It's easier to text than to read.
yeah, well, look, you can bring a horse to water, right? But can't make him drink. So
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's again, so these are different types of valves. And I want to emphasize that, you know, I want to show you before and after. Because as I said, it's really about history and how things behave 100 years later. Because we are in a place, as I said, where the average house age, you know, Queens, the average house is 80 years old. Brooklyn, the average house is about 95 years old. So we're dealing in Manhattan. Well, there aren't many houses left, but when there are, you know, they're easily 150-year-old houses. Actually, Manhattan is actually the youngest. The oldest borough is actually Brooklyn. I know because I spent 4 years as a deputy there, and a lot of those buildings were rough. So I really learned a lot the hard way about what happens with older buildings. In fact, that's a great segue. Let's take a quick video tour of Brooklyn. Ready? You guys are going to love this. This is what happens when a very old building decides to just kind of you've heard of spontaneous combustion. Well, this was 370 Court Street, no, 270 Court Street, and it decided to spontaneously collapse. And you get a good kick out of this. This was so dangerous that we had to get the demolition crews. We ordered the building demolished. It was with the city at the time. We actually had to bring guys in by a crane to make it happen. Oh, and of course, I don't know if you guys remember the double tap. Anybody remember my double tap?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I got to show you the double tap. I got a couple of quick videos, just a little reminder about old buildings and how important they are to respect. Okay, here we go. Let me get that over there. So you put it on the right screen. Hold on. Well, you can hear it, but you can't see it yet. I'll turn down the volume a bit. Well, you missed actually something interesting. Let me get this up a little further. So I want to share the right screen. Put this over to screen 2. Okay, this is what happens when an old building is not maintained. Okay, what am I doing here? F8. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's see if I can make this work. There we go. This was a building. This is the only building I've ever run out of. This is Franklin Avenue. It was quite an interesting reminder of just how fragile buildings can be. Actually, you're saying the after, which is no fun. The beginning is much more fun. This week, I call this a double tap because if you look at the excavator on the left side, tap 1. Tap 2. Ouch.
And all the asbestos is released.
You're right. And in fact, you're great point, because this, in fact, building was loaded with asbestos. But I called this an emergency declaration. I ordered it demolished because while it was incredibly unsafe for the asbestos, it was even more unsafe by literally this thing was ready to collapse at any time. And that's, again, after that, they went in and remediated. You can see the hoses from the fire trucks, and they did everything they could to remediate it, but it was so dangerous that we had no choice. And just for more fun, let's do Court Street.
I worked in as my earlier days back in the 80s. I worked as security.
Uh-huh.
There was a building on somewhere around.
Oh, hold on. Sorry about that. I'm trying to listen. Let me just get this, throw it over to the right screen. Okay. Hold on. Okay, that didn't work. Let me get to the right screen. It's still not coming up the right screen. Hold on. Oh, come on, stupid program. Sorry, guys, this is worth it. This is an important reminder to you safety-wise. That's my babbling about it when I was talking to a client or a inspector at the time. So this is a building. This is a 150-year-old building on Court Street. And as you can see, actually, I can let my 15-year-old self talk. Now watch, look at this. This was a building. This is a wall that was holding up a building, right? It's just made of sand. Oops, sorry about that, guys. That wasn't my friend using a little bad language. But anyway, the point is, the reason why I showed you that is just a little reminder of just how crazy the buildings can be. And again, as you inspect older buildings, what you were seeing there was actually an older building that the deterioration had, oh God, I think I lost my screen. Let's share back to the other one. Anyway, let's keep finishing up. Let's get back to screen one. Okay, so I just wanted to remind you of kind of some of the stuff out there. Now, that's a reminder to you that you got to take your own safety very seriously as you're out there, because like broken valves, broken buildings can be out there. Valve deterioration. On the left is, this is, the duct tape special, right? Like I say, if I ever see duct tape, I got a problem. And this one's even worse. I mean, you can see it was hiding underneath. And of course, this is a water line, what it looks like it's going into a boiler. So I got a real problem with that. Inside, we see the gate valve that's trashed. More, again, quick reminders as we talk about plumbing, we talked earlier about these pressure tanks, and their job as the water comes in, their job is to preserve the pressure that's going in the system. Sometimes you'll pressure after the water heater, but in this case, preserving by pressurizing here, you're pressurizing the hot and the cold water at the same time. Actually, by pressurizing the cold, it's coming out on the other end pressurized. So these bladder tanks are essentially, to keep the water flowing. Pressure trolls, another type of valve. Again, we talked about these, which is, this is really less of a valve than a sensor, in that its job is to make sure the pressure stays up in the on the property. Guys, it's 4:45. We still have an hour to go. I'm going to take about a 5-minute break just to rest my voice and get a drink,
Okay.
and we'll start back up in about 5 minutes. Okay.
Cool.
Okay, if anybody's out there, I'm back in the action. Let's keep cranking away.
We're here.
Okay. Again, as we've discussed a couple of types of valves, we've kind of repeated them during the day, and that's okay because then we hopefully got them right. Again, the pressure, here's a good old water filter again. I know I'm crazy on the water filter pictures. Again, the concept, this is a great little diagram to explain the pressure tanks and what their purpose is. These tanks can actually can get damaged over time. And one of the things you might want to do to check them is to very slightly take the air valve. Again, these are pressurized. If you just twist it just a little bit to hear a little air, then close it again, you'll know that the air is in place. What you don't want to see is when you do this, that some water spits out. Because if water spits out, that means the bladder, excuse me, inside the tank may be damaged, or the seals might be ripped. These do fail over time. Again, it's rubber on the inside. So, all plastics can be assumed to fail at some point. This one, again, what does it do? Its job is the water comes into the house and, there's the water coming in. It's the pressure, let's say it's coming in at, 50 PSI, or 20 PSI, and then it's pushed into the bladder tank to make sure it goes overdone. You see the meter right there, or the gauge, right, the visible gauge for you, and electronic sensor for here. And again, once the pressure goes up to a certain point, it gets to 50 PSI, that's going to be pushing water out into the house at that speed. And it also, conversely, if it spikes in, this is going to be your shock absorber. And very simply, electric signal for the pressure, turns on the motor pumps it up to 50 PSI, and then it goes down. And once it goes down, it starts pumping again. And voila, your water supply. Again, some of the things you look at here in this, again, corrosion, that bladder, check it if you can. One of the things I saw, I'll show you in a minute, one of the really stupid ones were this mounted upside down. That's not particularly bright. I don't know if it works upside down. I don't believe it does. But in theory, it's compressed air, so maybe it does. But the compressed air is only fighting the volume. It's not fighting gravity, the weight of the water itself. Of course, the bladder pressure tanks, again, this is a good look at one inside. And again, it's inside here's the water, not the air, and the outside is the air, and it's going to fill up. And as you can see, that tester tank, that's what you don't want to have water coming out of it. And this is used in a number of different applications, but its primary goal is to prevent pressure from getting out of control. I think this one, for instance, is for a sink. I believe that's the hot water. So I think that's why the tank is red in this case. And you get it's high pressure hot water. So that's why you want people to know about it. Blue, again, most of the time they're cold water tanks. This one's mounted upside down. Again, the question of whether the bladder works, I want to say it works upside down just as easily. But again, it does. But again, you can see all the different shutoffs that go into this piece of piping, and they're using globe valves everywhere instead of, there's some ball valves as well. So you got all kinds of different valves in this contraption, which again, I believe is, I don't even remember what this is for. I want to say it's the pressure for the hot water heating system. I'm 90% sure that's what it is. But I don't see any, I see one compression pump there. I think, again, I believe it's a restaurant water system, and that's the things to think about. So again, that bladder pressure tank, when you deal with them, you want to, if you have them, try to test it a little bit. But this is too much, obviously. And clearly, this guy opened it just a little bit and a ton of water spilled out. That means this pressure tank needs to be replaced, and you'll put that on your report. Side mount, this is a double fail. Of course, It's mounted sideways, but even worse, it's only held together by a strap. That's DIY, right? It's stupid. And why did they do this? This was probably done because this was a new water heater put in. And the plumber got lazy. It's like, okay, I got a new water heater. What am I going to do? Now, ideally, he's got some Kindorf, hanging metal to hold this up. But the funny part is, chances are this Tyvek pipe actually works. But it's not really. In residential, it's bad, but in commercial, it would be totally intolerable.
No, that tank won't be stable. So what'll happen?
Yeah,
it'll
if somebody
rock up
bumps the
and
tank,
down.
it's going to break right here. Exactly.
It'll rock up and down in little time. That thing right there.
Well, that's true. The compression wave, yeah, it'll absolutely, and even worse, the bladder will be irregular on the inside. So you're absolutely right. The bladder will expand towards the bottom. Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, the mounting is bad. The sideways, I'm 90% sure you're not allowed to do it sideways. I got to say 100% sure. But clearly you got a lot of other stuff going on here. This guy, and again, you always ask, why did this happen? And clearly, like I said, you can see the octopus behind it, all the crazy galvanized venting. And this is simply because this guy got added later. On the right side, again, bladders for hot water. Back to another type of in pipes, we talk about another valve, the pressure regulated valve we talked about earlier. This is used all through the system in different kinds. There's pressure regulated valves. That's the round valve on your gas lines coming into your house. Water lines have similar. The purpose is very simple, which is as water comes in or gas comes in or any utility comes in, if you think about electricity in the same way, you have a service panel, and the service panel's job is to make sure that that the system is protected by having a master cutoff switch. And in many ways, this is the master cutoff switch, where it will trip off when it's not working properly. And of course, the problem here is if you're sealed like that, it's not going to trip. So that's not really good. But again, these are actually set by the screws here. You adjust the screw and that sets the pressure that you want it to be. Again, that's for the plumber to do, and not a homeowner should never touch this. And again, putting that band there is not pretty useful. It kind of wipes out the use. And why do they do that?
Wire cutter somewhere.
Right. Well, again, at what point do you touch it in the house? And the answer is you don't. But you do take a picture and say, this has got to be rectified. See, the problem is this is probably a symptom of a worse problem.
Yeah.
The real question isn't why is it there? The question is, it's not, is it there? Is why is it there? And it's probably there because this house probably has huge spikes in water in and out. And, it might go to 60 to 100 to 60 to 40 to 70 to 200. And those spikes are probably why somebody put it on. And again, it's not doing its purpose. Now, on the left side, on the right side, same thing. One of the key things we talk about with water is we don't want to contaminate it. So we got the water coming in. The backflow preventer is there to prevent the water from going backwards. And also, if it does, the pressure relief valve is there. And in this case, what happens is if too much pressure comes in, that pressure relief valve is going to send the water down this hose as an overflow. Actually, I apologize. I think the water is flowing from left to right, not right to left. And I know it's right to left because this valve is pushing towards the direction you want to stop. But one problem is that's only a SCV, a single check valve, where almost always today, at least in New York State of New York, you're required to have a double check valve. Again, the pressure regulator, sometimes it actually has a gauge attached to it, but it is adjusted, for a specific setting. Usually the plumber will, tap it off and cap it when he's adjusted it. Sometimes they'll leave it on. And it's screwed into a certain point. So the pressure on the metal valve will activate at the right point. Now, another type of pressure regulator, as I said earlier, another gate to prevent too much flow is this TPR we talked about on the water heaters. Its job, very simply, is to trip off and make sure that if the water heater gets too hot, the water is going to flow to the floor. When I was a kid, I played with this all the time at the water heater in my house, and I guess I'm glad the house didn't blow up. I think I had it set so it wouldn't operate. But I guess we never had any problems. The TPR's job, temperature pressure relief, as I said, remember the hot water heater is a bomb. It is a pressurized thing with water in it. The show Mythbusters once was joking. In fact, I've got some incredible pictures from the early 20th century of boilers and hot water heaters blowing up in New York City as part of a lecture I put together. And they are really dangerous, or they were dangerous. They're only dangerous if not maintained. And that's why this TPR is so important to inspect, because if this is damaged, it actually can be a real risk. As I said, the Mythbusters took one of these once and put it out in the middle of a field. And it was just a 50-gallon water heater, standard water heater, nothing fancy. And they blocked the TPR valve, so it couldn't release pressure. And they pumped it and pumped it and pumped it. Anybody want to guess how far it shot when it blew up?
About 10 miles.
Not quite, but pretty close. No, this thing fired, it exploded and shot 190 feet into the air.
Wow.
Now imagine if that's your house on top of that. You just got hit by a scud. Basically, a missile just went right through your house.
Exactly.
So it's crazy, but again, these things do happen. So that's one of the reasons why it's so important. Another thing we talk about is the importance of, is it going down to the floor? This one's kind of tricky. You want it, that water, when it spills, it's going to be hot. It's going to be, steaming hot. So you want it to be within 6 inches of the floor, so you don't want it to be at the floor, because it might suction water back up, right? So that's the contamination issue. But then within 6 inches is the safe distance, so it won't spray. Because when this blows, when this thing activates, you got 50 gallons of water that's going to spill on the floor, steaming hot. And the good news, yeah, it's pretty nasty, right? So this room's going to be full of steam, and you don't want to be, if it were up here, somebody's going to get scalded. So the big picture is that the water gets down and it flows into the drain, and everybody's happy. So again, residential, they don't expect it to blow up, but the 1 in a million, as I used to say, in a city of 8 million people, 1 in a million happens 8 times a day.
Yeah.
So you do want to think about these things, and that's why the TPR is such a big deal in the testing. Water hammer is another big deal. This is the pounding sound when you turn on steam, but also regular water as well. Very simply in this diagram, you can see the water is not moving. And then when it does move and you suddenly quickly close it, bam, you can feel the pipe shake. Well, that pipe shaking can really be damaging and, really significant. It's called water hammer. And there's lots of systems built into properties. And this is, you'll find 100-year-old buildings, they'll have these water hammer. This is similar to that bladder we saw earlier. This is a mini water hammer arrestor. This is the newer ones today. And this is just a pipe that literally has a shock absorber built into the pipe to absorb the line. And so this is a great device. You see, back in the day, you may have had just something very similar. Also, we talk about water pressure. As I walked around the house, I said, 20 pounds is pretty much the low end of what you want. You could see 50, 60 is the goal, but 100 pounds on water, you're actually going to start seeing your pipe burst. Okay. Now, personally, I like 100 pounds of water because I like it blasting me, PSI. But the downside, of course, is the higher the pressure, all those welds and solders are going to have some challenges.
You trying to peel off your skin?
Well,
at 150,
yeah, 100, that's pretty, yeah, you're right. That's pretty much a pressure washer. You're right. You got me there. Yeah. Well, yeah, it took a pressure washer. It felt great. Yeah, that's why your skin fell off. So again, we think about a quick diagram here. And another thing we think about with pipes is backflow. This is that absolutely critical thing where the water comes in and you got a spring here. I got a diagram inside this strainer here, and the strainer's trying to filter off some of the crap. No, it's not COVID, but yes, it's a cold. And yes, I'm glad we didn't teach in the class today. So as we see with every device, this is a device that has to be checked every year. In fact, it's by New York City building code. Larger buildings, they're required to have a plumber come in and press these buttons and test this backflow preventer every year. And if not, you get like a $5,000 fine. Wow. It's pretty big now for commercial buildings. Why? Because if you contaminate the city water supply, you cost the city billions. Because once the water is, if anybody remembers Sandy, I never forget this. We're talking about, well, the people are doing okay, but the first thing Bloomberg said was the water is still safe to drink, because in fact and obviously we don't do too well without water, but he understood that the flooding of Sandy did in fact contaminate a lot of the water areas of the city, but generally the water, they kind of planned for it, and the water supply remained mostly uncontaminated, except a couple areas. But the idea is very simple. The water comes in, it does not go back. Now, all this stuff is kind of superfluous until you realize that how important it is for that water to never go backwards. Okay. Now, this is the same thing as a capacitor in electricity, or gas and electric. All these things basically have the same concept. Why do you not want to go backwards? Because, again, sadly, they actually, some terrorist attacks actually have been where people have been trying to pollute the water and pressure push poison back into a building. They found the plans for a neighborhood in Brooklyn called Borough Park, which is a primarily Jewish neighborhood in Brooklyn, and they found them in a cave in Afghanistan. These guys were looking at injecting poison into the water supply. Even more recently, although you probably didn't hear about it, but my DOS friends told me about this, where the American embassy in Rome, Italy, these guys had tunneled under the street, and they were going to inject poison into the water system of the US embassy. Wow. Sounds crazy, but I can speak from experience. The State Departments, I've had about 8 of the embassies I've helped design blown up around the world. The embassies take a lot of punishment. And luckily, this plot was foiled, but somebody was literally trying to get around the backflow preventer so we could eject poison into the water supply. That's a little extreme. And from a home inspector, think about the natural, non-violent reasons for doing it, but make it perfectly clear. This is a crazy world. And
I said 8 embassies you designed blew up?
Yeah, I've had quite a few taken out.
Can we just meet at McDonald's?
Well, that's funny. Well, actually, the joke used to be the embassy in every city. Right next to embassy was the Hilton was built next to every major embassy in the United States, or the U.S. embassy overseas. And the Hilton was usually referred to as the CIA's field office. But that's for another story. We don't want to bust on it's not we won't go after the company today.
No problem.
Yeah, that's definitely. Anyway, so the point is that water contamination is really, really serious. And this device has springs inside. Now, remember I talked about plumbing lasting for 100 years? Nope. These things they may last for 20, but they're only rated for 5. So you've got to replace these critters. Okay, every 5 years, you're supposed to replace these. Yeah, like everybody does that, right? But as you can see, you've got the shutoff valves built in. So you can shut the valve off easily and basically slide this piece out and replace it. Yeah. So that's the truth. That's why you have shutoff valves or globe valves at every device. We saw that with the water filters, the water heaters. I mean, the water heaters have a 10-year lifespan, right? So, in the lifespan of the pipes, you might have 10 water heaters over time. Okay, another type of valve is the float control valve. This is a pretty simple valve. We all know what these are. This is just, for instance, a water tank or an oil tank. You frequently see these, and it's just pretty simple. A float inside, and it just goes up, and you literally, by its floating, you can see its level of fillness. This has a particular uses in a boiler. We'll talk about next week, where the boiler, it's not exactly easy to have access to the internals of a boiler when it's going. So float valves are a great way to visually see water levels. Again, whether it be
fuel tanks too.
Exactly, oil tanks, the gasoline tank at your gas station. All these are now. There's a newer version that's actually kind of cool. Instead of using float valves, they use this is a new version that's kind of cool. This is actually uses a sonic wave, and it bounces a sonic distant. Basically, it's a little
That's cool.
Measuring device, so you know exactly how much is in your tank based upon the echo.
That's nice.
This is particularly useful for chemicals that might be a little more volatile, or actually the best part about it is that it's electronic, so you can actually, your property manager or your building owner, you get an email from your oil tank. Hi, hey, I'm your oil tank and I'm down to an eighth. Why don't you order another truck?
That's cool.
So these are, a lot of, and it gets to a lot of houses being in so many devices today being electrified. One of the ones I was about to buy at a store the other day used to cost thousands of dollars. It's now like $10 at a store, and like a lot less or something. And it's a device that will call you. It's a Wi-Fi water detector. So for instance, if you have a basement that floods, it'll, $10 device. It'll send an email to you. Hey, your basement's flooding, dope.
Yeah, swimming pool downstairs. Come on.
There was a house in Chicago. It was called the Taj Mahal of Chicago. It was an Indian doctor that owned it, and he went away to India for the winter. And when he came back, he had about a 30-foot deep cellar, huge, like 20,000 square foot house, monstrous. And when he came back, his house, basically the pipes had broken somewhere along the way.
Wow.
And he basically had 25 feet of ice in his cellar. And I would laugh only, but if you saw some of the buildings that flooded after Sandy downtown, it was legendary. 2 Gold Street was a building that the building department had certified as having a flood-proof cellar, but the gate was 6 feet high, but the water came to 7 feet. And because of that flood-proof cellar had 435 cars.
Oh, wow.
And the 435 cars were literally underwater for about 2 weeks till they pumped it out.
I was in Delancey. We had to do like 25 cars over because the computers all fried.
Wow, Delancey. Oh, you're right. Oh, exactly. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's actually Tesla was bragging the other day that the Tesla cars can drive right through the 3 feet of water.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw the video on that recently, but of course it'll drive through the water, but then it'll explode. So either way, I mean, they're gonna get you coming or going, right?
They don't drive themselves too good.
Yeah. Well, I will. They do have the best marketing device. Hi, buy our car and you can have sex in the front seat and nobody will care because the car will drive itself while you're doing it.
You know what I'm saying? You need to run over everything else.
Sorry. Anyway, I'm getting a little risque, but the point is that clearly technology has a lot of big play. Again, flow control valves have a lot of types. Probably one of the most important flow control valves is the sump pump. Sump pump, sits in a hole in your basement, and hopefully you never have to deal with it. But when it works, when that float rises, that means you got water in your basement, and that baby kicks on, and it's a happy thing. I did a lot of work after Sandy with a lot of buildings that got crushed in like Red Hook. Red Hook is about 3 to 5 feet above water, and it got a 15-foot flood surge. So some of these houses were just unbelievably damaged from the water. And the good news is they knew they were always going to be, bad. So they didn't have concrete slabs. They just had sand foundations. And one of these guys, we were trying to figure out a way to get him a little better protection in the future. And we got him 4 pumps that were battery powered and stuff. But then we realized, what does it matter? Because by the time this floods, the outside of the house is going to have 3 feet of water too. So what are you going to do? Pump the water outside? Well, in this, again, that was an extreme case, but you get the idea. We talked about galvanic connections earlier. I throw that one up again. Yeah. We think about pipes metal to metal, which is what you don't want to see. That corrosion here is very bad. This is, again, a great image in galvanic. This is the way it should be done. Galvanized steel to a connector with a neoprene gasket, never touch, no touchy, and then you solder it, or maybe shark bite it, and one little failure in that connection and it just rots away. Of course, older galvanized pipe, you know, takes its toll. And this is the outside. Look at the inside. Remember that connection I just showed you? Look, that's the connection done properly. That's the connection having a bad day.
Well, you have plenty of iron in your blood. Don't worry about it.
There you go. Well, this one, in fact, this one guy came up and said, I will solve global warming. I'll dump 100,000 tons of iron in the middle of the ocean. And the bacteria bloom that would be created would actually solve global warming in a day. Or so he said. I'll leave that to him, but it was an interesting thought. And I guess you could sink a carrier for that. Oh, we don't want to say that.
There's already a bunch down there.
I know, but we want to make sure none of the other ones are added until necessary. I say that only because the Chinese fired the BM-26 missiles this weekend, and I'm very curious to see how that test went.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
No,
That's their new missile. That's a missile they have that's called the Carrier Killer. So
that one.
yeah, not good. You may have heard that. Anyway, big picture is corrosion. Back to the subject. Sorry, I'm drifting too much.
Yeah.
So this is a great cross section of the failure of a galvanic connection. And look, everything's fine. It's got the nice plastic, but something's really what's happening. Actually, this isn't. This may not be the failure of the galvanic. This may just be corrosion from that side. But clearly, you get the idea of what a galvanized pipe looks like from the inside. Condensation's a bear. Again, that's going to be a big problem throughout your house. You're going to look for water damage from condensation. Which pipe freezes? Actually, that's a dumb question. Which pipe sweats? The cold pipe. Why? Because hot air has more moisture. Hot air touches wet pipe, and voila.
I think that could kind of be good reverse, though. You got the galvanized pipe throwing all that iron into the copper. See, if you had it the other way, copper would be clean going through that pipe. You know?
Well, yeah, the copper's clean here. I don't, obviously this implies that this is because of a bad connection, and I guess that's the case.
Yeah.
The copper is creating the ions, right? And honestly, I'm not a chemistry expert enough. Although I do know that whatever the zinc of the galvanized plus the copper is basically a battery, and you tear it up.
We can move along.
Yeah. That's good. Great question. I mean, this is really important because you want to be on the lookout for this. And of course, look carefully. You don't see anything on the outside here. You see no sign of problems on the outside. That's actually the scary part. Yeah. So back to this type of corrosion, again, you have to ask, one of the biggest questions is that sweat or is it holes? So obviously if you're inspecting when it's 90 degrees and you got water on the pipes, hey, that's probably sweat. But if it's 15 degrees and you got water or ice on the pipes, maybe you want to ask what's going on. Maybe there's a pipe that's frozen solid. Again, you might be doing an inspection when it's 0 degrees inside. I mean, remember, you're going to inspect year round. You're going to inspect in the snow, the rain, etc. Pipe traps. We talked about traps already. More traps. Why does the trap work? Because its goal is to keep the smell out. That's pretty obvious. I'm going to repeat here. What's wrong with this? Well, if you look carefully, this sink it's actually running uphill. Maybe that's a little bit of an optical illusion, but clearly when the water goes down the sink, it's got to be draining downwards. Yeah. Okay. Now the other factor here is this one doesn't have it has a nice trap. Nothing wrong with that. The water's going into the trap. I don't like it going so high in the trap, but I can live with it. As long as the AAV works, the AAV works like a vent in that when water goes down the sink, the AAV is going to let air in, but never out. Is the plus. If you do smell gas from the AAV, or septic gas, if this fails, you're gonna smell it really badly. Conversely, here again, we don't want this to run uphill, but also with the brand new building codes in New York City, you're not allowed to connect these two sinks anymore. At least in commercial. Residential, I think you still can. In commercial, you have to have two separate lines so that they won't backflow. Many years ago, I worked at a McDonald's, paying for college, and when I drained one sink, it would come up into the other sink, which was clearly a cross-contamination issue.
Mm-hmm.
Again, back to old traps. This is a slide we've seen before. Looks like there's a lot of doubles in this slide. Ooh, what's going on there? What happens when a plumber gets bored and wants to get his job done and wants to get out really fast? Dude,
whatever.
Well, the interior designer says I have to put it here. Well, the interior designer wasn't thinking about structure. And this is a bit of a problem here, clearly. Now, cutting one joist away won't compromise the structure, but it ain't good. And it's going to cause a lot of sagging over time. Clearly, this needs to be properly braced. And then also you go back and hunt and kill the plumber. No. Obviously, what you got here is you got, looks like brass up here, and then PVC, and then what looks like CPVC on some of the bends because he couldn't find PVC. So again, this is kind of a hack job.
Yes.
And and Frankenstein's what you're looking for. You're looking for these things like somebody just kind of did on his own, his own way. This is for a tub. I mean, it looks like it's a tub line. So, he had to put it where he had to put it. But the thing was, he needs, obviously, the contractor needs to come back and brace this properly.
Yeah.
Conversely, diagonals run it to the floors. There, as we talked about in the structural chapter, there's a very specific ways you need to run pipes through joists. Now, in fairness, this one isn't bad. This is actually on the top side near the wall. So that top side's actually in compression. So it's kind of okay. But normally you don't want to see, this one's not bad, but as you go further out, if that were closer to the middle of the wall, you'd have a real problem. Again, at the closer in, the bottom chord is, the top chord's in tension, the bottom chord's in compression as closer here. But it should be able to hold up. But again, think about how these things, particularly, secondarily added ones, those are the ones you want to worry about. Another thing, when you're looking underneath, probably one of the biggest things to look at is look for materials. If it's got 5/4 board here, and then all of a sudden around one area, it's got plywood, that tells you somebody made a repair. And that's when you got to put your nose up and find out what that repair was. Again, we talked about that AAV valve already, the importance of letting that air in. I think we talked about this earlier today, actually. The slide seems to be double. Yeah, it seems like yesterday. Maybe it's today. I don't know. Of course, waste stacks this one's kind of interesting. But again, what are you looking for? You're looking for, does it have leaks? Is it properly entering at a 45-degree angle into the waste stack? That's good. We like that. Good clean outs. It looks a little Frankenstein-y, but it actually works. This one was in a barn, so it was a little different than, this was actually doing some industrial stuff. So I wouldn't give it too much grief. Now, I'm sorry. No, this was in a basement. I'm sorry. Again, by the building looks like it's 120 years old. PVC looks like it's 2 years old. So things well done. Again, proper bends, clean outs. It looks like it's going to cast iron down here and or ABS. Now, another thing with plumbing today, very big energy code requirements are coming up on us. And one of the really neat things today is when water comes into your house from a well, it's 50 degrees. And when you take a shower or something, it's going back out at 110 degrees. So a lot of new building codes, and you're going to see this more and more. This is an example of a heat exchanger, just like we do with literally a radiator in a car that looks like a radiator, doesn't it? It is. Well, the concept of the radiator is starting to be used in energy exchange. For instance, I talked earlier, and we'll talk more about this next time, boilers and hot water heaters are becoming so efficient that you don't even need metal stacks for them anymore because the combustion air coming out of them is almost room temperature because so much of the energy is transferred. Well, this is the idea where, and I actually thought these were a joke until I saw the payback was like 2 years, where you are coiling your fresh water that's coming in, it coils around your waistline. You're taking a hot shower and 50 gallons of hot 110-degree water pass through this thing. And your new supply line is going to take a little trip around it. Again, copper, nice anaerobics, we like that. And it's going to go from 50 maybe up to 75. And sounds crazy, but that little bit of preheating is incredibly efficient. And conversely, we do that with water, but we do it with air as well. Now, this is really the concepts of the heat pump is actually being applied to everything that goes in and out of a house with the new energy codes. You preheat the water coming in, you capture the water heat going out. It seems stupid and wasteful, but actually you'd be shocked how efficient it is. And these are some of the things you're going to come across. You're going to see this big coil on top of your radiator. And you're like, what the heck is that? Well, that's heat capture. And for instance, if you run this inside of a hot water heater, your boiler becomes your hot water heater. You don't need a second device. Quick reminder on pipe dates. Again, pipes have changed over time. Lead goes back to Roman times. Galvanized steel, brass, most of those faded out by about 1940 when our superhero copper became more popular. Of course, we still have cast iron that never went away, but service piping, water piping, right? This is what you're going to your house with. Galvanized steel, I'd have to say it goes to 1960 because my building was built, a high-rise was built in 1960, and the pipes all taste like garbage iron because they're all galvanized steel pipes. And because they're 60 years old, they're probably full of crap too. Thus buying a water filter. Of course, copper comes in because they literally found several mountains of copper. Sounds odd, but literally copper used to be a semi-precious metal. It was really expensive. And they made coins out of copper for a reason. And in fact, I'm such a coin hound, and I guess I'm a geek. Every penny, you get a good laugh out of this. Every penny made before 1983, right? You see that? Those are pre-1983 pennies. The funny part is that penny has 3 cents worth of copper in it. And well, today's prices have spiked up to a 10-year high. But the point is that copper prices have gone up and down. So we've seen materials shift. And as copper went up today, everybody's trying to switch back to plastics again, because plastics are relatively cheap, although they're actually taking a hit because of the COVID shutdowns. I've got to double check this, but I've heard PVC prices have tripled, similar to lumber prices, not only by demand, but because the factories in Texas that made it either blew up or were shut down by COVID. Again, it sounds crazy, but these are the factors we deal with in the world today. In construction is really booming right now. And but over time, it's happened as well. For instance, electric wiring. What did anybody know in the 1960s and 70s? What they replaced the electric wiring with in the house? Instead of copper, what did they use in the 60s and 70s? Aluminum, right? And aluminum is really cheap. But the funny part about aluminum, I don't know if I mentioned this in a previous class, but in the 1880s, when they built the Washington Monument and they capped the Washington Monument in 1883, they wanted to use the most expensive metal in the world. In 1883, they capped the Washington Monument with an aluminum capstone because aluminum was like 10 times more expensive than gold in 1883. And now we have disposable aluminum cans, which I'm sure the people in the 1880s would be blown away by. So again, prices of things have changed, but material performance doesn't change. Copper is, because of that anaerobic impact, is still the best pipe. And as far as I'm concerned, will always be the best pipe. The plastics are out there. We talk about that PEX. PEX is fantastic for flexibility and ease to work, but I still want to have copper for my pipes. There is recent research that shows the plastic pipes have a fungus that grows inside them these days, so I don't know about that. And copper, not going to happen. Again, lead pipes. We looked at these earlier. This is some more images of lead pipes. Actually, this one here is not lead. That's steel. But this one here, this is a supply coming in. This is one of the first things you want to check. The first thing you do in plumbing is you check the water supply coming in. In this case, that bent metal, that's lead. And then it goes to brass, and where the valve, that primary shutoff valve, and then it goes to the meter. In this case, again, this is a this is a lead pipe that was just completely, I think they poured concrete on it or something. The one at the bottom right is not lead. That's again, steel and brass. That's more of an industrial use. That's an oil tank, I believe. And what does lead look like? This is what a lead pipe looks like. This is kind of scary. This is, well, it's not scary. It's actually fantastic. The plumbers loved it. Why do the plumbers love it? Because in the 19th century, it was really easy to work with this stuff. You know, they didn't have acetylene torches 100 years ago. Okay. They didn't have, you know, blow torches to do their welding or soldering. They had to, you know, kind of heat this stuff up with like a fire, and they would mold it. Basically, lead melts at like, I think 500 degrees, where copper melts at 1200, I think. Aluminum's 1200. I don't know. The point is, what's that?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, plus or minus. And steel's 2200, but at that point it becomes butter, as we found out with the office across the street from my old office, name of the World Trade Center.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's another story for another day. Anyway, as we see, the water came in, and they would literally just like get this bulb of water, and or excuse me, bulb of lead, melted a little bit, and it made a nice connection. It was really easy to work with. It was heavy as hell, but you know, the plumbers didn't care. It's, hey, they're selling by the pound, so they didn't mind using more lead. Now, also, you can see how thick it is, but this is a really old pipe. What you know, what you don't see, look at that on the inside. It's like a brown. That's actually iron, because lead actually doesn't have, other than at a microscopic level like aluminum, it doesn't really have an oxide that will pollute the inside of the pipes. So in this case, the iron probably came from somewhere else. So again, lead's good until it gets in your bloodstream. The challenge of lead, again, this is a repair that somebody saw with duct tape. Rule 1, never accept duct tape. Never accept electric, duct, monster, gorilla, anything. Any tapes are a problem.
No
You're correct. You're correct. Don't get me wrong, I love this stuff, but it's technically not allowed. Flex Seal is not allowed for a home inspection. Okay. And again, in this case, really all he would have had to do here was take a blowtorch to this for a few seconds, and the lead would just kind of heal itself.
Exactly.
And that's one of the, again, lead's great. All this good materials, lead, asbestos, I mean, all this good stuff, PCBs, you know, all the stuff. And it kills you. Hate when that happens. Again, cast iron, we saw some of these pictures earlier. This is, you know, the hubs of a cast iron system. The inside of the connections, they use either an oakum or lead to, they pour lead in. This is one of the few times I don't mind lead, because it's in the waste lines. This is what the piping looks like underneath. Anybody know what this is? This is the this is just before they're going to pour a concrete slab. Actually, I apologize. It's not. This is they did the wood, and they're about to put wooden joists above this, and those hangers are going to be attached to the underside of wood joists that are, and then it's probably going to pull this up. You got to always think about the process. And sometimes they do cast it into the concrete a lot. I have a kind of don't like ever seeing that. As I used to be the head of the cement league and managing concrete in New York City, and concrete, whether it be, shall we say, families or buildings, it's a pretty corrosive substance. Yeah. And I had to negotiate with the concrete union, so I'm still alive, so I'm kind of happy. It was a wild time. Again, we talk about hubless. This is a newer pipes, really, really great stuff. Again, using a neoprene wrap, adjustable, flexible, replaceable, just similar to the shark bites. This is for heavy piping. This is a great way to do it. It's fast. You don't have to weld it. You don't have to solder it, and it's gonna, you know, again, last. I guess it'll last 100 years, right? We'll find out. I don't think that, how long have they been using hubless? Maybe 30 or 40 years, but we'll see if it lasts 100. But again, the key thing is that if it fails, you just unclip it, take the piece off, just like shark bite, and you put a new piece on.
Yeah, that's kind of thin. I don't think it lasts 100 years.
I don't know. I don't think they'd be allowed to be used unless they estimated they'd be worth. I mean, stainless. It's probably it's like 20 gauge stainless. No, 6. It's like 12 gauge stainless.
Maybe not on a major system. Maybe like something simple. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, the only time I ever see hubless is really on like 4-inch and up cast iron. Again, the neoprene hopefully is going to last 100 years. But on the other hand, the neoprene can get burnt. Lots of things can go wrong, but generally you can have just as many problems with a leak. And the real beauty of it is the adjustability. It's a waistline, so really you've got a backup clean out. If your clean out isn't working, hey, you can take it apart at any point. And that's something that every plumber always dreamed of. So again, that's the advantage of hubless. Again, pipe stacks, we talk about the old is the hub stacks. You might notice the PVC going in, but here, look, he tried to do a hub, right? He tried to do it, and or hubless, excuse me. It was a fail. So of course, next time you flush the toilet, it's going to end up right in the basement. And by the look of it, by the look of the drip on the rest of this column, looks like he's got other plumbing problems. So clearly somebody was hacking on the plumbing. You can see these crappy little, hangers. So somebody got lazy. Actually, what it looks like is the whole pipe stack shifted at the bottom. This didn't move, this did. Because you can see this hanger right here. So this is the kind of forensics you want to do about just how stupid can people be? And the answer is pretty amazingly stupid. Or even smart. Plus,
I will never be surprised.
That's true. Gravity, earthquakes. I mean, it sounds dumb, but believe it or not, upstate New York, where theoretically you could do work on, upstate New York has a seismic zone, the same level 7 as the San Andreas Fault. In fact, they had a 4.5 earthquake in Waterville just a couple of months ago.
Maybe it's on the same line.
A different side of the continent, but you never know. But the point is that there's a lot of earthquakes can actually happen anywhere. We actually had an earthquake about 8 years ago here in New York City. It happened in Virginia, but we felt it in New York City.
Well, I was asleep when the one in New York hit.
I was actually at my office. I felt it because I was in a steel building that shook quite readily. My best earthquake, though, was I was in Tokyo, Japan. I was at Narita Airport, and we got hit by a 7.0 earthquake, which for Tokyo, that's like, once every 6 months. Everybody was kind of panicking. I looked around and said, dude, this is Tokyo. This is the most heavily over-engineered city in the world. No fear. They got hit by 9s, and they basically, they had a bad time from the tsunami, but other than the tsunami, they did fine.
Yeah. Well, in Tokyo, you got them big buildings, so that's why they get a little excited.
Well, they don't have many skyscrapers in Tokyo. I actually worked on one in Yokohama, which is southern Tokyo, about 25 years ago. And we it's one of the tallest buildings in Japan. It's 76 stories tall. And we put the entire building, it wasn't my idea, I just helped draw it. The entire building, it's right next to the American Naval Base there, actually, at Yokohama. And it's called the Cat Scratch Building. If you would recognize it if you've been there. The thing is, the whole building is actually on a big pad of oil. So if an earthquake hits, the whole building, the ground will move a meter and back and forth, but the building won't move. Oh, wow. It's pretty crazy. So again, reminder of the lateral forces that you might come across, whether they're earthquakes or rain or a hurricane or something. These are factors that you're going to look at as you investigate the building.
It's the first time I hear this building, though, because I was actually stationed in Yokosuka.
Cat Scratch, you would, they jokingly call it Cat Scratch, but if you Google it, you'll recognize the building. It's like by far the tallest building in Yokohama.
I'll check it out.
This was 1990s, 2000 we built it. So I don't know how far back you were. It was 20 years ago we built it.
Well, actually, I got there,
they built it. I just helped draw it.
I got there like 3 years after.
Maybe. Well, again, Google it on YouTube, or not YouTube, but Google it. You'll see it.
Check it out.
You might recognize it. Anyway, the big picture, everybody, is we talk about cast iron and the way it fails. We talked about the holes earlier. This is the bottom right is a very common condition in New York City, where the waistline is just kind of an afterthought down in the cellar. And this type of condition is a problem because, again, if it has standing water, the pipes can fail. This one was actually okay, but there was a pretty bad leak further up the pipe. Copper, again, as we went through already, more valves. This is the pinhole that I wanted to show you. I talked earlier about how a pipe looked like it had a lot of dimples. This is dimple square. This is a pipe that is, these crystals look like crystals, but they're not. They're actually microscopic holes in the copper. And these pinhole leaks, create little stalactites on the outside, and this is an epic fail. So this pipe is just ready. You probably touch it, it's going to break. We talk about the general piping as we see it on the inside of buildings. This is a quick little reminder of what a bathroom, and again, this is an old 100-year-old drawing to show you what these things were made of 100 years ago. Again, the primary vent stack of the house, the tub, I guess over here, this would have been a typical layout for a tub with a tub, what they call tub traps or a drum trap, and then it would go into the waistline. The reality is this works fine. Did it stand the test of time? Well, again, the worst problem you'll have in an old building like this is the corrosion of the pipes. About years ago when we had that burst in the leak in my apartment, they had to tear out all the walls in the bathroom, and I got to see all the brass pipes behind the wall. I think I got a picture of it. Anybody want to guess what that is? That is actually a heating system thing. This is these are test cocks for when you turn on a hot water or I think it's a hot water system, not a steam system. But when you bleed a system, when you first start and turn on the system for the year, you have to bleed the air out. And so what they did is they put all the cocks right next to each other so you could go to one place and bleed out all the air to turn on the hot water system. So it's very, in New York State, particularly, there's a lot of properties that are seasonal upstate. And if you ever inspect those, this is the kind of things you might see, or a bleedable system. But actually, you'll see this in any system because every system needs to have a process to bleed them out. Newer hot water systems, again, this is an older type of building. And so these valves are only used once a year. We talked about copper sizes already, crimping. Why am I repeating this stuff? Again, copper connections, solder, or this soldering, as we said, doesn't always work. Seems like these are repeat slides. Asbestos, more asbestos. There's our hubless. That's a nice picture of the hubless stuff. Does it work? Yeah, I mean, again, it's used in skyscrapers, so it's pretty acceptable. As plumbers swear by it, they love it, as for the reasons I mentioned earlier. Again, galvanized. What's wrong with this galvanized? The problem with the galvanized here is that it touches the concrete. This is very often in New York City Housing Authority, in particular, when they built all the skyscrapers, the high-rise housing authority, they often just had the pipes go right through the concrete, no sleeve. Stupid. Over time, the concrete just literally dissolves the pipes because of the acidic nature or the basic nature of the concrete, I think. And this is actually one of the biggest failures you'll see in galvanic pipes, and really any kind of pipes, when you're dealing with a copper or, a concrete or a brick roof. And yes, there are older buildings. Prior to 1901, a lot of the skyscrapers of New York City, there was a big debate whether all the buildings would be required to have brick arch floors up until 1912, brick arch floors or concrete floors. Then the cost of concrete went down 90%, so the concrete guys won. But again, we think about that. Is that a problem? Is this a problem here? Yeah, that's a problem. Again, copper into galvanic. Clearly some electric connection problems. This is a problem that's going to probably, as we saw earlier, the inside of this galvanized is probably toast. More valves. We saw this one again already. There's a slide. This is a great image of a reminder, not only in copper, not only in galvanized, but really all pipes. When we have mineral deposits, in this case, galvanized rusts itself. They often have a zinc coating on the inside, but once that zinc is gone, the clock starts ticking on galvanized pipe. And in this case, what it does is the fluid concentrates the energy and eventually pops that hole. Again, the reminder of what they look like. How do you know what kind of pipe it is? Sometimes they have insulation. You can usually find a place to look over. Now, that's a grounding wire right there. The grounding wire really doesn't like galvanized pipe. So hopefully it's copper on the other side of that line. Again, look at that mess. You're drinking that water. Anybody want to drink from that pipe? Yummy.
No, thank you.
If you've ever seen, I was recently at a building that I guess it wasn't actually, where was it? Actually, it was in Arizona. It was Arizona recently, and the water, the calcium stains around the pipes everywhere were just, you could tell these pipes were only going to last 20 years. Even if they were good copper, the calcium is going to do damage. Again, there's another type of, this is that little tiny condensation drip that over time rots the pipe all the way through. Again, you're dealing with 100-year-old pipe here, and it's gonna, I don't think that's galvanized though. This is probably pre-galvanized. That's I believe just a mild steel.
Yeah.
Mild steel, right? Yeah.
Black steel, yeah.
Yeah. Clearly she's had a bad day. And it's, the water, water plus anything is nasty. So again, another, of course, on the opposite side of the world is the chrome steel, the pretty stuff, right? Which is, in this case, this is meant to be beautiful from the outside. Now this looks gorgeous, very nice, but still, the chrome steel is still steel. It's still galvanized. So even if it's nice and shiny on the outside, 90 years later, you can assume the inside might be shot. Again, the one perhaps biggest blessing of New York City is that the water isn't very calcium. Where you go to places like Florida, and you have stalactites growing out of your sinks, where the calcium just comes off so much, and even worse down there is sulfur, of course. And that actually, you'll find that same geological condition in much of upstate New York, where because they're in the Appalachian Mountains, some areas have really, really high calcium, really, really, because of the limestone. I saw pipes in Indiana that, after like 20 years, they basically had to replace their pipes. So the code was actually one of the first places changed to allow plastic, just because it costs so much to repipe the buildings every 20 years. Finishes and aesthetics. You don't have to worry about the aesthetics too much. This is the interiors people, but a little reminder of all the different types of finishes out there. If you want to get fancy, it never hurts to understand what the finishes are when you're describing things. Of course, finishes in fixtures and sinks. Oops, there's our brass. Again, brass connections, same problem. Brass is cool, except there's some nasty stuff in brass. Arsenic is often mixed in as an element in brass. Again, it lasts a long time. This is 90-year-old brass. It looks perfect, right? Bronze, brass, same thing. It works great. What's the problem? It'll kill you. Minor problem. So this is the back of a tub in the middle of a renovation. You can see the metal lath that shows you it's an apartment building, and the verticals here, the hot and cold water, pretty basic 1920s stuff. The up and down of the plunger of the sink. This is all improved over time, but the concept hasn't changed that much. Even have the clean outs up there. Again, brass underneath. Again, expensive. Clay. You're probably not going to see much clay on the outside of the building, but or the inside of the building, but you will. Occasionally you will see it. And plants are wild. Nature does what it wants to do. And in this case, obviously a tree growing in a terracotta pipe, that pipe only has 1 inch clear.
You drink out of that?
Yeah, well, luckily this is a waistline. Of course, that plant, that tree who grew a tiny little root into your pipe loves the fact that sewage is going down the line, because that sewage is it's fertilizer. This is the one I want you to see right here. Look at this image. Okay, you guys see this? This is a reminder of, now again, you look for clues to this, but again, a professional has to be the one to certify this. Here we see a ceramic pipe, which is still legal in a lot of places and works great, but Mr. Tiny Little Root 10 months later. Is that amazing? This picture blew my mind. I really love this one. And if you've never seen a pipe like this, I've definitely seen a few. And it's, what do you do here? Your septic is feeding the tree. And so once it starts, it gets worse and worse and worse really fast. And then within a year, you got to take all this, you got to dig it up, pull it out, replace it.
That's a shitty tree.
A city tree?
A shitty.
Yeah. Literally, figuratively. There you go. Well, one would say it's good recycling, right? Okay, of course, plastics. We talk about the plastic plumbing, glues, and solvents for PVC. Back to multiple connectors. This is another example of kind of copper with a lot of corrosion, then switching to PEX, then switching to PVC. Is that okay? Well, copper, the plastics are there probably because the copper failed. So again, you kind of look at the mystery of why it's there. Clearly, they probably should have cut a few extra inches of copper out. But why it's like that, I don't know, because the plastic is electrically inert. So some other force is causing that to happen. Again, that's mechanical joints and pressure fittings. We went through these already. PVC, a couple more plastics we didn't hit yet. PVC, CPVC, we talked about. Polyethylene, cold water only, very low cost. This is PE is often used for the irrigate sprinklers on the outside of your house. It's also used by New York City for the very heavy water lines they're putting in. Again, I was quite amazed seeing a huge polyethylene line going down Queens Boulevard a couple months ago. Polybutylene, this was one used in the 1980s. It's a really good chemical, but the joints failed. When you see the gray pipes, start being very attentive to look for corrosion on these bands. And these copper ones are pretty good. The problem is the aluminum cheap ones, they try to save 2 or 3 cents. It costs them $1 billion because millions of like 1.5 million buildings had this polybutylene, and the water pipes were bursting behind the walls right and left. And of course, when it's behind the walls, you really got problems. Almost as fun as the Chinese drywall. The Chinese drywall, by the way, its problem was it was very high sulfur content gypsum. So high sulfur, SO2 plus H2O equals H2SO3. H2SO3 plus like one more equals H2SO4. And basically you got a sulfuric acid gas inside the wall of your house. So in like a matter of 1 year, the entire electrical systems and plumbing system were just rotting away at houses. That's for another discussion. Good news is the plastics don't corrode. Polyethylene, PEX, the Flex I love. It does have mechanical fixtures, but my problem is it can be damaged by sunlight. There's a bunch of different types of PEX, but generally you get the right kind for the right use. The more expensive you get, the more UV protected it gets. ABS, this is the black PVC again for waistlines. I actually use it in my 3D printer uses ABS as well. Styrene SRP, this is for flexible, again, for heavy sewer lines as well. Let's go through this quickly. PVC, we saw white lines. Usually the primer and the purple glue can connect everything if you do it right. Again, it can't be exposed. It can crack. We don't know how long it's going to last. It's usually illegal in New York City in almost all buildings. One thing we do see is CPVCs. This is when you're near a boiler. Now, cold white PVC is not allowed, but this tan PVC, CPVC is accepted. I like this guy. This guy had a problem with the drainage, so he just heated up and melted the plastic until it got to the right angle. And then he held it together with an extension cord. I love this. This is great. Like, what a loser. But so again, DIYs, right? You got to respect complete blithering idiocy. And this guy won. Okay, real fast. Again, more galvanized messes, interior pipes. What a mess. Retrofit CPVC lines for water. No big problems. That's becoming more and more common for single family houses. And again, as you see, it's actually stubbing off of copper lines. I still like copper where I can, but for the last five feet, maybe I'll go with PVC. And again, CPVC does hot and cold, where so PVC will only do your cold line.
As inspectors, that's allowed?
CPVC in 1 to 2 family is allowed in New York City. It's allowed in most of New York State. 3 family and above in New York City, you're going to probably have to see copper only.
Okay.
In almost all cases. Again, polyethylene, flexible pipes. This is great. Again, great material. Nothing really wrong with it.
Brian?
Yes.
What about in a mixed-use building?
Mixed-use buildings generally are treated as the way the code writes. It says other than 1 to 2 family. So the answer is in a mixed-use building, you're going to have to go copper only. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
There may be an exception for the residential portion, but I don't believe so. Because the building codes are designed generally to respond to the most dangerous part. And in this case, the most dangerous part is the commercial. So once you have one part that is, because there's a commercial component, the whole building has to be designed as if it were commercial. Okay? Unless it's horizontally divided rather than vertically divided. Vertically divided, I got a no PVC. Okay, again, this is PVB, this polybutylene works great, but these connections went bad. And this is an example of when those connections went bad. This aluminum, it snapped, it broke, it leaked, and caused billions in damage. As you can also see, sometimes with these connectors, the teeth on the inside, if it was not put in properly, you damage the pipe. And this is a really important thing we'll see in a second. But polybutylene is a great material because it is good at hot and cold. And like CPVC, it's a little flexible also, so it's pretty easy to work with. It's kind of like a halfway between PVC and PEX. So again, older buildings might have these cheap connections. And as we saw with that one a minute ago, this insert with the ribs that holds the connection together and then is banded, sometimes if the guys got sloppy, they would damage the pipe. If you damage the pipe, you got to replace it. Again, we talk about those connections. This is the crimping. This is the idea of crimping for all types of plastic pipe, where the coupling goes on the inside. You slip the pipes on top of each other, and then you put a crimp ring on top. And the pipe guys are crazy to make sure you do this exactly right. And if you don't use exactly their tool, their $1,000 tool to do the crimping, although it's gotten a little cheaper now, then they won't insure the product if something goes wrong. Because these guys, do you want to sell a product that once had $1 billion lawsuit? No, you want to make sure if you sell it, because it's needed, you want to make sure that there's absolute quality control so you don't have a problem.
Yeah, but with that key that you have right there alone is a problem already, because plastic don't last too long.
Again, that's a great question. The copper rings are much better than the aluminum rings that failed in the 1960s and 70s.
I had experience where these snap real easy.
The copper rings?
When you twist, the key
Okay.
itself, the valve itself.
Yeah.
When you go to turn it on and turn it off, they snap.
Oh, these crappy little valves here.
So already
Oh, yeah.
a problem right there.
Yeah, I got you. That's a great point. Again, you save $1, you lose 1,000, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, in fact, and as you can see with these valves, and of course, plastic gets brittle over time, right?
Yeah.
That's the bigger problem. The plastic is, the pipe is actually designed to be more flexible. This one's not. This one's supposed to be rigid. And over time, it becomes brittle. So yeah, and that's true with all plastics. And so I hadn't thought about that, but that's a great point. I don't know if they make these today for residential uses.
Yeah.
I'll have to check that out. But as you can see, there's some kind of a leaking here because you can see the corrosion on the copper.
Yeah,
and as you know,
problem.
very interesting. And again, the bottom line is it's got to be, if you have flex pipe, it's got to be anchored, even though it's flex. And this valve, if it were attached to a wall and nicely, held into place, I wouldn't worry about it as much. But here, if it's just hanging out in the air, that's not good.
Well, with the water pressure, it dances. So
there you go. That's even more. Great point. Again, PEX, I'm kind of browsing through these quickly. We talk about PEX and all the different ways it can connect to different materials. These special connectors for each type of material. And again, you don't have to worry about galvanic because there's no electrical connection. PEX, anybody know what the orange PEX is? That is sprinkler lines. Again, you're not officially inspecting sprinklers, but you're going to see them more and more. So definitely be aware of it. PEX A tubing, there's different grades of PEX. That's one of them. Again, PEX connectors. I'm kind of rushing through this, so I'm going to just go through this quickly, and then we'll spend 5 minutes on it next time just to make sure we get it all. But I know I started late today. Different types of PEX again. A, B, C. The C is the cheapest. The A is like more expensive. But again, as you get stronger, you get more rigid. And again, flexibility has it plus and minus. So these are different types, and we'll discuss this more later. This is more for the plumber specification. We don't have to go through this too much, but just understand, not all PEX is meant to bend forever. And more importantly, sometimes they don't fix as well. So these are all factors that go in there. PEX C is soft and cheap, but it is, I'm not sure I'm going to trust that with hot water. So, things like that. Again, pros and cons with PEX. Again, I'll have to do this next time because PEX A, pros and cons, B, pros and cons, C's. I'm just going to leave it on this slide and then we're going to break for the day. We're going to finish this up next Saturday. And as you can see, with the PEX, this is actually a PEX system that's, what is this? This is actually a heating system. This is PEX being used for radiant flooring. And this is what's called a manifold. And this is actually one of the really great things about PEX. Trying to do this in copper, that'd be a pain in the you-know-what. I do have a nice picture of one done in copper, but this is really a professional install. As you can see, the PEX goes a few feet, then it gets anchored, then it goes a few more feet, gets bundled, and then goes up into the house wherever it's going. This is a heating system, so it's not too bad. Again, it does have hot water going out in it, but it's pretty stable running underneath the floor. Waistlines, okay, pipes, solar. Some pumps we talked a little about. We'll go through this more next time. And oh, there's my buddy. Wait, hold on, wait. I gotta run this again. Ready? This is what happens. This is why sprinklers make you happy. And this is why people in a kitchen can be really stupid. Okay. I think that's a wonderful place to stop for the night. I'm a little over, and we covered a lot of ground today. And again, a little bit of repetition back and forth as we make sure you guys cover this. We'll finish this section next week. And if you haven't downloaded it, send me an email and I'll send you the file so you can look at the file this week and next week's lecture so we can get through everything. So on this note, yes.
Hi. So what chapter was this in the book?
This is chapter 8.
Chapter 8. Okay.
This is the first half of chapter 8, which is plumbing.
Oh.
But I covered a whole lot more. Basically, this book is old. Okay, so it really needed a whole extra layer of information. So things like PEX aren't really even covered in that book. So things like that I had to add. Sprinklers aren't talked about. You aren't officially part of your inspection, but you do want to be aware of them. So never forget, don't do your flambe right below the sprinkler head.